What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 Feet Chapter 197 Fairy vs Tiger Chapter 197 Fairy vs Tiger. After half an hour of fierce fighting with Kagura overnight, no one could do anything to anyone. In the end, Blue Pegasus and Mermaid Heel tied and each scored 5 points. I didn't expect the one night when I got serious to be so powerful, it is indeed the trump card of Blue Pegasus. The host Jabadi couldn't help sighing and then continued. Next up is the second match of the day. Lamia Scales Jura, Regis and Leon Vastia vs Quattro Cerberus Bacchus and Rocker. Now we invite players from both sides to play. Let's go, it's our turn. Jura smiled slightly, said to Leon, and then strolled onto the battlefield. Bacchus, let's have a wild attack. The opponent is Jura, we must at least show the wildness of our Quattro Cerberus. Rocker said to Bacchus, who was drinking and walking drunkenly, with a solemn face. You must know that although Quattro Cerberus could not become the first and second place in the past, it will not be like it is now, the bottom of the existence. Although it is at the bottom here, it is also the top mage guild in the entire Kingdom of Fury, enough to make countless small guilds envious, but it is really not good looking. Bacchus walked forward shaking his head, looking drunk again. It's okay, I just want my soul to dare, hiccup. I'm afraid that the soul is not trembling, but the body is trembling. Looking at the trembling hands, Rocker couldn't help sighing. After all, the opponent is Jura, the 5th seed of the Holy Ten, who is called the strongest human being. Young man, you have to know that fear is the nature of human beings. Sometimes when you feel fear, you will know the gap between yourself and the other party. Bacchus took a sip of his wine and couldn't help laughing. However, as a Quattro Cerberus mage, you must have the courage to go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there are tigers, ha 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 ha. Although he had the courage to attack Jura of Rock and Iron, the 5th seed of 10 Wizard Saints, the result was obvious. No matter how powerful Bacchus was, he was still powerless against Jura. Finally, after struggling for a few minutes, Jura beat him easily and knocked him unconscious. As expected of Jura, the strength is really strong. Lamia Scale easily defeated Quattro Cerberus, 10 points. However, the performance of Quattro Cerberus is also remarkable. Let us cheer for the contestants of the two guilds. Oh, advertisement, Jura, 11, Jura. Next is the last game of today, Urza, Scarlet and Urza, Networka from Fairy Tail. And their counterparts, the twin dragons from Tiger of Swords, the white dragon Sting Eucliffe and the shadow dragon Rog Cheney. As the 4 people stood in the field, 4 powerful auras rose into the sky, the entire sky was split, and 4 distinct magic powers filled the entire battlefield. Although it's a pity that it's not Brother Natsu and Brother Gajeel, but being able to fight with the two Miss Urza is enough. Sting showed a sunny smile, facing Urza Scarlet greeted Urza Networka. Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka looked at each other, but didn't intend to speak. White dragon, white dragon, white dragon. Shadow dragon, shadow dragon, shadow dragon. Urza, Urza, Urza. Countless people cheered for the guild they supported, Sangyang from Sword-Biting Tiger and Urza from Fairy Tail. The astonishing popularity of Scarlet and Urza Networka directly made other mages' guilds couldn't help being envious, and the president of any small guild was about to shed disappointing tears. In this battle, whether it is the invincible double dragon of the Sword-Biting Tiger, or the 2 Urza ladies of Fairy Tail are stronger, let us wait and see. As the host Jabadi Lola continued to raise the atmosphere, the cheers that had already reached the limit were once again raised to a new level. The cheers of countless people directly shattered the clouds in the sky, and the roars of countless people even shake the dome flare bird. The 4 contestants are already in place, so let's stop talking nonsense. Let this exciting duel begin. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Oh. Jabadi Lola deserves to be called a professional host. With just a few words, the scene was completely detonated. However, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the 4 people in the field were not affected at all. Let's fight. As Sting's voice fell, Sting and Rog took the lead without hesitation to attack Aisha Shukale and Urza Networka with fists condensed with super magic power. Boom. X2 Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka stretched out their hands at the same time, blocked Sting's and Rog's blows, and stood still. Change. Armor of the Skywheel dazzling sword. Cut. After blocking the blows from Sting and Rog, Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka shot at the same time. Urza Scarlet put on the armor of the Skywheel, and then countless magic swords hit Sting and Rog, even if they still before he got to his body. Sangyang's skin was already aching from the piercing sword energy. And Urza Networka's slash was even more outrageous. Everything he passed was cut open, leaving deep slash marks on the ground, and everyone's eyes were drawn out of the corners of their eyes. Shadow Dragon's slash, Fist of the White Dragon. The 2 dragons shot at the same time, and amazing magic power erupted from their bodies. With just one blow, they blocked the attacks of Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka. But even if they blocked the attacks of Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka, they were still pushed back 20 to 30 meters. The 4 deep plow marks on the ground showed that it was possible to block Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka. How reluctant. It's really strong. As expected of Ms. Urza, Sting shook his trembling hands, his tone revealing excitement. Yeah. As expected of a Shadow Dragon Rog was taciturn. He just nodded and agreed with what the door said. Get serious next time. Rog. While talking, a white light appeared from Sting's body, and his magic power was instantly increased by an unknown number of times. Okay. Endless black smoke rose from Rog's body, and his magic power was also greatly improved, far exceeding the previous work. Chapter 198 Suppression Chapter 198 Suppression, White Light Mode. Shadow Mode. The real battle begins now. X2 Sting and Rog shouted at the same time, and then attacked Urza Scarlet and Urza Twoka at the same time. How did their magic power increase so much all of a sudden? Mira Jane asked strangely while massaging Yi Chen. This is a magic power increase technique, which can greatly increase the magic power of the caster in a short period of time. Yi Chen looked seriously at the magic boosting technique performed by the two dragons below, and was a little curious about the principle of magic. If he could learn this magic, then he would match his huge magic power and use it to enter the 6-path mode. Will it destroy Last Feather? Acknowledge? But Yi 553 Chen also knows that this kind of magic must have its own limitations, and it probably won't work for him. In the arena at this moment, Sting's body almost turned into an afterimage, and he came to Urza Networka's position in an instant. His fist, wrapped in white light, hit the grid with a powerful blow. On the scabbard of the blocked Urza Networka. Sting's fist wrapped in white light swung quickly, and even afterimages appeared, but Urza Networka was not a vegetarian, and kept waving the 7 days and 7 nights knife to block, every time he blocked Sting's attack just right. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. The fist and the scabbard of the 7 heavens and 7 nights saber kept intersecting each other. Every time they intersected, it was as powerful as a high explosive grenade, and the roaring sound continued, but even after reaching this level, Sting still failed to hit Urza Networka. Why'd I get blocked every time? Sting couldn't help cursing. This was something he had never encountered before. The same encounter happened to Shadow Dragon Rog. Urza Scarlet just simply waved the magic sword in his hand, and kept blocking Rog's attacks. Shadow Dragon's Sparrow Flash. Rog turned himself into a shadow and Urza Scarlet moved around quickly, but every time he launched an attack, he would be blocked by Urza Scarlet's magic sword, and the energy of the shadow was constantly sputtering towards the surroundings. Advertisement, damn it. Even after entering the Shadow Dragon mode, the mana, speed, and strength have all increased several times, but he was still easily blocked by Urza Scarlet, which made Rog curse secretly. Urza is worthy of being Urza, it is really ridiculously strong. Except X2, the roar of the White Dragon, the roar of the Shadow Dragon. After being blocked again by Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka respectively, Sting and Rog leapt back at the same time as if they had the same heart, and then took a deep breath at the same time, and two powerful and incomparable roars directed at Urza Scarlet and Urza Networka strikes. Change, armor of Vajra barrier, boom. Urza Scarlet directly changed into the diamond armor, then stepped forward and stood at the front. The next second, the two semicircular shields on the arms were combined into one, and a huge green magic circle appeared in front of the two. Boom. X2 Sting's and Rog's dragon breaths hit the magic circle at the same time, but Urza's defensive magic circle was only slightly shaken before calming down. What? Seeing this, Sting frowned. Why does it feel like the other party is simply playing with a child? Sting. Clear. Dragon Power Saint White Dragon Mode. Dragon Force Shadow Dragon Mode. Two powerful dragon forces erupted, and the two terrifying dragon breaths immediately became extremely terrifying, breaking through Urza Scarlet's defensive magic circle in an instant, and bombarding the giant magic shield. It's my turn, 7 flashes, climbing sword chi. Advertisement Urza Networka jumped out directly from behind Urza Scarlet's giant shield, and slashed an extremely terrifying strike in midair. The sword chi cut out by the 7 invisible steel wires turned into a terrifying torrent of sword chi, and the destination of the torrent of sword chi was the location of Sting and Rog. Seeing this, Sting and Rog could only dodge to the side. After all, the power of this move has been understood in previous battles. In the next second, a mushroom cloud rose up, and a terrifying airwave swept across the venue. The shockwave with astonishing power shot straight into the sky, completely smashing the clouds. Fortunately, Sting and Rog are not weak. In the face of such an astonishing airwave, they did not dodge. Instead, they went retrograde against the airwave, and their iron fists hit Urza Networka and Urza Scarlet body hit the opponent for the first time after the battle started. A very powerful fist. Urza after being knocked into the air, Scarlet adjusted her figure in midair and then stopped on all fours. And Urza Networka inserted the scabbard on the ground to stabilize his figure. 7 flashes. Urza Networka directly pulled out the 7 heavens and 7 nights knife slightly, and the 7 steel wires that were invisible to the naked eye cut out countless sword chi, and attacked the Shadow Dragon Rog. The roar of the Shadow Dragon. The torrent of black magic power turned the special steel wire of the Kishin Naniadao into ashes, and then bombarded Urza Networka, knocking her into the air again. Networka. Change, star armor, star light particle sword. Urza Scarlet changed clothes directly, holding the beam cannons in both hands in front of her body, then gathered the beams and lightning waves, and fired towards Sting at a super high speed. The holy breath of the White Dragon. Boom. 3.72 torrents of magic power of the light attribute collided in midair, and a soaring mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield, raising countless smoke and dust, making it impossible to see the situation in the field clearly. This is too exciting. Whether it's Sting and Rog from Swordbiting Tiger, or the two Miss Urza from Fairy Tail, each one's strength is extremely astonishing. Jabadi held up the microphone, looked at the wonderful battle scene in front of him, couldn't help stepping on the table with one foot, and shouted loudly. Oh, as Jabadi Lola's voice fell, everyone in the arena, no matter if they were ordinary people or mages, no matter if they belonged to a large guild or a small guild, without exception, their blood was excited by the battle before them, and they stood up one after another. Roar loudly and vent your enthusiasm. Chapter 199 The goal has changed. Chapter 199 The goal has changed. Accept the move, combination skill, Holy Shadow Dragon Tooth Flash. Sting and Rog turned backwards with one hand at the same time, and two balls of magic power, one black and one white, were released from their hands, and then instantly became larger, and then the black shadow and white light began to merge, turning into a magic ball between black and white. Okay. Urza. Scarlet and Urza. Networka raised their heads at the same time. Seeing this amazing move, the two finally became serious. To be honest, they were just warming up before. As Urza, their strength is more than that. Changing clothes, the armor of Tiani God, and Urza Networka slightly pulled out the Kishin Kie knife in his hand, and an extremely cold sword energy radiated from the knife. You are qualified to let me use this trick. Combined skill, Holy Shadow Dragon Fang Flash. Tianiishin. Shinke. Only Flash. Urza. Scarlet's attack cut through the space, cutting the ridiculously strong Holy Shadow Dragon Fang in half, while Urza. Networka's only flash cut towards Sting and Rog along this passage. What? Sting and Rog did not expect that the joint attack skill they had practiced for many years, the Holy Shadow Dragon Tooth Flash, would be so vulnerable that it was cut open by Urza, Scarlet's attack directly. Although their minds were shocked, the two of them were not easy to deal with. They saw the 231 people directly avoiding in two directions, and then the magic power in their bodies broke out completely. Holy White Dragon Mode. Complete Liberation. Shadow Dragon Mode. Complete Liberation. Two strands of magic power that were stronger than the already powerful magic power after entering the Dragon Force mode erupted from the two of them. Dragon Slayer Mysteries Eternal Shadow. Dragon Slayer Mysteries Holy Nova. Two terrifying dragon slaying mysteries, one white and one black, bombarded Wei Shan. Even if it was as strong as Wei Shan, it was crushed by these two powerful dragon slaying mysteries. Again. X2. Combined skill Holy Shadow Dragon Tooth Flash Full Power. Sting and Rog shouted at each other at the same time, and then stood together again. This time, Sting and Rog no longer kept their magic power at all, and used all their magic power. Faith, a blow with all your might. The powerful magic power turned into a torrent of black and white magic power again, and even the ground was overturned wherever it passed. Leave it to me, Scarlet. Advertisement Networka's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and he looked at Urza without looking back. Scarlet opened the mouth and said, without waiting for her to respond, she stood at the front, facing this terrifying combined attack. Holy Shadow Dragon Tooth Flash, full power. Don't be too arrogant, brats. Let you see the real. Only Flash. Urza. Networka calmed down, and then pulled out the Kishin Kie knife. The slender blade and the piercing cold light all showed that the next blow was absolutely extremely powerful. Cut. Boom. The super powerful slash was cut out in an instant, and then the torrent of black and white magic power that hit was directly pushed back. This is impossible. Sting and Rog didn't expect that even if they had exerted all their strength, they would still be crushed by Urza, and Urza alone could suppress them both. This is impossible. Boom. Urza. Advoca's only flash. No matter how hard Sting and Rog tried to explode the magic power, no matter how hard they squeezed the magic power in their bodies, they were still pushed back horizontally, and finally formed an earth-shattering explosion. Damn it. The explosion dissipated, the smoke dissipated, Sting and Rog were lying in the pile of rubble covered in blood, and they looked at Urza Networka and Urza who were still heroic in a somewhat decadent manner. Scarlet. This is really strong. It's not a loss, as expected. Fairy Tail. Sting barely got up, and praised Urza, Networka and Urza, Scarlet. Sorry, we have to win. This is our response to our partners. Urza Scarlet spoke softly. Yes, is that right? This is bondage. After speaking, Sting fell on his back and completely lost his fighting power. Win. Win. Fairy Tail won. After 7 years. The strongest guild ever. Fairy Tail, resurrected. Host Jabadi Lola said enthusiastically, the strongest guild in the past, Fairy Tail, reached the top again today. I declare. The two Miss Urza from Fairy Tail defeated Sangyong from Swordbiting Tiger, win the last battle of the day, get 10 points. Now I will announce the current ranking. Advertisement. First place. The Tiger bitten by the sword 67 points. Second place. Fairy Tail with 57 points. Third place. Lamia Scale with 49 points. Fourth place. Blue Pegasus 31 points, Mermaid Heel 31 points. Fifth place. Quattro Cerberus with 19 points, although he lost the battle match, the Tiger who bit the sword is still the number one. Fairy Tail is next, just 10 points behind. The third place is Lamia Scale. There are two fourth places, Blue Pegasus and Mermaid Heel. The last one is Quattro Cerberus. This is the end of the fourth day of the Damo Do Yin Wu. We will rest for a day, and the final battle will be held the day after tomorrow. The last day will be a survival battle involving all members. Which guild will win the final victory? We have to wait and see. Looking at the rankings on the stone tablet in the center of the competition field, all the guild presidents present smiled knowingly and then said at the same time. The final goal has changed. That's, defeat Fairy Tail. It seems that they heard the provocations from several big leaders. Ma Karloff, Precto, and Mavis all showed confident smiles. Come on, in the evening, at Fairy Tail's celebration banquet, the whole Fairy Tail was cheering and cheering for today's victory. However, Natsu and Gajeel finally found out about the Dragon King Festival due to various coincidences in 887, and took Wendy, Lucy, and Gray to the Dragon Graveyard after the celebration banquet. As a participating team, Yi Chen was naturally surrounded by everyone, but Yi Chen knew that this time there was no danger, so he let it go. In the end, the same thing happened as in the plot. Lucy was imprisoned by the Kingdom of Fury, and the Minister of Defense Dutton also dragged Arcadios, the head of the Sakura Knights from the general, into the water and was imprisoned on the same day. He just took into account the Emerald Princess behind him, so it was only changed to house arrest and personal freedom was restricted. In addition, conditions were put forward to Fairy Tail, but this time the conditions are quite different from the original book. After all, we know that there are many strong people in Fairy Tail. After all, strong people have privileges after all. Lucy will be released if he wins the championship of this year's Damo Do Yunwu. After all, everyone can see that Fairy Tail has the highest probability of winning the championship among the 6 participating teams. It can be said that this condition almost means that Lucy will be released. But even so, the rest of Fairy Tail were still furious after knowing this, and decided to rescue Lucy even if the opponent was the kingdom, and at the same time, they wanted to win the championship. In the end, a rescue team was formed, namely Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, Kana, Miss Gang. Jalal's magic power has been fully restored, Wendy, Happy, Carla. Lily, ready to rescue Lucy on the last day of the game, while everyone's attention is on the game. Chapter 200 Beyond Quattro Cerberus. Chapter 200 Beyond Quattro Cerberus. The dull 5th day has just passed. In the anticipation of countless people and the attention of millions of viewers, the final 6th day finally arrived as promised. The last day of the Damo Do Yunwu competition is finally about to begin. Finally, the moment has finally come. The fiery performance of the mages, the last day of the Damo Do Yunwu. No matter whether you laugh or cry, today will determine the final winner. Next, all teams are invited to enter the arena. As the host's voice fell, the audience who were still cheering fell silent. The next second, the 5 members of Quattro Cerberus entered the stage amidst a burst of fireworks. The first player to enter the field is Quattro Cerberus, who is currently ranked 6th. I wonder if they have a chance to reverse? Although Bacchus did not have many impressive records in this year's Damo Do Yunwu due to successive encounters with powerful enemies, his strength is undoubtedly very strong. After all, he is a drunk eagle, Bacchus. As Jabati's voice spread throughout the audience cheered. After all, the popularity of Quattro Cerberus is not low. The next ones are not just gorgeous, they are the flowers that bloom in Damo Do Yunwu, Mermaid Heel. When Kagura led the Wizards of Mermaid Heel into the arena, countless people cheered for this female-only Wizards Guild, especially the males present, who cheered the most. The next thing to enter is a union made up of handsome men and beautiful women, Blue Pegasus. Oh, as Yiya led the team striding into the battlefield, the audience cheered again. After all, although Yiya has some things, what cannot be ignored is that Yiya's strength is definitely a strong one. Here we come. Lamia Scale will enter the arena next. Oh, this team is amazing. There are the famous Ice Mages, Leon Vastia, and the Windslayer, Sherry Blendy, and the 5th seed of the Holy 10th seed known as the strongest human being, Jura of Rock and Iron. Oh, advertisement cheers like mountains and tsunami resounded throughout the venue. After all, apart from the 2 not-so-famous A-level mages Yuka Shizuki and Tobi Aloluda, this team. The other 3 people, each one is a rare powerhouse. Oh, the next step is the strongest guild 7 years ago, and it still has invincible strength, Fairy Tail. Yi Chen walked in the front, followed by the smiling Ultir, the gentle Mirajane, and finally Urza. Oh, the more enthusiastic cheers were deafening. After all, each of the 5 members of Fairy Tail's team is so strong that no one knows how powerful they are, but there is no doubt that each of them is a first-class powerhouse. The last guild to appear is the guild that everyone is most looking forward to. That's right, it is one of the strongest guilds in the world. Even if it loses, it still sits firmly on the number 1 throne, Sword-Biting Tiger. Oh, with the appearance of the 5 members of Sword-Biting Tiger, the strong cheers made the mages of other guilds a little jealous, and Sword-Biting Tiger was too popular. But this is actually normal. After all, the strength of the Sword-Biting Tiger has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the past 7 years. The Biting Tiger is not strong, but the opponent is too strong. Fairy Tail's Yi Chen, Laxus Drayar, Gildart's Clive, Miss Gang, Mirajane Strauss, Urza Nedrika, Urza, Scarlet, Grey Fullbuster, Natsu Dragneel. Everyone in Fairy Tail is a top powerhouse, and the performance of each powerhouse is enough to blind the eyes of the audience. And other guilds also have a lot of strong people, such as Leon Vastia of Lamia Scale, Sherry Blendy, and even the world-recognized top powerhouse, Juraji Duan. Kagura, Mikazuchi of Mermaid Heel, Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki of Blue Pegasus, and Bacchus of Quattro Cerberus are also top players that cannot be ignored. There are too many strong contestants this year, and it can be called a fight between gods, so the record of the sword-biting tiger in this year's Damo Do Yunwu is not as impressive as in previous years. Not only does it not mean that the sword-biting tiger is not strong enough, but on the contrary, Tiger of Sword-biting is still ranked first, which is enough to show how powerful Tiger of Sword-biting is. Friends in the audience, the great demon fighting martial arts is finally about to usher in the final climax, and I will announce the current results first. First place. The tiger bitten by the sword 67 points. Advertisement second place. Fairy Tale with 57 points. Third place. Lamia Scale with 49 points. Fourth place. Blue Pegasus 31 points, Mermaid Heel 31 points. Fifth place. Quattro Cerberus with 19 points. Next, please show your strength, magic power, and the close bond with your partners. The final day of Damo Do Yunwu, a survival battle for all members. It's about to begin. Let me explain the rules of the game. The battlefield of this battle will be the streets of Rockers. Participants will be scattered in every corner of the city, shuttling in various places in the city. As long as they encounter members of the hostile guild, they will fight on the spot. As long as you make the opponent faint or lose combat power, you can get a point for your guild. In addition, each team also has a captain elected by itself. But the other guilds don't know who will be the captain, and once you defeat the captain, you can get 5 points at once. So, in theory, you can get up to 45 points, therefore, except for Quattro Cerberus, who is at the bottom, anyone from the other 5 guilds is likely to win the championship. Quattro Cerberus. Believe it or not, we, Quattro Cerberus, will definitely let you know why the flowers are red when the Damo Do performance is over. Of course, the current host Jabati Lola and the pumpkin mascot don't know about Quattro Cerberus's mental activities, but even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Jabati is just an ordinary person, and the pumpkin mascot's real identity is not a mere Quattro Cerberus can be shaken. Who can stand at the top of the magic way of glory? The big demon fights and performs martial arts. Let's start. As the host Jabati's voice fell, the salute that resounded throughout the entire Ku Rockers sounded at the same time, announcing the final day of the Damo Do Yunwu, the final decisive battle, and the beginning. Chapter 201 each has its own harvest. Chapter 201 each has its own harvest. Although we're going to do both, it's best to rescue Lucy through formal means. After all, the opponent is a kingdom. Victory is not only for Lucy, but also for our partners who have suffered humiliation in the past 7 years. That's right, now that everyone knows what's going on, let's go now. Yi Chen said to the other 4 people, and then he chose a random direction to leave alone. Different from the original plot, because of the strength of Fairy Tale, the original plot did not form an absolute crushing situation against other guilds due to the fact that a large number of strong men were assigned to rescue Lucy. As a result, it is necessary to use tactics to increase the winning rate. Each of the participants this time is a top player who can stand on his own. Whether it's Yi Chen or Laxus, each of them is strong enough to dominate the entire battlefield, and Mirajane, Urza, Scarlet, and Urza, Networka, who are slightly inferior, are each enough to make anyone participating in the competition stand up. So this time, Mavis didn't formulate any plan, but directly asked Yi Chen to kill 5 people. After all, with the strength of these 5 people, is there any strategy needed? Then, later, Mirajane smiled slightly, walked quickly towards Yi Chen's direction, and soon caught up with Yi Chen. I'll go this way, you can do whatever you want. Laxus smiled coldly, then walked in another direction. 630, Networka, let's compare to see who gets the higher score. Of course it's me, Scarlet, walk with me, but you won't have a chance to show off, Mira. Yi Chen helplessly said to Mirajane, who followed him step by step. It's okay, you know I don't care about the record. Mirajane just smiled slightly and continued to follow Yi Chen. Found it, fluctuation, poisonous jellyfish. Lamia Scales, Yuka Ziki and Tobi Aloluda shot at Yi Chen over their own strength. Before Yi Chen could make a move, Mirajane knocked them down with 2 magic bullets, losing gained fighting consciousness. Advertisement, audience friends, Bean has already started. The first to be eliminated is the Sorcerer Scale Sorcerer, Yuka Ziki and Tobi Aloluda. 2 points for Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale now has a total of 59 points. Boom. Just as Jabati finished speaking, a violent explosion occurred not far from Yi Chen. Is this magic power Lien Chewi from Blue Pegasus? And Aranya Web of Mermaid Heel? Yi Chen looked up in the direction of the explosion, and Mirajane couldn't help asking after hearing that. Want to go? No, it's not far anyway, about 5 kilometers. Yi Chen smiled slightly, and then pointed to the sky with one hand. An astonishing magic power shot out from his right hand, and a golden figure pierced the sky, flying towards the direction of the distant explosion. Come into the world. The 5th beast, the gold of the lion. As soon as the lion's gold hit the ground, a huge crater was directly blasted out. As for the fighting Lien Chewi of Blue Pegasus and Aranya Web of Mermaid Heel, they were directly beaten unconscious. Wow, as expected of Fairy Tale's trump card, Yi Chen defeated Blue Pegasus Lien Cheong and Mermaid Heel's Aranya Web with just 1 blow at a distance of 5 kilometers. Fairy Tale scored 2 points again, now a total of 61 points. Yi Chen looked at the place where the lion's gold was bombarded and smiled. Isn't that good? On the other hand, Laxus also easily defeated Blue Pegasus's DBBA, Ivan Diram and Jenny Riite, allowing Fairy Tale to score another 2 points. Urza. Natwoka met Mermaid Heel's Beth and defeated them with a single sword. After defeating the opponent, Fairy Tail scored 1 point again. Now Fairy Tail only has Urza. Scarlet didn't touch the enemy, but even so, Fairy Tail scored 7 points in a short time, reaching 64 points, and has gradually caught up with the sword-biting tiger. The roar of the white dragon, the roar of the shadow dragon. Sting and Rog were together at the moment, and the two used their roars to defeat the Quattro Cerberus they met, except for Bacchus, and the other 4 got 4 points. Advertisement. As expected of the double dragon who was biting the tiger, I wonder if it's my illusion, Sting doesn't seem to be very interested at the moment. Maybe I lost the battle with the 2 Miss Urza from Fairy Tail the day before yesterday, so I haven't recovered yet, haha. Look, there are fewer cats in the guild rest area of the sword-biting tiger. Yeah, what happened? Still the same as the original plot, because of losing the battle with Fairy Tail, Sting and Rog were scolded by the current president of Sword-Biting Tiger, Gemma, and in the end because they disliked the guild crest of Sword-Biting Tiger printed on Lecter, and released the magic bullet towards Lecter. Thinking that Lecter was killed, Sting also exploded with potential, defeated Gemma with 1 blow, and became the new leader of the Sword-Biting Tiger. Luckily, Lecter was fine with Minerva's shot, but Minerva asked Sting to lead the Sword-Bite Tiger to victory on the final day. Agreed not to give Lecter to Sting. Boom. Not bad, Jura, your strength has improved a lot. Yi Chen also met the most powerful player among the contestants, the ace of Lamia scale, Jura Regis. It's a pleasure to fight against you, Your Excellency Yi Chen. The battle against Oracion Cease 7 years ago is still vivid in my memory. Really, I didn't expect to leave such a deep impression on you. Yi Chen smiled slightly, accepting Jura's compliment. Because of the Sirius Island incident, I thought I would never see you again, Lord Yi Chen, but I didn't expect you to survive in the end, which made me very excited. Your Excellency Yi Chen, you participated in the Damo Do performance, which made me extremely happy. Because I finally have a chance to fight with you once. Jura looked at Yi Chen with a smile on her face, and slowly expressed her thoughts. Really, then let's play another game. Mira, you should leave first, this place will become a battlefield next. Okay, Yi Chen, you have to be careful, the opponent is a top powerhouse second only to the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Chapter 202 New Template. Chapter 202 New Template. Resentment Sword not fearing Dacian the shape of the Taidao. Kagura also met an opponent who was enough to stop her at this moment, that is the ice-shaped magician of the Snake Princess scale, Leon hyphenation point Vastia. Ice shape. Great Ape. Kagura's super powerful slash shattered Leon's ice figure, the Great Ape, and the terrifying slash continued to slash towards Leon. Seeing this, Leon dodged to avoid the obvious it's not a slash that a human can take, and then, put your hands together. Shape of Ice. Frost Dragon, Dragon Breath, Roar. The extremely cold dragon's breath froze the ground and struck towards Kagura. Leon knew that Kagura's swordsmanship was extremely strong, and he could also use gravity magic. It can be said that the strength is definitely the right one among the mages who participated in the Damo Do performance. Counting, but I am definitely not weak. Resentment Sword Fearless Dai Tian Shang Shang. A terrifying slash swept across the town, and an unknown number of buildings were destroyed by this blow. The score is mine. Absolute Territory Space Shockwave. Boom. Just when Leon and Kagura were fighting fiercely, Minerva, who sensed the battle here, had long been hiding aside. At this moment, he suddenly launched an attack. Although he was prepared against it, he never expected that a powerhouse of Minerva's level would make a sneak attack. So Leon was careless, and was directly beaten by Minerva's attack and lost consciousness, and the tiger biting by the sword scored 1 point again. As a swordsman, Kagura has a strong physical body and extremely sensitive reactions. He directly raised his sword to block. Although he was repelled, he was not injured, and then he slashed at Minerva instantly. Resentment Saber, Fearless, Slashing Shape, Absolute Territory, Space Guardian. A vaguely visible space condensed in Minerva's hand, and received Kagura's super powerful slash with his bare hands. Change. Black Feather Armor Veer 2, Black Feather Moonflash. Advertisement Urza Scarlet also arrived at this moment, and launched an attack towards the two of them at the same time. Here comes another one. The concubine's harvest is really not repaid. The Thunder Dragon's Roar, the roar of the Shadow Dragon. The roar of the White Dragon. At this moment, Laxus met Sting and Rog, who were biting the tiger with swords, and even if it was 1 against 2, they still had the upper hand. The dragon breaths of the 3 directly collided in midair, and then a powerful explosion that condensed the 3 dragon slayers erupted directly. The terrifying impact instantly shattered the earth, centering on the place where the 3 fought. The entire Ku Rockers was completely destroyed by this terrifying impact in an instant. What? This power? Who the hell is it? Fortunately, none of the mages present were weak. Even if they were not as good as the top few, they could still dodge the shockwave. But even though they dodged this huge shockwave, they were still frightened. That's right. As expected of the White Dragon and the Shadow Dragon who have gained fame in the past 7 years, I don't know how many rounds they can last in the hands of my Thunder Dragon. Laxus entered the Dragon Power mode at this moment, and the extremely powerful magic power soared into the sky, steadily suppressing Sting and Rog who also burst out with Dragon Power. Are Fairy Tails monsters? Sting and Rog looked at each other, and they could see the other's thoughts in each other's eyes. They never expected that Laxus of Fairy Tail could beat them both with almost no power to fight back. Come on, Rog. Okay. Dragon Power Mode Combined Attack Holy Shadow Dragon Flashing Teeth Full Power. The two released their magic power out of their bodies at the same time for fusion, and then the torrent of magic power in the black space was released towards Lasax. It's a good move, but if you want to hit me with it, there are too many snails. Seeing this, Laxus just showed a confident smile. The powerful magic power began to condense, the sky and the earth began to change color, and the terrifying sense of oppression was felt deeply even by the audience far away in the arena. Strong, too strong. Advertisement? Is this the wizard from fairy tale? This kind of strength. I didn't expect Thor Laxus to be so strong. As expected of a fairy tale mage, countless people are shocked by the strength of Laxus. This strength is simply outrageous, right? Asking for flowers. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus is still a dragon's breath, but this time, it showed a superpower that even the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar can't ignore. Full power to annihilate coverage. As for Sting and Rog, they were also struck flying with lightning all over their bodies at this moment, but the two did not lose consciousness. They just cast their respective dragon-slaying mysteries at the same time while flying backwards. Dragon Slayer Mysteries Holy Nova. Dragon Slayer Mysteries Eternal Shadow. 2 terrifying dragon-slaying secrets, one white and one black, blasted towards Laxus. Laxus didn't notice it for a while, and was directly hit by Sting and Rog's dragon-slaying secrets. Although it was injured, it was not serious. Then Laxus also reciprocated with the Dragon Slayer Profound technique, and the endless thunder and lightning condensed in his hands, and then released towards Sting and Rog. Dragon Slayer Profound Art, Ming Yule, boom. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in the center of Ku Rockers, and all the contestants turned their attention to the direction of the mushroom cloud. What a fierce battle. Is this the strength of Laxus, the grandson of His Majesty Carlos? Jura has been completely suppressed by Yi Chen at this moment. Even with all kinds of tricks, it is still difficult to resist the 6-way mode that Yi Chen has entered at the moment. But even so, Jura, who has been completely inferior, still looks at him with piercing eyes the direction where the 3 of Laxus are. Ha ha ha, this is Laxus, but Laxus doesn't like being called the grandson of Carlos the Horseman. He prefers to be praised because he is Laxus. Yi Chen laughed loudly, then jumped back, and the powerful magic power began to condense. As the last day of the celebration, then I will specially show you the abilities I have acquired recently. Yi Chen smiled slightly. In the past 3 months, he didn't do nothing. He also extracted a super powerful character template, but the integration is not high, but now that he has entered the garbage of the battle time, he doesn't mind showing it off. Chapter 203 Power Beyond the Limits of This World. Chapter 203 Power Beyond the Limits of This World. System. Replace the S-level template. Frieza, first form. Received. Start replacing. Yi Chen muttered silently, and then Yi Chen's aura weakened in an instant, and then began to skyrocket in the next instant. Terrifying aura rose to the sky, the ground began to tremble continuously, the air began to boil, and everyone's hearts were enveloped in a lingering fear, which was the weak's fear of the strong. What? What is this? Even if he is as strong as Jura, at this moment, he feels like he has returned to the time when he was weak and faced the top powerhouse, and he feels fear. You must know that the emotion of fear never appeared again when he reached S rank, but sometimes today, it has returned to him again. Seeing that Jura was sweating profusely, Yi Chen just smiled. The Frieza template was drawn by his own luck, but now the fusion level of 630 is not high, only 1%, even so, still surprised by its unimaginable strength. And it was only after drawing Frieza that I realized that my guess about the system was wrong. A level is indeed enough to destroy the surface of the Earth, but the span of S level is extremely exaggerated. Cosmic grades are all S grades, and S grades are divided into 3 grades, S grade, and S plus grade. Then Yi Chen can roughly guess what the so-called X level is. It is definitely at the level of the multiverse, and even surpasses the level of the multiverse. After all, it is as strong as the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, the first form, and in the evaluation of the system, it is only at the level of S. Even the second form, the third form, and the fourth form are all at the level of S. As for Golden Frieza, the system is rated S+. Calculated in this way, it is estimated that Cell and Majin Buu are at the S level, and the Angel of the God of Destruction is at the S+ level. It is estimated that they can only meet the X level evaluation at the level of the King. Of course, all of the above are Yi Chen's guesses. After all, he was lucky enough to draw the S-level Frieza, first form, which allowed the system to inform the entire S-level information. It's just that there are advantages and disadvantages to having such a powerful template. Although it can be used at the moment, it has increased to 1% of the fusion degree after exhausting all of Yi Chen's accumulation. Fortunately, the minimum requirements for the template to show its power have been met, otherwise Yi Chen would be really difficult to use. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. Drink. Yi Chen roared angrily, and all the power that could erupt at this moment erupted, and the dazzling white light made everyone blindfolded. When the white light dissipated, Yi Chen's strength reached an unprecedented level. Advertisement. This power is really good. Yi Chen clenched his fist hard, and a sonic boom erupted from his hand in an instant. The roar spread far and wide, and even the magic shield built by the organizers was rippled. Feeling the endless power in his body, Yi Chen couldn't help being a little intoxicated. If he had such power when facing the Black Dragon Agnologia, he would never lose. Even if Frieza's template is only fused with 1%, it is already several times stronger than the enhanced version of the 6 Dao Madara, but because the fusion degree is too low, there is no way to fuse it for a long time. At most 30 seconds, it will completely consume use all your physical and magical powers. What a terrifying power. As Jura, who is facing Yi Chen's terrifying power, his heart is full of fear at the moment, but fortunately, he still remembers that it is now in the Damo Do Yun Wu, and there are rules of the game. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, he will not kill. Yeah, it's really scary, this is my first time using it. Yi Chen's black hair is standing upside down at the moment, endless power surges in his body, and the random opening caused the atmosphere to vibrate. This is the power of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, even if it is only fused %. Next, this is it. Yi Chen came to Jura's body in an instant, and slammed a fist towards the position. At this moment, Jura's whole body was covered with hairs, and the shadow of death was shrouded in his heart, which made Jura burst out with unprecedented potential, dodged the blow directly to the side with an indecent posture of rolling a donkey. But Jura dodged, but the earth had no place to hide. Smoke and dust hundreds of meters high rolled up at this moment, and the earth shook instantly, as if it had triggered a magnitude 9 earthquake, turning the world upside down, horror and despair. All the people who witnessed this blow looked at this destructive punch with dumbfounded eyes. Does this kind of power really exist in the world? Even the mages who participated in the battle were not weak, they were all shaken by the aftermath of this blow, and it was difficult to stabilize their bodies. What the hell is this? I didn't feel the magic power, but the aftermath was transmitted here and even further away. Who is it? Which monster is it? This year's great demon fighting martial arts is simply like a god fighting a little devil, isn't it? Advertisement, yes. And at the very center of what everyone was talking about at the moment, Jura was almost scared to pee. Such an outrageous attack actually happened at a place less than 10 meters in front of him? Sorry, I can't control my power well yet. Yi Chen spoke to Jura with a smile, but in Jura's eyes, this smile is not much different from a devil. The power that he can't even control is used in such a grandiose way. If you are not careful, you will die. Let's try this trick next. Yi Chen condensed the air on his index finger, which instantly started to glow and heat up, and then aimed at Jura. Wait. I admit defeat. Jura's ghosts froze for a moment, only feeling that death was beckoning to him, and immediately opened his mouth in a hurry to express his surrender. What? Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, but then he couldn't control the power in his hand. A red light brushed across Jura's face, across the ground, and shot towards the distance. In the next second, the mountains far away from Rockers were destroyed in an instant, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose up, and shockwaves and airwaves swept through Rockers a few seconds later. Yi Chen found out that Frieza's template should not be used for the time being. After all, the fusion degree is too low now. The so-called 1% fusion refers to 1% of Frieza's aspects. Chi, strength, superpower, physical strength, physique, control and even potential are all only 1%. This has led to the fact that Yi Chen at this moment has no way to control everything he owns. If he is not careful, he will cause a natural disaster 2.8, just like the punch he just hit Jura. He clearly wanted to hit Jura about 10 meters in front of him. Because of poor control, he almost hit Jura. But fortunately, Jura hid quickly at that time, so there was no murder. As for the blow just now, I obviously wanted to cancel the attack, but in the end I couldn't control it and hit it out. The author was interviewed by the leader yesterday, and his salary has increased by 10%, which can reach 5 figures. I don't want to write fairy tale, so I consider whether I need to end fairy tale early and change the map, but please rest assured, readers, at least I will write about Tartaros. As for writing about the Alba Reese Empire after Tartaros, it is better to change the map directly, or make a decision after writing Tartaros. Chapter 204 The Battle Between Women Chapter 204 The Battle Between Women. No way. Did I hear you right? Jura, that Jura. Regis, the 5th seed of 10 wizard saints. I actually conceded defeat. The host Jabati spoke in disbelief. After all, it was Jura. How could he just admit defeat? No, Mr. Jura actually lost. Who the hell can defeat Jura? It must be Yi Chen from Fairy Tail. That's right, only he can defeat Mr. Le. Even Jura lost. Do we have any chance of winning? All the contestants who are still on the battlefield heard Jabati's voice, and their first reaction was unbelievable. That is Jura, who has defeated all opponents in the past 7 years, and is called the second only to the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. The top powerhouse lost just like that? The second reaction is, if Jura loses, it must be lost to Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's strength is obvious to all, especially Yi of Blue Pegasus who defeated Oracion Cease 7 years ago and Leon of Snake Princess's Scale, and immediately judged that Yi Chen definitely defeated Jura. On the other hand, Yi Chen was the one who made such a big commotion just now. Thinking of this, everyone present felt chills in their hearts. With this level of strength, didn't they come to bully children when they came to participate in the big magic fight performance? However, we still have a chance of winning. Absolute Territory 18 Demon Fighting Gods Magic Space Explosion. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Resentment Saber, Not Fearing the Heavens, Gravity Saber, Slashing Shape. The winner must be our Fairy Tale. Change, Armor of the God of Heaven. Tianiation hyphenation point star color. Advertisement at this moment, Urza. Scarlet from Fairy Tale. Minerva Orland from Swordbite Tiger, and Kagura. Mikazuchi from Mermaid Heel fought together again, and the strongest magic of each of the 3 blasted towards the other 2 respectively. Boom. Less than 2 minutes after Yi Chen destroyed the mountain range, another huge shockwave swept across the audience. 3 completely different magic powers collided with each other, and the continuous explosion caused the devastated Ku Rockers to suffer glory again. I won. Minerva seized a gap and directly launched a surprise attack on Kagura who was wrestling with Urza. A katana came from nowhere and directly pierced Kagura's abdomen, making Kagura lose the ability to fight. VR. Kagura never expected that Minerva would come out like this. Although Minerva's sneak attack at the beginning made Kagura extremely vigilant, but in the subsequent battles, he always fought head-to-head, and he always regarded himself as the king. This made Kagura think that Minerva is also an upright person. As for the sneak attack at the beginning, it was just a good opportunity, so Kagura gradually let go of his guard against Minerva. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was recruited. Kagura's eyes were unusually unwilling and remorseful, and he was really unwilling to lose. Oh, unexpectedly, the battle between the three strongest female mages has gradually been decided. The first one to appear is Kagura, Mikazuchi of Mermaid Heel. And the other wizards of Mermaid Heel were all wiped out when they encountered Rufus, the tiger who bit the sword not long ago, so the first guild to be eliminated has been born, that is Mermaid. The total score at the time of elimination is 31 points. Let's see what's going on. Quattro Cerberus has already been eliminated except for the S-rank mage Drunken Eagle Bacchus, with a total score of 20 points, temporarily ranked 6th. Blue Pegasus also only has their strongest wizard Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki left. The total score is 33 points, temporarily ranking 4th. There are only 2 Lamia scale left, Sherry Blendy, the Godslayer of Wind, and Leon, the Mage of Ice. Vastia, with a total score of 50, we are currently ranked 3rd. And the 2 guilds that everyone is paying attention to, Fairy Tail and Sword-Biting Tiger, have performed very well. Up to now, no mage has been eliminated. Because of Yi Chen's attack just now, we eliminated Lamia Scale's captain, Jura, and got 5 points. In addition, Fairy Tail's mages got different points. At this moment, Fairy Tail's total score has reached 70 points, 2nd place. But the score of Sword-Biting Tiger is still stable at Fairy Tail at the moment, reaching 75 points and still firmly sitting on the 1st place. There is not much difference between the 2 guilds. I don't know if the goblin will defeat the tiger in the end, or the tiger will tear up the goblin. Oh, come on, advertisement, the tiger that the sword bites. Fairy Tail. After listening to Jabati's report on the battle situation, all the audience were excited, shouting and roaring crazily, venting their inner excitement. Sneak attack is not something a so-called king should do. Urza Scarlet was extremely angry at the moment. If she defeated Kagura, her old friend, in a fair and honest manner, then she would not say much. Her skills are not as good as others, so there is nothing to say, but she used such low-handed methods, which made her extremely sad. Anger. Only the final winner is the real king. Minerva wiped away the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and still spoke proudly. Then you will take your king's dream, fall into the abyss, and taste the failure. Change. Clothes of Pure Heart. Urza put on the clothes of Pure Heart, holding the demon sword Hongying, and the extremely tragic aura was released from her body at this moment. Don't think you can defeat me by changing a piece of clothing. Absolute Territory Demon 18 Fighting Gods Magic MT 670 Explosion. Minerva felt the deadly threat from Urza Scarlet at this moment and immediately decided to act first. Call. Facing the terrifying magic of Minerva, Urza Scarlet closed her eyes slowly, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. The next moment, her eyes opened abruptly, and a sharp light burst out from her eyes. Cut. Urza didn't say much, just uttered a word, but this blow contained all her magic power, physical strength, anger, dare not, and spirit, and this blow slashed towards Minerva with an unprecedented force. Even though Minerva has erupted all his magic power and tried his best to release his strongest magic, but in the face of such a terrifying blow, Absolute Territory Demon 18 Fighting God Magic Space Explosion is totally vulnerable. Under Urza Scarlet's horrific slash, even the space was cut open. Absolute Territory Devils 18 Fighting God's Magic Space Explosion couldn't even block it for a moment, and was directly cut by Urza's slash. And Minerva was also severely injured by this blow. After flying high, he fell heavily, blood dripping all over his body, and he no longer had the aura he had when he just came out. But even so, Minerva still stared at Urza with unwilling eyes, trying hard to prop up the body and stand up. I haven't lost. Chapter 205 Threat. Chapter 205 Threat. Minerva supported his bruised and exhausted body and managed to finish this sentence, when his eyes went dark and he fell down. Oh, Minerva Orland, one of the strongest mages of Sword-Biting Tiger, has completely lost her combat effectiveness under the attack of Fairy Tail's Fairy Queen Urza Scarlet, the first Sword-Biting Tiger wizard to be eliminated. Fairy Tail gets 1 point. Boom. Urza Scarlet also fell to the ground on her back at this moment. The blow just now emptied her of everything in an instant, even if she was stronger than Urza Scarlet. Take a break too. The final winner must be Fairy Tail. Urza Scarlet raised her right hand high and roared. This sound seemed to trigger the fuse of everything. Laxus was floating in midair at the moment, with extremely terrifying lightning in his hand, and slowly spoke to Sting and Rog who were barely standing below. Let me use this trick to end our battle. Thunderburst. Boom. A terrifying explosion that was not inferior to the one before was produced in an instant. A mushroom cloud like a nuclear explosion rose into the sky. The terrifying shock wave tore through the sky and shattered the clouds. Rockers ravages once again. OMG, it's amazing. Fairy Tail's Thor, Laxus, 1 against 2, defeated. White Dragon, Sting Eucliffe, Shadow Dragon, Rog Cheney. When the smoke and dust cleared, under the work of the magic camera, the host Jabati finally saw everything in front of him clearly. At this moment, Sangyang had completely lost consciousness, lying on the pile of rubble, looking extremely miserable awful. Fairy Tail defeated the sword-biting tiger again. Since Sting is the captain, Fairy Tail gets 6 points W. Now Fairy Tail has completely overwhelmed the sword-biting tiger by 1 point, ranked first. Advertisement just after Jabati's voice fell. The score of Fairy Tail changed again at this moment. Mira Jane defeated Leon and Sherry, because Leon was the captain, so he got 6 points. It's amazing, it's amazing. Fairy Tail's Mira Jane Strauss also defeated Lamia Scales Leon Vastia and Sherry Blendy with 1 against 2, and because Leon is the captain, he scored 6 points. Lamia Scale is eliminated. Fairy Tail has reached a staggering 81 points at the moment. No. Fairy Tail's Urza Networka beat Quattro Cerberus Captain Bacchus, another 5 points. The total score of Fairy Tail has reached 86 points. Does the sword-biting tiger still have a chance? Yi Chen looked up at the score on the big screen, smiled slightly, and then spread his 5 fingers towards the front left. It won't be 81 points anytime soon. An extremely huge magic power condensed in Yi Chen's hands, attacking towards the perceived magic power. Wish you guys good luck. Boom, Rufus. Lore and Ichia Vandalay Kotobuki of Blue Pegasus, who have already fought to the extreme of the sword-biting tiger, have no idea that someone can strike at a super long distance. Inadvertently, he was directly bombarded by this blow and lost consciousness. Amazing. The distance is close to 10 kilometers, but Fairy Tail's Yi Chen still accurately hit the place where sword-biting tiger's Rufus, Lore and Blue Pegasus Ichia Vandalay Kotobuki fought, causing the two wizards to lose consciousness. Successful. Thor's Rune Particle Cannon. Oluga Nanagir suddenly appeared not far from Yi Chen at this moment. A powerful magic condensed between his hands and fired towards Yi Chen. Come into the world. Beast number 1, King Kong of the God Sheep. Yi Chen didn't even look at Oluga Nanagir, but just spit out a sentence coldly, and then a reflective barrier formed entirely of gemstone crystals appeared beside Yi Chen, and Oluga Nanagir's Thunder God's Rune Particle Cannon. The moment it hit the reflective barrier, it turned back. Advertisement. What? Oluga Nanagir didn't expect that his Thunder God's Rune Particle Cannon would turn back, and he was hit straight when he didn't notice it. However, because he is the god of thunder extinguishing mage, his own lightning attribute resistance is extremely high, so even if he is hit head-on by his unique move, he only suffers minor injuries and does not affect his combat effectiveness at all. Worthy of being a thunder god extinguishing mage, the resistance of the thunder attribute is very high, but try this. Yi Chen praised with a condescending attitude. The indifferent eyes made Hele Oruga, who has always been fearless, break out in cold sweat in an instant. This kind of killing intent. Immortal method Yin Dan Thunder Sect. Yi Chen released branch like purple lightning from both hands. Everything he passed was torn apart, and the ground became scorched black. Even Oluga Nanagir, who was the god of Thunderslayer, was faintly stunned by this force. A feeling of, can't pick it up, if you pick it up, you will die. So he chose to avoid directly from the heart, and retreated quickly towards the rear. Can you escape? Yi Chen said coldly, and then the immortal art Yin Dan Thunder School in his hand surged again. The immortal art Yin Dan Thunder School originally had a huge attack range, but after Yi Chen increased the output, it became even wider. In an instant, it appeared in a fan shape covering a range of hundreds of meters in front of him. Crackling. The purple lightning from the immortal law Yin Dan Thunder School caught up to Oluga in an instant. Seeing this, Oluga realized that it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge, so he stood still, and the thunder full of the power of destruction, the magic power of God extinguishing magic condensed in his mouth. I am Black Thunder. Oruga. Thunder gods howl. Li Hao Hao. Oluga took a deep breath, and then a black thunder torrent roared out of his mouth, unexpectedly resisting Yi Chen's immortal technique, Yin Dunlay faction. It's very powerful. It's worthy of the magic that claims to be able to destroy gods, but that's all. Yi Chen looked at Oruga's roar, and actually felt a slight threat, although it was so small that it was almost undetectable, but it was meaningless. That was a threat. Why quit? Yi Chen frowned slightly, but his hands didn't stop. He was still releasing the immortal art, Yin Dunlay School, and he was thinking in his mind why Oluga would threaten him a little bit. You must know that even if it is as strong as Gildarts, in the previous battle, it only gave Yi Chen pressure and not a threat, and even acknowledge it was only dangerous, but not fatal, but now I feel it in Oluga. There is a slight mortal threat. Why is this? Chapter 206 So Chapter 206 So It's really strange, why on earth? Yi Chen frowned, looked at Oluga again, and muttered to himself. It's nothing special. The strength is not strong, the aptitude is not bad, and even the final height in the plot is the same, except that the magic is a bit special. Huh? Magic? Yi Chen watched the black thunder released by Oluga, gritted his teeth, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. So that's what happened. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth raised. He knew what was going on, why Oluga would bring him a slight threat of death. It's all because of the god-killing magic of thunder cast by Oluga, the god-killing magic and the god-killing magic, which is aimed at God. At the moment, the template loaded by Yi Chen is an enhanced version of Madara Uchiha's 6-path model. What is the foundation of the 6-path model? It's the sacred tree, and the sacred tree may be too reluctant to say that it is a god, but it is not at all to say that it has divinity, no problem. And Uchiha Madara's 6 paths mode was born by absorbing the sacred tree 263, which naturally has a trace of divinity. Plus the curse of immortality of the vampire's own ancestor is also cursed by God. Possessing the power of life after merging various factors, it became the template of Yi Chen's enhanced version of Madara Uchiha. This is also the reason why Oruga's god-killing magic will give him a trace of fatal threat. After all, the template loaded by Yi Chen at this moment is not strong in divinity, but it is not weak either. After all, besides its powerful power, the most important characteristic of god-extinguishing magic is to target divinity. It would be fine if the caster of god-extinguishing magic is weak, but Oruga is not weak, and it is only a thin line away from Shengyi's level. Advertisement, nice magic, but that alone is not enough. After Yi Chen figured it out, he smiled slightly. So what if there is a threat, no matter how threatened? DBAC, himself. Oruga's strength is there, it is impossible to defeat him, and the template he has is not only Uchiha Madara and the fourth primogenitor, and Frieza who just got it. Immortal Law. Lan Dun Guangya. A laser-like attack spat out from Yi Chen's mouth, cutting towards Oruga, and the corner of Oruga's eyes couldn't help twitching at this moment. The pervert in front of him completely suppressed himself with just a casual attack. Yes, now there's another trick? Wait. I admit defeat. Seeing the laser that was about to cut into him, Oruga decisively admitted defeat. After all, losing to Yi Chen is not a shame. After all, even Jura, one of the Holy Ten, has surrendered. It seems that it is not considered to be one more what? Who, under Yi Chen's control, the celestial magic land in Guangya that was originally tangential to Jura instantly turned into specks of light and dissipated into nothingness. Fairy Tail's Yi Chen is really too powerful. Just a casual attack, he overwhelmed the last mage who bit the tiger. Furthermore, Fairy Tail is still 5 magicians at this moment. None of them has been compromised. Is this the strength of Fairy Tail? It's really amazing. Jabati vented his excitement loudly, and even transferred the whole person to the rostrum, dancing and announcing the result. I declare now, the champion of this year's Damo Do Yunwu has been born. He is the strongest in the past, and he has regained the name of the strongest today, the strongest guild that once fell into the clouds, and is flying again today, Fairy Tail. Advertisement. Jabati took the microphone and announced loudly, roaring at the top of his lungs, announcing that Fairy Tail had become the champion. Oh, Fairy Tail, Fairy Tail, Fairy Tail, Fairy Tail, Fairy Tail. As Jabati's words fell, all the millions of spectators in the entire arena of Flare were screaming and cheering with excitement, cheering for the birth of the champion. 1. The partners of Fairy Tail embraced each other with tears in their eyes, especially those who had been waiting for 7 years, crying bitterly. The 7 years of waiting, patience, and grievances that I waited for 7 years all disappeared at this moment. For this moment, these 7 years of waiting, patience, and grievances are all worth it. I won. The 5 Fairy Tail mages in the field looked up at the fireworks that had begun to bloom continuously, and all showed relieved smiles. Although I know that for Fairy Tail's team participating in the Damo Do performance this time, winning the championship is like picking something out of a bag, but after all, there are many difficult characters in other teams, who knows if there will be accidents. Fortunately, everything went as expected, and they successfully defeated everyone and won the championship. Chapter 207 Escape. Chapter 207 Escape. Just when Yi Chen and others killed all sides in the Damo Do Yunwu and finally won the championship, the rescue team at this moment has also rescued Lucy, but due to various reasons, they finally fell into Naraku Palace. It is confronting Fiore's magic unit headed by the Knights of the Hungry Wolf. In fact, it's not a big deal if it's just the Hungry Wolf Knights. After all, there are no weaklings among the Fairy Tail mages present, except for the 2 cats. Natsu, Gajeel, these 2 dragon slayers, relying on the characteristics of dragon-slaying magic, have already grown into the first-rate powerhouses among S-level mages at this moment, and it can even be said that they are just a step away from the Holy Ten. And Grey's ice modeling magic, under Yi Chen's various teachings, has rapidly improved in strength, and it has also reached a level that is not inferior to Natsu Gajeel. Even because of the tricks, in terms of combat effectiveness, it may even surpass Natsu and Lu Yichao. This is mainly because of Yi Chen. After all, no matter which world you are in, those who use ice are among the best, such as Aokiji from One Piece, Estes from Crimson Eyes, and Shanya from Tushan Little Fox Demon. Ya, Kang Yu who stole the star Juishin. Wait, which one is not a first-class powerhouse? This is also the reason why Yi Chen can't help but often mention Grey. After all, other people's use of ice is outrageous. Although your use of ice exploded in the later stage due to the acquisition of the Ice Demon spell, it is obviously weaker than the protagonist Natsu in the early stage. So step up. Must step up, not only to catch up with Natsu, but also to overwhelm Natsu. So Yi Chen often told Grey casually about the various tricks he knew that could be made with ice. Natsu, the protagonist, is even slightly overpowering. And Wendy is still young, although she also uses Dragon Slayer magic and has extremely high aptitude, but now she has only reached the level of $. Kana is the daughter of Gildarts, who inherited her father's talent and magic power, coupled with the untie of her heart knot. Her magic power is stronger than that of Sirius Island, not double or twice. Coupled with the fact that the first generation has given it later, the radiance of the goblin, with Kana's majestic magic power, the brilliance of the goblin can fully exert its power. In this way, Kana's overall strength is definitely not weaker than that of Natsu, Grey, and Gajeel. 1 grade. Not to mention Mist Gang at this moment, Mr. Gong originally had the strength of the Holy Cross, and now it has the magical power temporarily borrowed by Jelal. Advertisement. Even Jura has to pay attention to it, which shows how strong it is. As for Lily, as the most powerful Exeter, he is also not weak. Once transformed, he will be a real S rank. As for Fairy Tale's heroine, Lucy may not be as good as the top powerhouses of Fairy Tale, but she also has a place among the next level of powerhouses. So even if the Hungry Wolf Knights is the strongest execution force in the Kingdom of Fury, for the Fairy Tale rescue team with a lot of top experts, 1 in the Holy 10 rank, 4 in the second Holy 10 rank, and 3 in the S rank, it's basically something that can be done with just a few hits. And the reason why the two sides are confronting each other now, and no one has the reason to act immediately, is that each has its own scruples. Ask for flowers for Fairy Tale's rescue team. The other party represents the country after all, representing the royal family of Fury Kingdom. Although Fairy Tale has enough strong people now, for the people, the country is the orthodox. So even if the Kingdom of Fury is not Fairy Tale's opponent, as long as the Kingdom of Fury declares war against Fairy Tale with justified reasons, the mere pressure of public opinion will be enough to cause Fairy Tale to fall apart. As for the Hungry Wolf Knights, they didn't think too much about it. The reason why they didn't do it was simply because they found that there were too many Fairy Tale experts present. If they did, the chance of losing was very high, so they could only wait arrival of reinforcements. We can't wait any longer, we must make a quick decision. That's right. Delay makes a difference. Natsu and Gray looked at each other. The long-standing tacit understanding allowed them to know each other's thoughts, and at the same time, they burst into magic power. Do it. X2 advertisement. Following Natsu and Gray's moves, the rest of the group followed subconsciously. Fire Dragon's Roar. Style of Ice. Ice Cannon. Iron Dragon's Roar. The Roar of the Sky Dragon. The Emperor's Windblade. Punlai Zheng. Cut. Boom. 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 Several strongmen of Fairy Tale displayed their best attacking moves one after another, and the whole Naraku Palace was very lively in an instant, with endless roars and roars one after another. Chapter 208 Misfortune. Chapter 208 Misfortune. The magic troops of the Kingdom of Fury are first-class elite troops in the entire Ishgar continent. All of them are magicians, and basically all of them are B-level magicians, and only a very small part are C-level magicians. Warriors, and the captain level is A-level wizards, and there are even S-level wizards. And the Hungry Wolf Knights of the Executioner's army are all members of S rank, and the head of the Hungry Wolf has reached the level of the half-step Holy 10. As long as they take one step forward, they can squeeze into this level of the Holy 10. It's a pity that Fairy Tale is stronger. Mist Gang alone repelled the entire Hungry Wolf Knights, and the attack of the rest of the people directly turned the people beaten by the Fury Kingdom's magic army on their backs, breaking through. 677. With ease the defense line of the magic troop headed by the Hungry Wolf Knights fled towards the depths of Naraku Palace. Damn. Chase. The captain of the Hungry Wolf Knights had a gloomy and terrifying face, and he slammed his fist hard on the rock wall beside him, then took off the two palm-shaped scythes on his back, cursed angrily, and then rushed towards the rescue team. Chase in the direction you left. As for the other members in the magic troop of the Kingdom of Fury, although I felt that Fairy Tale's mages were all terrifyingly strong, as loyal members of the kingdom, they hesitated for a while and followed them. In fact, this is the carelessness of the Hungry Wolf Knights and Fury Kingdom's magic troops. Although they are secretly on guard, they still think that the other party will not dare to do anything. After all, they represent the most powerful country on this continent. Kingdom of War. In the recorded history of the Ishgar continent, there has never been a guild that dared to confront the country, even the Dark Guild. Therefore, Fairy Tale's rescue team easily broke through the defense line of Fury's magic troop headed by the Executioner troop Hungry Wolf Knights. Captain, can we really bury them here? The opponent's strength far exceeds ours. Advertisement. While chasing, Niba, one of the members of the Hungry Wolf Knights, spoke hesitantly while holding a glass bottle containing concentrated acid. Idiot, we are the kingdom's strongest executioner unit, Hungry Wolf Knights. We represent the Kingdom of Fury. No matter how strong the opponent is, we must complete the execution today and bury them here. The head of the group, Hungry Wolf, spoke in an extremely angry tone. He is the captain of the Hungry Wolf Knights, the most powerful executioner unit in the kingdom. The wizards escaped, which made him unusually angry. No more chasing. Just when the Hungry Wolf was very angry and vowed that if he caught up with the Fairy Tale people, he would cut them to death, a knight in pure white armor appeared at the corner not far away, said to the crowd. This person is Colonel Arcadios, head of the Sakura Holy Knights of the Kingdom of Fury. Why? Hungry Wolf suppressed his anger and asked Arcadios, if the other party was not Princess Emerald's confidant, he would not have looked at this guy at all. From Hungry Wolf's point of view, in terms of strength, he is just a step away from the Holy 10, and Arcadios is only a mere S level, at most comparable to the weak Niba in his team. The captain of the Wolf Knights also has the rank of colonel. There is no need to listen to Arcadios at all. But the other party is the confidant of Princess Emerald, and almost all of Princess Emerald's orders are conveyed by Arcadios, which caused Arcadios to be half a level higher than himself invisibly, which made Hungry Wolf very upset. I'm sorry, if it wasn't for Princess Emerald's love, Arcadios would be a fart. And Arcadios is well aware of the psychology of hungry wolves, but he was born in a traditional knight family and received the most orthodox knight education, so he doesn't care what other people think of him. It is the object of my allegiance, J.D. Fury. Advertisement, I'm here to convey the latest instructions from Her Majesty the Princess. Arcadios took out a token, and said to the Hungry Wolf Knights and the magic troops. Seeing this, although very unwilling, but as the Hungry Wolf Knights loyal to Fury's royal family and the wizards of the kingdom's magic army, they still knelt on one knee and waited for the latest order from Princess Emerald. Her Majesty's handwriting. The conflict between Fairy Tale and the kingdom has a reason, and Fairy Tail has already won the championship in the Great Demon Fighting exercise, and has not caused any casualties in the kingdom. Therefore, according to the previous agreement, release Lucy. Heartphilia. Follow His Majesty's instructions, except for the captain of the Hungry Wolf Knights, who still had a look of displeasure. Everyone else in the Knights of the Hungry Wolf secretly breathed a sigh of relief that they could not fight against the ridiculously strong guy from Fairy Tail. That couldn't be better than 1.9. In addition, Her Royal Highness has another order for you, Fairy Tail mages. After reading the scriptures to the Hungry Wolf Knights and the magic troops, Arcadios turned his head and roared loudly towards those behind him. When did you find us? The people in Fairy Tail were actually not far away, because it was a dead end, so they turned back and prepared to take another fork in the road, which is the road that Arcadios came from. It's just that I saw Arcadios and the Hungry Wolf Knights and the magic troops before, so I hid aside and didn't show up. I just didn't expect that Arcadios was so keen that he actually found himself and others. Chapter 209 Emerald Princess is here to collect debts. Chapter 209 Emerald Princess is here to collect debts. I spotted you from the very beginning. As the guardian knight of the princess, one must not only have strong strength, but also have extremely keen perception, so as to resolve all dangers that may threaten Her Royal Highness in advance. Arcadios didn't care about the unreasonableness of Fairy Tail and others, and just said lightly. Really, you are indeed the guardian knight of Princess Emerald. Then what instruction does Princess Emerald have for us? Gray was shirtless at the moment and asked Arcadios with his arms folded. Her Royal Highness summoned Fairy Tail's mages to immediately go to the location of the Eclipse Gate of Wadding Palace to discuss the next thing in detail. After Arcadios said this, he turned and left in the direction he came from. Everyone in Fairy Tail looked at each other and followed. Boss? Then we. Cosmos walked up to the Hungry Wolf and asked in a low voice. 31 Let's keep up. Our Hungry Wolf Knights are not only the kingdom's executioner troops, but also the knights directly under the Emerald Princess. The first priority is to protect the Emerald Princess. And now Princess Emerald has summoned Fairy Tail's mages. It's fine if Fairy Tail's mages are safe. If Fairy Tail's mages dare to disrespect Princess Emerald, I will definitely risk my life. Let them know how powerful our Hungry Wolf Knights are. The Hungry Wolf put the two giant scythes back on its back, and also followed. Advertisement Lantern Palace Maracreas, where the Eclipse Gate is located, the Princess of the Kingdom of Fury, and the only heir of the Kingdom of Fury, Emerald E. Fury, is commanding the soldiers with a serious face at the moment. Your Royal Highness, I have brought the wizards from Fairy Tail. Arcadios knelt in front of Princess Emerald and lowered his head to report. Thank you for agreeing to my willful request, Knight Arcadios. Emerald E. Fury also saluted Arcadios and replied politely. Then Princess Emerald came to Fairy Tail, gave a salute and said, Everyone, I am Emerald Oral, Princess of Fury Kingdom. Seeing this, the other members of Fairy Tail returned their salutes one after another. After all, this beautiful girl with emerald green hair is the next queen of Fury Kingdom, the most powerful kingdom on the Ishgar continent. Powerful, but to put it bluntly, they're just civilians. I have seen Her Majesty the Princess. Even Jelal, when he was 10 wizard saints, never saw the real high level of the kingdom like Emerald E. Fury. You must know that with the strength of the Fury Kingdom, even the council does not dare to underestimate it. There are many powerful guys in the entire kingdom, and even every city has S-level magicians sitting in town to maintain local security. There are even rumors that the royal family of Fury has a powerhouse at the level of 10 wizard saints. Moreover, the foundation of the kingdom is extremely deep, not to mention anything else, just the gate of the eclipse can be figured out, which shows how strong the foundation of Fury's royal family is. In addition, the military has the untold secret of being able to connect the magic power of an entire magic army to release super powerful magic. This is also the reason why the kingdom can make the top mage guilds in the country bow their heads, and even the reason why the council is unwilling to provoke the Kingdom of Fury. It's just that these powerful people who belong to the country don't appear in front of the public very often. These people are either high-level military officials or the leaders of the country's special forces, or they are the city lords who sit in one side. Ordinary people don't know these strong people, but the major magicians the Scholars Association has more or less information about these people. Advertisement Even the Emerald E. Fury in front of him is not weak, much stronger than the ordinary S-level magician, because he is not small, he can be regarded as a master. Before I explain, first of all, I would like to express my apologies to Minister of Defense Dutton for the unreasonable imprisonment of Ms. Lucy. I also express my sincerest apologies to everyone for what happened in Naraku Palace. I hope you can forgive us. It's okay, Your Royal Highness, we won't take this little matter to heart. Lucy spoke first. Compared with others, Lucy knew the importance of the princess in front of her, so she quickly said that she and others would not take what happened just now to heart. Seeing this, Princess Emerald nodded secretly. Miss Lucy is quite knowledgeable about current affairs B50. Secondly, I would like to congratulate Fairy Tail for becoming the champion of this year's Damo Do Yunwu. Although he had already heard the news from Arcadios in the Naraku Palace, it was not necessarily impossible that Arcadios lied to appease himself and others at that time. Now from Princess Emerald, all the people present were beaming with joy. If it wasn't for the princess in person, they would all want to celebrate, but what happened next made all the people present turn pale, especially Natsu and Gajil, the two saboteurs. Though it ruined the rockers. Scare, father-in-law, your highness the princess. You, don't you want us to compensate for the loss? Natsu stammered and said, at this moment, Natsu is sweating profusely, his face is pale, as Natsu, who often has to use his salary as compensation, he is already calculating how many years he has to work as a voluntary worker before he can afford to pay for the entire rockers up. Of course. Chapter 210 is about the future. Chapter 210 is about the future. Bang. X4 hearing Princess Emerald's words, Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, and Happy fell to the ground on the spot and passed out. When the three of them usually do tasks, most of the rewards are used to pay for the losses caused by various tasks, but that's a few small houses at most, or some iconic buildings. But this time it's Rockers, the capital of the king. Even if the loss is all the money I earned from performing missions in the past, I guess it's not even a fraction. Thinking of this, the three people and one cat are very straightforward turned over and passed out. Kana is also dizzy at the moment, and already feels that there are astronomical debts on her body. She is already thinking about whether to mortgage Gildarts to the royal family. Anyway, Gildart's strength is also at the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Paying for your own debt shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry Dad, for your daughter to live freely, I can only make you sacrifice. Kana's inner monologue. Because Wendy is still young, she doesn't know the weight of it. She is just calculating how much compensation Fairy Tai will have to pay with a pale face, but the more she calculates, the paler her face is. Finally, she is considering whether to quit Fairy Tail to get rid of the debt. Carla and Lily are completely stress-free at the moment, after all, they're just cats. On the contrary, Mr. Gong, Jelal, was completely unaffected at the moment. He had just seen the flash of smile in Princess Emerald's eyes. Obviously, this mischievous princess was joking. Princess Emerald smiled. She just looked at Natsu, who was stuttering and felt very interesting, so she blurted out, of course, just to see the reaction of Natsu and others. Now she has the fun she wanted. Emerald the princess didn't intend to continue joking anymore, and was ready to get down to business. Just kidding, after all, when the kingdom decided to use the entire Ku Rockers as the battlefield for the last battle of this great demon fighting exercise, they were ready to smash the entire Ku Rockers into ruins. In fact, Malukria's, the Lantern Palace, was originally a ruin, and it was only restored by magic. As for other places, due to some follow-up reasons, it is not planned to be restored for the time being. If the Fury Kingdom still exists in the future, it is not difficult to restore Ku Rockers to the kingdom's heritage. Advertisement for an old and powerful kingdom like the Kingdom of Fury, restoring Ku Rockers is at best a waste of magic power. This amount of magical power may be an astronomical figure for the Magisters Guild, but for the Kingdom of Fury, it is simply a drop in the bucket, insignificant. The really troublesome thing is what the people who traveled from the future told Princess Emerald that 10,000 dragons will attack the Kingdom of Fury in the early morning of tomorrow, which is the most important thing. Restoring Ku Rockers will also become ruins again in the following battles. Wait, Your Royal Highness, you said there are some reasons for the follow-up, so you don't plan to restore Ku Rockers for the time being? Hearing that Princess Emerald was joking, Natsu and the three of them who had already pretended to faint immediately got up and patted their chests to show that the princess is proud, but Miss Gang, Jelal, was not paying attention at the moment. Not here, but on the reason why the Emerald Princess said that Ku Rockers is not restored temporarily. That's exactly what I'm going to say next. Princess Emerald put away the smile on her face, and said to Fairy Tail and the others with a serious expression. What I'm going to say next is about the future of the Kingdom of Fury. No, it should be said about the future of the entire continent, the future of the entire world. Princess Emerald organized her words and continued to speak. 7 years ago, a person who claimed to be from the future advised me that in the early hours of tomorrow, more than 10,000 dragons would attack the Kingdom of Fury. We didn't believe it at first, just in case, so we have been constantly preparing for war and expanding our strength since 7 years ago. But with the start of the Damo-Do performance, the other party's prophecies come true one by one, and we have to believe that his words are indeed true, so he decided to do everything in order to save his country. And our biggest trump card is the Eclipse Gate in front of us. Advertisement Emerald Princess pointed to the huge and spectacular solar eclipse gate behind, and said proudly. So big. It's spectacular. The wizards of Fairy Tail, who had never seen the eclipse gate, sighed one after another. By the way, didn't Captain Arcadios say that the eclipse gate was built to travel back 400 years and defeat Zareth, who has not yet become a black mage? As long as Zareth is defeated, there will be no Akuno, Qian, Logia, the last feather, and the world will be completely safe, right? Miss Gang, Jelal, as the prince of the world of Iadelas, coupled with the painstaking handling of government affairs in the past 7 years, quickly grasped the loopholes in Princess Emerald's words. Question it. The Eclipse Gate actually has 2 uses. One is to transfer time, as a link to connect 2 different time and space, and the second is to become an attack weapon, the so-called Eclipse Cannon, which can also be used once the ultimate means to hit 10,000 dragons. Kill 10,000 dragons at once? Great, there's a way to save the world? That's great. Several people in Fairy Tail couldn't help cheering. Chapter 211 The Eve Chapter 211 The Coming Wanlong. Mouth. I don't know what's going on, but I can't type the word Kudong. Later, I checked Baidu, and said that the word has long since disappeared. I already wondered if the word ko was next to the word mouth when I watched it when I was young. Oh. Having said that, even if you have accumulated endless magic power through previous Damo-Do performances, and claim to be able to match the magical spirit power of the Magic Council's ultimate weapon Arios Eclipse Cannon, I am afraid that it will only be able to solve it in the end. Most of the dragons, some of them will survive in the end. So this requires everyone's combat power to kill the remaining dragons. At this moment, Arcadios was holding a special night sword, knocked on the ground, attracted the attention of several people, and said, "That's right, it may be a few dragons, it may be dozens of dragons, it may be hundreds of dragons. Ultimately, it is impossible to eliminate all dragons at once." Princess Emerald nodded and admitted, "Since this is the case, the people should be evacuated immediately. This has already been done. In addition, His Majesty the King of the Kingdom has also summoned all the participating mages and announced this matter." On the other side, Thomas E. Fury, the King of the Kingdom of Fury, also explained the ins and outs of the matter to the major wizard guilds. "You mean 10,000 dragons? Are there really so many dragons in this world?" Advertisement following Thomas E. Fury's explanation, many mages gathered below whispered, "You must know that before today, no one has even seen a dragon, and they are even skeptical about whether dragons really exist in this world. But in front of everyone, someone actually said that in the near future, more than 10,000 dragons would attack this country. If it weren't for the king of this kingdom who said this, he has always been loved by everyone. Madmans. In fact, this special operation is currently being carried out in the Wadding Palace. Using the Eclipse Gate, which has been accumulating magic power for the past 7 years, as a weapon, it can annihilate 10,000 dragons at once. But the Eclipse Cannon will eventually miss, even though we have made a lot of preparations, but this is the legendary dragon after all. It is the legendary dragon that stands on top of all magical creatures, so I still hope that everyone can help us and help Theo the Kingdom of Lies survives this disaster. I request again, please join hands and knock down all the surviving dragons." After Thomas E. Fury finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the mages below, and the soldiers around him also bowed to the mages at the same time. Seeing the king begging himself and others so sincerely, all the mages present had a kind of blood boiling, fighting spirit burning, and the urge to shed blood for this country and the people of this country. "Oh, it goes without saying, leave it to us. How can you be defeated by such a monster? This country that advances with magic is our country." Advertisement. Everyone present cheered and greeted the coldest despair with the hottest fighting spirit. "By the way, our partner was captured by the royal army, D. Beg." Ma Karloff asked suddenly at this moment. "Don't worry, the report has just been received, your partner has been released, and your rescuers are safe and sound, and now all the staff have joined Her Royal Highness." A certain army commander at the side said with some displeasure, if it wasn't for this special period, if it was normal, he would have drawn his sword to face Fury if he dared to offend the Kingdom of Fury in this way. "That's it, then leave it to us." Yi Chen remembers that the dragon in the original plot came out of the Eclipse Gate, but it seems that there are 3 fairy tale worlds. One is the fairy tale world in the plot, which entered the next chapter with a near-miss ending. The second one is the fairy tale world where Lucy is in the future. The whole world was destroyed by 10,000 dragons. In the end, only the future Lucy and the future Levy are left in the entire fairy tale. Even the future Lucy died in the fairy tale in the plot. The world, that is, the world where the last golden grassland appeared. As for the third one, it is the most desperate and saddest world, which is the world where Rog lives in the future. In that world, not only 10,000 dragons descend, but also Agnologia, the final feather. It's just that I don't know which world I and others are in. Logically speaking, it should be the first world, which is the fairy tale in the normal timeline. It's just that Yi Chen has been searching for the future since he came to Rockers. Rog and the future Lucy, but until now these two people have not been seen. This made Yi Chen couldn't help wondering whether he was in the world where Lucy or Rog would be in the future, right? But speaking of the 3 worlds, the 10,000 dragons theoretically came out of the Eclipse Gate. If this is the case, wouldn't it be okay as long as you keep the Eclipse Gate from opening? There is only one problem. Now everyone's hope is on the Eclipse Gate 2 Eclipse Cannon. If you go to prevent the opening of the Eclipse Gate by yourself, I am afraid there will be great resistance. Chapter 212. 1,000 Dragons Attack. Chapter 212. 10,000 Dragons Attack. Forget it, as long as it's not Agnologia, the other dragons should not be my opponents now. After all, even if it's only fused with 1%, Frieza is still the king of the universe with a combat power of 530,000 in the first form. Yi Chen finally gave up trying to prevent the Eclipse Gate from opening. On the one hand, he couldn't tell whether the world he was in was one of the 3 fairy tale worlds that appeared in the plot, or another parallel world. In case the 10,000 dragons did not come out from the Solar Eclipse Gate, but from other places, then going to prevent the Solar Eclipse Gate from opening, wouldn't it be a sinner? On the other hand, Yi Chen is also very confident in Frieza's combat power. After all, even 1% of the combat power of 530,000 is 5,300 points. In Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo can destroy the moon at around 1,000. It prevents demi-humans from turning into great apes. According to the settings of Dragon Ball, Vegeta threatened to destroy the Earth when he had 18,000 combat power. According to Vegeta's urine, at most he would talk big, but he would never lie, since he could destroy the Earth at that time. Earth can definitely do that. In this way, with a combat power of 5,300, it is not possible to destroy a planet, but it is always possible to destroy a continent. Yi Chen still does not believe it. Among the dragons, apart from the special case of Agnologia, there are other dragons that can do it. Moreover, Yi Chen has an intuition that maybe through fighting, the progress of fusion can even be improved. Yi Chen still remembers that Frieza is a genius, and he obtained the Golden Frieza form after only 4 months of cultivation. Ultra Blue was flat. As I said before, the improvement of fusion degree is an all-round improvement, so in other words, aptitude is also a part of the improvement. 1% of Frieza's aptitude is enough to give Yi Chen the confidence to improve fusion through battle. It's just that Chen vaguely feels that Frieza's template is not the uneasiness that he can control at the moment, but he doesn't know what the source of this uneasiness is. This is also when Chen plans to attack Wanlong. Use the Frieza template to test the waters. After all, Wanlong is already qualified as an experimental subject. Advertisement. After making up his mind, Chen leaned against a street tree, closed his eyes and began to adjust himself. The next battle will not be easy. As time passed by, every minute and every second, the boiling blood of everyone gradually cooled down, replaced by an indescribable pressure, and the atmosphere became more and more dignified. The only thing that remained unchanged was the unyielding fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. As the prophesied time approached, Princess Jade decided to open the solar eclipse gate in advance to deal with the next situation, but the solar eclipse gate was only half opened, and a Tongtian roar came from the sky, followed by countless. The roar came, making people's eardrums hurt. Everyone involuntarily looked towards the direction of the roaring sound, and saw countless huge figures gradually approaching rockers with terrifying coercion. It's really a dragon, quick, get ready. When seeing the group of dragons, the air froze for an instant, and then everyone roared in horror. Even though they had prepared in advance, this was the first time they faced a giant dragon at the top of the food chain. Everyone still couldn't help but panic for a while. Asking for flowers. Don't panic, just follow the previous drill and act. When Princess Emerald saw the dragons attacking, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the most terrifying thing is often before the arrival. When it really comes, she can wait with concentration. Advertisement. According to the previous exercise, speed up the opening of the solar eclipse gate. Yes, Princess. Countless soldiers began to manipulate the solar eclipse gate, and the speed of the solar eclipse gate, which opened slowly, suddenly increased a lot, and soon reached the level of fully opening. But at this time, everyone has been able to see the huge monster in the distance very clearly through the magic telescope, and even some giant dragons have begun to gather dragon breath in their mouths. Princess. It's open. The door of hope is open. In the eyes of everyone, the eclipse door, which represents hope, was finally completely opened, and a powerful colorful magic power pierced the sky, illuminating the entire night sky of rockers. Quick! The magic power is at its strongest when the solar eclipse gate is just opened, and then it will gradually dissipate as the solar eclipse gate opens. Aim at the dragons immediately. Princess Emerald did not have time to appreciate the beauty, and immediately ordered to prepare to launch the eclipse cannon. Yes, Your Royal Highness. The mage who was manipulating the eclipse gate immediately began to adjust the orientation of the eclipse cannon. And then in the eyes of everyone's expectations, a terrifying magic beam of light shot out from the eclipse gate, and the torrent of colorful magic power instantly it hit the middle door of the dragon group that had already started spraying dragon breath and preparing to destroy the world. Chapter 213 The Most Desperate Despair. Chapter 213 The Most Desperate Despair. The most nervous thing at this moment is Princess Emerald. After all, in the calculation before the battle, the best distance to kill the dragons is when the opponent is still far from the king's capital, Rockers, that is, when the dragons can just be seen. If you attack at that time, even if you can't kill all the dragons at once, you can kill most of the dragons, but after that distance, as the dragons approach, the dragons will definitely disperse. The lethality caused may only kill half of the dragons at most. But now because of my own carelessness, I have missed the best distance, but now there is no way, even if I can't kill all the dragon 260 group, I have to kill most of them. Thinking of this, Princess Emerald nervously looked at the direction of the colorful torrent of magic power. Boom! The moment the extremely terrifying magic beam of light hit the dragons, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying and hot mushroom cloud exploded less than 50 miles away from Rockers, the capital of Fury Kingdom. At the moment of the explosion, time stopped and space was shattered. The ruthless extreme high temperature destroyed everything. The terrifying shockwave swept across the earth, tearing everything apart. Immediately after the shockwave, there was a strong wind that could completely overturn the earth. It swept across the entire area in an instant, destroying the already ruined Ku Rockers once again. The super-penetrating power of the Eclipse Cannon directly penetrated the continental plate of the Ishgar continent, and the earth-shattering shockwave centered on the location hit by the Eclipse Cannon, and quickly spread towards the entire Ishgar continent. On the edge of the continent, the vibration of the Ishgar continent can also be clearly felt. And at this moment, Rockers is experiencing an unprecedented earthquake. The ground rises in an instant, and sinks in the next instant. The ground continues to crack into a bottomless abyss, and the cracks spread to endless places. Died in this terrible earthquake. Soon, less than 3 minutes after the earthquake, a terrifying airwave also swept across every corner of the Ishgar continent, and countless lives were dissipated under the aftermath of this blow. Under this extremely powerful explosion, everyone thought the world was doomsday coming tonight. Advertisement. When the shockwave dissipated and the aftershocks subsided, the staggered mages stared dumbfoundedly at the huge crater formed by the Eclipse Cannon piercing the continental plate in the distance. The bright red lava slowly flowed in the crater, flowing slowly. The fiery breath can still be felt even if it is tens of miles away. Ha 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 ha. It's amazing. Is this the power of the Eclipse Cannon? As expected of a forbidden weapon comparable to the Council, the power of magic spirit power. Under this kind of attack, the dragon group should be almost dead, right? Seeing this horrific attack, a magician swallowed his saliva, and then he seemed to want to vent his inner fear, so he couldn't help but vent it loudly. No. That's right, maybe not even a single fish slipped through the net. Ha ha ha, yes, definitely. Thinking of the destructive blow that was like a god punishing the world, Everyone was full of confidence in this blow. They believed that no dragon would survive under this kind of attack. After all, the horror of this blow was obvious to all. Its power is absolutely unbelievable. Idiot. Don't say kill the dragons with this blow, I'm afraid they won't even be injured. Advertisement. Yi Chen looked up at the sky and said coldly. At this moment, Yi Chen, with the extreme vision of the reincarnation eye, has already seen the group of dragons that are swooping down in the sky, and although the group of dragons is a bit embarrassed, it is obvious that not even injured. What? What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone looked at Yi Chen, then looked up following Yi Chen's gaze, and then saw a scene that was enough to make everyone despair. I saw countless giant dragons in midair swooping down here, and the terrifying power of countless dragons was layered on top of each other, almost making the air stagnate. Everyone seemed to be frozen by a body-holding technique, and felt that the whole body was cold and difficult to move. Why? How could? This world is over. The ones who were hit the hardest were undoubtedly King Thomas E. Fury of the Kingdom of Fury and Emerald Princess Emerald E. Fury. They prepared the Eclipse Cannon for 7 years, but they didn't even destroy a single dragon. Even the Eclipse Cannon, which is comparable to the power of the magic elves, can't hurt the dragons, so wouldn't we be even more helpless with the dragons at 0.6? Yes, I think we better, let's run for our lives. Even the many mages who were full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit before have completely lost their fighting spirit at this moment, and many mages don't even know that the magic weapons in their hands have fallen to the ground, and an endless despair shrouded the stills on the hearts of all of us at the Rockers. On the contrary, Yi Chen was already prepared for this. Although the Eclipse Cannon just now was extremely gorgeous and powerful, but when he felt the magic power, Yi Chen knew that the Eclipse Cannon could not cause damage to the dragons. Up. Chapter 214 Frieza. Chapter 214 Frieza. Because the magic power of the Eclipse Cannon is too complicated. The torrent of magical power that looks colorful and gorgeous is because there are magic powers of various attributes, such as Ice Attribute Magic Power, Fire Attribute Magic Power, Light Attribute Magic Power, Dark Attribute Magic Power, Earth Attribute Magic Power, Space Attribute Magic Power, God-Killing Magic Power, Dragon Magic. It can be said that the Eclipse Cannon is completely a hodgepodge. If it is facing other people, it will be fine, but facing the dragons with extremely high magic resistance, it will directly become a firework. At most, this firework is more powerful. If you feel scared, just leave quickly, get in the way. Yi Chen decisively switched to the template of Frieza, the first form, and a cold and evil aura emanated from him. In the eyes of everyone present, the sense of oppression that Yi Chen brought to them by himself completely overwhelmed by the sense of oppression brought by the 10,000 dragons in front of him. Your Excellency Yi Chen, you. Even Jura, seeing such a desperate scene just now, has no fighting spirit at all, but seeing Yi Chen, who seems to be ready to fight at this moment, on the contrary, aroused his fighting spirit. The magic power of the Eclipse Cannon is too modeled, causing various magic powers to constantly conflict with each other, so don't look at the amazing power, but it is basically useless against dragons with extremely high magic resistance. Yi Chen expressed his guess coldly, and then used Wukong to rush towards the group of dragons who were already less than 1 kilometer away from the ground. Whether to fight or to flee, you decide for yourself, but I will definitely fight to the last moment. Another word for you, it is better to fight 1 against 100 with courage than 1 against 100. After Yi Chen's voice fell, everyone in Fairy Tail was the first to come back to their senses. To be honest, they were also frightened by the previous desperate scene just now, but after Yi Chen stepped forward, everyone was on fire again. Got a fighting spirit. Advertisement. That's right. Even if each dragon has the strength of 1 against 100, then we will use 100 people to fight it. If he has the power of 1 against 1,000, then we will use 1,000 people to fight against it. Urza. Networka drew out the 7 Days and 7 Nights knife, pointing the knife at the dragons. As the captain of the world's second magic warfare unit in Adela's, she felt deeply about Yi Chen's words. That's right, even if I have to die, I'll die standing up. The magic power of Laxus's whole body rioted, and the Thunder Dragon Slayer's magic body instantly swelled up. The power of the Thunder Dragon filled his whole body, and the terrifying thunder and lightning shot out from his body, heading straight into the sky. That's right, isn't the meaning of our Dragon Slayer existence just for this moment? Sting and Rog also rekindled their fighting spirit, and 2 dragon powers, 1 black and 1 white, burst out from their bodies, just like Laxus's golden Thunder Dragon power, soaring straight into the sky. In the distance, where the Eclipse Gate is located, the same despair enveloped everyone's hearts, but with Natsu's mouthful, everyone finally regained their fighting spirit and prepared to fight to the end. The same 3 different colors the dragon power of the dragon soars into the sky, echoing the dragon power of Laxus, Sting and Rog. In midair, Yi Chen, who was rushing towards the group of dragons, felt the power of the 6 dragons behind him, as well as the gradually rising magic power of all sizes, and smiled slightly. It seems that everyone has regained their fighting spirit, so the next step is up to me. Seeing the group of dragons that were close at hand, Yi Chen condensed super powerful chi in his hands. Because the Frieza template is too powerful, even if it is only 1%, it completely overwhelms the magic power in his body. When using Frieza when the template is used, it directly becomes gas. But fortunately, it is chi. If it is still magic power, then with the resistance of the dragon group, it is estimated that I will not be able to kill many dragons if I am exhausted. Flame Ripple. Boom. Fortunately, Yi Chen's hands were not ambiguous, and the red attack instantly killed several giant dragons in front of him, and even the strong dragon's body was completely destroyed. Strong, too strong. Is this the history of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Advertisement. Yi Chen was also shocked by the effect of this blow. He knew that Frieza's strength was very strong, and his chi was also very strong, but he didn't expect that even a dragon would be difficult to resist Frieza's attack. It was like paper paste, easily killed. In this case, then, the next step is my performance. Flame ripple, flame ripple, flame ripple, flame ripple, flame ripple. Boom 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 boom. Yi Chen opened his bow left and right, relying on the 1% fusion template of Frieza's first form. He found that 607's flame crack wave he released had not recovered quickly enough. Since this is the case, what to say, just do it directly and it will be over. With Yi Chen's eruption, each blow can kill several or even dozens of dragons, and seeing Yi Chen so terrifying, all the dragons attacked Yi Chen bravely, and the dragon's breath was like he sprayed wildly at Yi Chen like he didn't want money, but it's a pity that the template loaded by Yi Chen at this moment is Frieza. You know, in Dragon Ball Z, an attack that is lower than one's own strength to a certain extent cannot cause the slightest damage at all, just like Frieza's battle against the Namek Neru. No matter how hard Neru tried, Frieza remained unscathed. And the flesh body of the frozen demons is already strong, even if Yi Chen only obtained 1% of the physical strength of Frieza's first form. Facing these dragons whose strength is at most from the Holy 10 to the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, Yi Chen doesn't think they can cause harm to himself. The result was also as Yi Chen expected. With an attack below a certain level, he was not even qualified to break the defense. The breath of these giant dragons, to him, was just tickling. Chapter 215 Negotiation. Chapter 215 Negotiation. Flame. Flame ripple. Air bomb. Light eyes. Death beam. Double death beam. Multiple death beams. Crazy death beam. 7 Yi Chen directly ignored the attacks of the dragons, still bowed left and right with both hands, and even shot light from his eyes that was enough to pierce the dragon and destroy the dragon's body, constantly venting the mighty power that belonged to the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Countless giant dragons were killed under Yi Chen's never-ending catharsis, and fragments of dragon limbs rained down from the sky, stunned many mages on the ground. Yi Chen. Definitely not human. 100, 200, white 100. 800, 900, 1000. 5,000 heads, 6,000 heads, 7,000 heads. Advertisement. Finally, under Yi Chen's frantic attack, most of the attacking dragons were killed by Yi Chen. The dragons that had covered the sky and the sun seemed sparse at the moment, and by visual inspection there would never be more than 1,000 dragons. And the rest of the dragons, looking at Yi Chen, were full of fear. In the memory of these dragons, no one had ever been able to slay a dragon, let alone someone like Yi Kong who could slay a dragon with 10 personal experience, more than 9,000 to buy a dragon. Just like what Yi Chen is facing is not more than 10,000 giant dragons, but more than 10,000 chicks, which can be slaughtered at will. Who? Yi Chen couldn't help exhaling a foul breath at this moment. Even with the strength of Frieza's template, Yi Chen still felt very tired from such a high-intensity attack. This was not physically, but mentally. There is still 1/10. It seems that I have worked hard. Yi Chen looked at the rest of his dragon group vigilantly, gathered a strong chi in his hands again, and was ready to continue to fight. Roar, humans! Stop it! We mean no harm. At this moment, behind the group of dragons, 5 giant dragons that were obviously much more powerful than the surrounding group of dragons flew over and said to Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. It seems that you guys made the first move. Yi Chen sneered, and then his eyes released light, sweeping across directly, killing the 2 dragons on the side again. Hey, human, don't go too far. The largest and most powerful of the 5-headed dragons, its whole body looks like gold. Its dragon body is mighty and majestic. Its aura is extremely strong. Its dragon power sweeps the world. If the other 4-headed dragons are Dragon King, then there is no doubt that this is the king of the kings of the Dragon Clan. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, his huge dragon eyes fixed on Yi Chen. I'm too much. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen pointed at himself amusedly, laughing wildly as if he heard the funniest joke in his life. Advertisement. It seems that you guys moved first. Yi Chen's wild laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at the absolutely very powerful Dragon King in front of him with cold eyes and said slowly. Humans, I admit that we were the first to do it, but now you have killed enough. It's time to relieve your anger. We came to this world only because of an accident, and we didn't intend to be your enemy. The golden dragon didn't care about Yi Chen's words at all. It flapped its golden wings, moved closer to Yi Chen, and said slowly. So, can I invite you to go back? As long as you go back, everything will be fine. Yi Chen folded his hands on his chest and said, no matter what the other party thinks, delaying time now is definitely good for him. After all, he just launched a high-intensity attack and needs to take a breather. Sorry, we don't even know how we got here, let alone go back. The golden dragon shook its huge dragon head and continued talking to Yi Chen. Then what do you want? Yi Chen also felt the sincerity of the other party at this moment and asked. We just need a foothold, and when we find a way, we will naturally go back. Preferably an offshore island, we don't want to be bothered. The golden dragon stated his request, then thought about it and continued, good. The world we live in is completely different from yours. The world we live in is called the Dragon Realm. Before we find a way to go back, we can make a covenant with you. Yi Chen was taken aback when he heard the words of the golden dragon, and then his face turned gloomy. Dragon Realm? He didn't remember that there was such a world in the original plot, but then he thought about it again. The fairy tale world even has the celestial spirit world, and even the reverse world. Adelas with phases exists all over the world, and it is not too much to have multiple dragon fruits. Okay, I have already figured out where to take you, but I want to ask, I killed so many of your clansmen, aren't you all ready to take revenge? Advertisement Chapter 216 Myths and Legends Chapter 216 Myths and Legends. Clan people? No, they're not our clansmen, they can only be called dragon beasts. The golden dragon raised its head proudly and said, the real kinship here is only our 5 dragons, and the rest are all dragons and beasts born because of us. Yi Chen frowned slightly, adding, Long, it seems that you still can't let go, so let me explain. In our dragon world, there are not many pure dragon species, only 96, and there are only 4 dragon god species like me, and the rest are dragon beasts, which cannot be regarded as dragon species. So even if you kill all the remaining dragon beasts, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen looked at the other 4 giant dragons following behind the golden dragon, as well as other giant dragons around, and found that none of them had a different color, that is to say, the dragon species is a dragon species. Dragon beasts are dragon beasts, and dragon beasts can only be regarded as servants of dragon species at best. Okay, I don't want to kill in vain, so I agree. Wait a minute, I know there is an island that is very suitable for you to stay at 113 for a while, but I have to talk to the owner of the island first. Please. Advertisement. The golden dragon nodded. As for whether the owner of the island that Yi Chen said would agree to their temporary use of the island as a habitat, it directly ignored it. It doesn't believe that someone dares to feel its own strength. Reject. By the way, you just said that there are only 96 pure dragon species in your dragon world, and there are only 4 dragon god species like you. Are they as strong as you? Yi Chen turned around and pretended to ask casually. He could clearly feel how powerful this golden dragon, which claims to be a dragon god, is not as powerful as Acnologia, but it is not far behind. It is definitely the same level the presence. That's right, there are indeed only 96 dragons, and the strength of each of them is almost the same as the 4 dragons behind me. The dragon gods are indeed only 4 of us, because there are only 4 of us in the entire dragon world. DBDB, dragon god, so the relationship between our 4 dragon gods has always been very good, and we have never really fought. Yes, then I understand. Yi Chen nodded, and then landed towards the positions of the people below. In midair, Yi Chen saw Mavis standing on the roof of a surviving tall building in the ruins of Ku Rockers, looking at him curiously, and beside her was Fairy Tale's second child who was one body behind her. Acting President, former President of Grimoire Heart, Precto. The first generation President, the second generation President. What happened? Any agreement with these dragons? Seeing Yi Chen fall down, the first generation asked curiously. With the wisdom of the first generation, seeing Yi Chen stop attacking the dragon group, and the dragon group also stop destroying, it is obvious that the 2 parties have reached an agreement. To be honest, this is also true. The first generation secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although these dragons are indeed terrifying, don't forget that in this world there is Acnologia, the final feather who wiped out the entire dragon clan by herself. If Acnologia knew that there were so many dragons here, she would definitely come here. It's just a little strange. According to Acronokia's sensitivity, he must be able to sense the gathering of so many dragons here, but they haven't appeared yet. Is it because the time is too short and the distance is too far? That's right, I have already reached an agreement with these dragons. They're not dragons from this world. They're not dragons from different timelines, but they really do not belong to our world. Advertisement. The world they live in is called the Dragon Realm. It's a world with only dragons. They came to this world by accident. Now they can't find a way to go back. So I hope we can provide an island for them to live temporarily before going back. Place. Yi Chen nodded and told Mavis all the information he got. Dragon Realm? Unexpectedly, the legendary Dragon Realm actually exists. Mavis didn't respond yet, but Precto, who was on the side, was very surprised. Why, the second generation president knows about the dragon ghost. Precto was no longer as calm as before, and his face was full of shock. Hearing Yi Chen's question, he organized his words and spoke. Speaking of the Dragon Realm, I have to talk about a legend I once read in an ancient document. You all know that the ancient era was the era when all beings were ruled by dragons, but the era before the ancient era was called the Ancient Era, also called the Age of Mythology. This era is the era when the gods ruled the world. Legend has it that in that era, the gods ruled everything and ruled the world with supreme power, while dragons were just pets of the gods in that era. Later, for some reason, the gods ushered in the twilight of the gods and fell one after another. At that time, the dragon also broke free from the shackles of the gods and became the new overlord of the world. A family of angels who were descendants of gods and a family of elves favored by the gods. In order to become the new ruler of the world, the 3 clans fought a protracted war, but because the dragon clan was too strong at the beginning, they were jointly targeted by angels and elves, so they retreated steadily. So the ruler of the dragon clan at that time led most of the dragon clan back into the world created by the gods, raising all kinds of magic pets. In this world, because the strongest magical creatures are called dragons, they are also called dragons. Boundary. In other words, the so-called Dragon Realm is a pet paradise built by the gods in the Age of Mythology. Chapter 217 Yi Chen's Advice. Chapter 217 Yi Chen's Advice. Both Yi Chen and Mavis were taken aback by Precto's words. Such a powerful dragon was once the pet of the gods? But according to what you said, What happened in the ancient times when our world was ruled by dragons? Mavis couldn't help frowning and asked, and why have I never heard of the so-called angel family and elf family? Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Precto smiled, stroked his white beard, and continued to talk about the legend. After the angels and elves repelled the dragons, a war broke out. After that, the two families suffered heavy casualties in the war. In the end, the elves lost to the angels and built an ark that was said to never land. Boarded the ark and sailed to the endless starry sky. Because the angel family was created by God itself, they have no fertility, and if they die, there will be one less, and they will gradually die out in the end. Instead, they are the remnants of the dragon family left in the world. After losing two powerful enemies, it began to grow gradually, and finally became the new master of our world. The world has also entered the ancient era ruled by dragons. Precto finished the legend slowly, and then sighed, one sentence. Unexpectedly, even the legendary dragon realm appeared. Where will this world go, alas? But why does the dragon realm only appear now? Advertisement. It is estimated that something happened that caused the dragon realm to be unable to come out after entering. Chen has some speculations about why the dragon world has not appeared before, but it suddenly opened today, but now is not the time to think about it. Forget it, let's not talk about where the world is going, now we have to deal with these dragons from the dragon world in front of us. Yes, Sirius Island can be temporarily used as a habitat for these dragons. Before Chen could express his thoughts, Mavis took the lead and said that Sirius Island is big enough, far enough away from the mainland, and hidden enough, it is suitable as a temporary shelter for these dragons. In addition, the so-called tomb of Mavis on the island is actually just a symbol. My own body has been made into a myth of light, so it doesn't matter. Okay, then I will take them to Sirius Island now. Chen nodded, then flew into the air, thought for a while before leaving, and asked Mavis and Precto. By the way, the two presidents, do you know how to use memory magic? You can change everyone's memories of this period of time, so that the seven-headed dragon comes out of the Eclipse Gate, and the Eclipse Gate is connected to your for the world 100 years ago, the world ruled by dragons. Then everyone went through a fierce battle, and then destroyed the Eclipse Gate by chance, and then sent the dragons back to their own era. Large-scale memory magic. Yes. In Precto's long life, memory magic, which is not a high-level magic, will naturally be able to do it. However, if someone whose strength is almost the same as mine appears, then my memory magic may be cracked. It doesn't matter. Among the people present at most, Jura, Jelal, and Mr. Carlos the horse may be close to you, and the rest are far away. Advertisement, as long as this is enough, I believe they will not talk nonsense. Okay. Precto heard Chen's words, and planned to cast a large-scale memory magic to change everyone's memory after Chen left with the dragon group. Asking for flowers. Let's go, I will take you to the place where you will stay for the next period of time. Hey, thank you. Chen used Frieza's template to fly towards the direction of Sirius Island, and even fog appeared around his body. It was the sonic boom formed by Chen's speed breaking through the sound barrier. The golden dragon flapped its golden wings and flew towards the direction Chen was flying. Its speed was no less than that of Chen, and it also broke through the sound barrier. Seeing this, the remaining four dragons followed suit one after another. With their strength, it may be difficult to keep up with Chen, but they can do it with all their strength. The rest of the dragon beasts followed behind the four dragons and chased them with all their strength. Although the distance was getting wider and wider, fortunately they could feel where the dragons were, so there was no army. Soon, Chen came to Sirius Island first, followed by the golden dragon as the dragon god species, and then the four dragon species. As for the dragon beasts, they were left behind. I don't know how far away. It's here, it's here. Hey, good place, human. You have gained the friendship of our dragon clan. When we are still in this world, whenever you need help, just let us know, and we will definitely help you. The golden dragon looked at the magical Sirius Island and was very satisfied, then said to Chen. Okay, if necessary, I will not be polite, but I have to remind you. It's best not to unleash your dragon power wantonly. In our world, there is the final feather that destroyed the entire dragon race, Mount Acnologia. Chapter 218 Another Threat. Chapter 218 Another Threat. Destroy the entire dragon clan. A trace of doubt flashed across the giant golden dragon's pupils, followed by shock. He probably knew what Chen meant. You mean to say? That's right, 400 years ago, a man named Acnologia was granted dragon-slaying magic. With his aptitude, he quickly wiped out countless dragons in our world with dragon-slaying magic. He finally completely transformed into a dragon and became the king of dragons. I think you should know that the dragons in your dragon world are essentially of the same origin as the dragons in our world, so the opponent, 730, is likely to come to hunt and kill you. Then Chen told the golden dragon all the information he knew about Acnologia, and also emphasized Acnologia's hatred for dragons. The depth charge thrown by Chen directly knocked out the five-headed giant dragon present. How could such a fantasy thing happen? Because in the dragon world, there are special substances, so the life of the dragon has been greatly extended. If the lifespan of an ordinary dragon is about 1,000 years, the lifespan of a dragon king, that is, a dragon at the level of Ignil, is about 5,000 years, then the lifespan of dragons in the dragon world is at least 10 times longer than theirs. According to the dragon world, ordinary dragons are dragon beasts, and the dragon king is the dragon species. As for the dragon god species, they are somewhat special and are not divided by strength. The dragon god species are created by the gods themselves, and the personality is inherent extremely high, second only to the gods, born to be the most superior existence in the dragon clan, and its lifespan is unlimited. Because of this, the golden dragon was extremely shocked. Any dragon species in the dragon world is basically very similar in strength. One-on-one may be able to win, but one-on-two is absolutely impossible. Killing the same family has never happened in the endless years of the dragon realm. Advertisement and Agnologia was able to kill countless giant dragons by himself, including a dragon king like Ignil, the fire dragon king, who was not inferior to the dragon species. This made the golden dragon attach great importance to Agnologia. This kind of strength. We have fought against it before, and the opponent's strength is extremely powerful, not inferior to me, referring to the time when the Frieza template was not obtained. I can feel that the dragon species present may face Agnologia, even if they go together, and it will be wiped out in a few hits. Even if you are a dragon god, in my opinion, I'm afraid it's not as good as Agnologia. You have the possibility of surviving at most. Yi Chen thought about it, and finally expressed his opinion kindly. Roar, it's impossible, human, you don't know how powerful dragons are. One of the 4 dragons behind the golden dragon let out a roar, and roared unwillingly at Yi Chen. He. Then do you think you can beat me? Yi Chen's words directly made him shut up. He saw the horror of Yi Chen's killing of Wanlong before. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Yi Chen's opponent. Even if it is a 4-headed dragon planted on it, it is estimated that it will take a few hits. As for the golden dragon planted by the dragon god, I am afraid it is also. The black dragon is very clear that although the golden dragon, which is the dragon god species, is much stronger than other dragons like itself, but facing Yi Chen, it is afraid that at most it can barely parry a few times. This is why these dragons are obviously extremely proud, but they actively bow their heads. Advertisement, okay, this is not the dragon realm, it's normal for some strong people outside the specification to appear. The golden dragon turned its head to the black dragon and said, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in the huge dragon pupils. As an old antique left over from the age of the gods, his knowledge far surpasses all the dragon species present. How can he not know that there are people outside the world and others outside the sky? Reason. Therefore, although I was a little shocked by the existence of Agnologia's broken specifications, it was not surprising. It was normal for 1 or 2 perverts to appear in the long years. In addition, there is another person you should also pay attention to. The degree of danger is not inferior to that of Agnologia. And also, 1 dragon god and 4 dragons present at the scene looked at each other. The appearance of 1 Agnologia is already dangerous enough. Why is there another one? This world is too dangerous, we want to OR. This person has no malice towards dragons, and has even cooperated with Ignil, the fire dragon king of this world, but this person is very special, so special that he is even paid attention to by the gods. How is it possible? The primordial gods have long since fallen in the twilight of the gods, how could there still be gods? 4.8. The golden dragon lost its composure directly. As it survived the ancient times when the gods ruled the world, it witnessed the fall of the gods with its own eyes. How can it be believed that there are still gods in this world now? After listening, you will understand that this person has been studying various taboos 400 years ago, and finally blurred the boundary between life and death, violated the power of a certain god, and was cursed by the god to become immortal. This person's name is Zarif Dragnil, and the curse is called Curse of Contradictions, and the god who cast the Curse of Contradictions is named Anxel Ramal God. Chapter 219 The Fairy and the Dragon Form an Alliance. Chapter 219 Fairy and Dragon Alliance, Anxel Ramal God? The golden dragon almost scolded its mother. After hearing Yi Chen's words, it dared to conclude that there are really gods left in this world, because there is no other possibility except gods who can cast down the curse of immortality. And as an old antique that has survived to this day from the ancient times, it naturally knows the power of the god Anxel Ramal, and is naturally 100% sure that the god Anxel Ramal is definitely still alive. What follows is my guess, as long as you have heard it. Yi Chen slowly expressed his conjecture. During the past years in your dragon world, no dragons have ever come to this world, right? That's right. The golden dragon nodded, because he also had an ominous guess in his heart. Then now that you suddenly come to this world in large numbers, no matter how you look at it, it cannot be an accident. It is very likely that this living god is manipulating everything behind the scenes. I also have this guess, but what is the purpose of god Anxel Ramal? The golden dragon nodded, and then expressed his doubts. Who knows, Fat may not be just for fun. Yi Chen also didn't know Anxel Ramal's thoughts, but he could only be sure that the other party definitely had his own unknown purpose. Advertisement. After listening to Yi Chen's words, the golden dragon lowered its head and thought. As an antique from the ancient times, it knew very well the power of the ancient gods, let alone the god Anxel Ramal who held the authority of life and death. You must know that in the ancient times, the god is also famous, and he is also an extremely powerful one among the gods. After thinking twice, the golden dragon said to Yi Chen. If you follow what you human beings say, it is very likely that our dragon world will still be involved in this invisible vortex in the future, so I have a proposal. Please say. Let's form an alliance, offensive and defensive alliance. If the god Anxel Ramal really shows up, it must be a catastrophe for both of you and me, so I think an alliance is necessary. The strength of our 4-headed dragon gods is not inferior to ordinary gods, but it is far from the Anxel Ramal god. Maybe all the strengths of you and me can be combined to compete with it. Yi Chen was taken aback by the golden dragon's initiative to ask for an alliance, and then he began to think seriously. The golden dragon must have seen Anxel Ramal's attack. Even if he hadn't seen it, he must have heard of it. The strength of God Ramal is far above the golden dragon. And although the current self is stronger than the golden dragon, but the strength is limited, and Agnologia is at most similar to the current self. If Angel Ramal is much stronger than the golden dragon, then it is stronger than myself and Agnologia. Much stronger. But to be honest, Yi Chen doesn't really care about this. After all, the template of his own Frieza first form is only 1% loaded, which is enough to stabilize a golden dragon, and even Agnologia may not be as good as it. The current self is strong. But this is only 1%. What if it reaches 2%, 3%, 4%? The power of Frieza, at most 5%, is enough to destroy the world. Yi Chen, it's hard to believe that God Angel Ramal can reach this level. Okay. Let's form an alliance, offensive and defensive alliance. However, it is not an alliance between humans and dragons, but an alliance between our fairy tale guild and your dragons. No problem. Advertisement: the golden dragon doesn't care whether it's the entire human race or a fairy tale guild. What it really cares about is Yi Chen alone. It's enough to form an alliance with Yi Chen alone. After all, Yi Chen's strength surpasses that of the dragon god. Also qualified to sit on an equal footing with the entire dragon world. An hour later, Ku Rockers, the current Ku Rockers, has been completely restored to its original state under the operation of the huge background of the Fury Kingdom, and it is impossible to see that this place was still in ruins an hour ago. Really, I didn't expect this dragon god to be quite easy to talk to. As the third generation president of Fairy Tail and the fifth seed of the former 10 wizard saints, Ma Karloff will naturally not be affected by Perto's memory magic, after listening to Yi Chen's report. Can't help but sigh. At this moment, besides Carlos Mavis, there are also Mavis and Precto. Originally, Precto also invited Jura and Jelal, but Jura just said that he would never tell what happened today and went back to Lamia Scale, sighed. As for Jelal, he has already left Ku Rockers after lifting the forbidden technique of crossing demons, and Mistgang has also returned directly to the world of Idellas, so only the 3 generations of Fairy Tail's presidents are present at the moment. Yes. Yi Chen didn't tell everyone about the guesses about the god Angel Ramal. After all, according to the Golden Dragon, Angel Ramal is an extremely powerful god, and it is definitely not something that he can fight against now. And if you are not even your opponent, then it is meaningless to tell the 3 Fairy Tail presidents, and it will only increase your troubles. Oh, what a troubled time. First, the people who claimed to be from the future 7 years later spoke to Princess Emerald and built the Eclipse Gate. Then came the attack of 10,000 dragons, and then there was information about the Dragon Realm. What happened to this world? How come the things that happened to me in the past 80 years are not as many as the things that happened in the last 8 years? Carlos Ma couldn't help sighing. These days are really getting more and more sad. How good it was as peaceful as before in the past 80 years, now it's just a wave of ups and downs. Boy, don't talk about you, in my past 100 years, this is the most turbulent time, even Wanlong appeared. Precto laughed out loud. He didn't care about it. Anyway, his lifespan was coming to an end, so he didn't care about it. He died sooner or later, but being able to witness the covenant between the goblin and the dragon made his 3 views was refreshed. Chapter 220 Future Rog? Chapter 220 Future Rog? Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for this kingdom. At the celebration banquet, Thomas E. Fury bowed deeply to the mages present to express his gratitude. It should be, after all, this is our country, and it is my duty to contribute to the country. Yes, although many partners have sacrificed, I feel sad for their passing, but it is their honor and our honor to be able to fight for the country and race. Holding the goblet at this moment, Jura opened the mouth and said, although most of the dragons were wiped out by Yi Chen, it is inevitable that some injured and fallen dragons were killed in the crowd. Definitely surpassed the original plot. But even now, it is just a little better than the original plot. Although the number of casualties has not been counted, according to official estimates, it will definitely not be less than 10,000 people. Of course, most of them are civilians who were affected. No matter what, I want to thank you all. Thank you for fighting the dragons desperately for this country and for the 17 million people living in this country. As he spoke, Thomas Fury bowed deeply to the mages present again. Afterwards, the banquet began, and various interesting things happened during the period, which finally brought a successful conclusion to this session of Damo Do Yunwu. The location of the Lantern Palace, Maracreas, where the Eclipse Gate is located, has been completely reduced to ruins at this moment. The huge Eclipse Gate was destroyed by Yi Chen memorizing the attack before leaving with the dragon group. Although the materials used to build the Eclipse Gate are absolutely resistant to magic power and can even absorb magic power, they are not suitable for Qi. There is no resistance anymore, and it is directly destroyed by one blow. Advertisement: Her Royal Highness Princess Emerald, have you found the so-called Rog from the future 7 years later who advised you? Yi Chen looked at the Emerald Princess standing in front of the ruins of the Eclipse Gate and asked in a daze. Not at all. Princess Jade looked ugly. Although she thought that the other party would deceive her, but because the other party has always acted like a savior from the future to the past just to save the world. The outcome of the battle was right every time, which made Princess Emerald gradually trust her opponent. Your Highness, think about it carefully, does this so-called future Rog really exist? Yi Chen opened his mouth and said, but after Yi Chen learned about it, he found that this so-called future Rog never really appeared, never from the beginning to the end, and the original plot was very active. So Yi Chen has to wonder if this future Rog really exists. Your Excellency Yi Chen, what do you mean? Princess Emerald's face turned gloomy. Although this incident was caused by her own mistrust of future Rog, Yi Chen's words sounded like she said that the so-called future Rog was completely directed and acted by herself. It's not interesting, Your Royal Highness. Is there a possibility that the future Rog does not actually exist, but some people used illusion to confuse you, which led to the so-called future Rog in your eyes? Yi Chen expressed his conjecture. After all, he has never seen the future Rog from the beginning to the end. It is impossible for the other party to be sent back to his own world voluntarily without taking any action, right? He remembered how miserable the world Rog lived in the original plot in the future. Not only were there 10,000 dragons raging in the world, but Acnologia completely ruled the whole world. Yi Chen couldn't believe that Rog, as a dragon slayer, was willing to return to that world. Miserable world. Then there is only one possibility, that there is something that confuses King Fury and Princess Emerald with a special illusion, which makes them believe in it, and finally builds the Gate of Eclipse. Advertisement. Yi Chen also thought of it later. He estimated that apart from connecting two solar eclipse gates that do not communicate with time and space, the Gate of the Eclipse may also have the function of coordinates. That's why the dragon from the dragon world came to this world instead. I went to the world of Idellas or celestial spirit next door. It's impossible. Mr. The chief wizard of the court, is not inferior to 10 wizard saints in strength. If someone casts an illusion on me and my father, how could he not find out? Princess Emerald directly denied this possibility. If others don't know, will she not know the power of the chief magician of the court? After all, he is her teacher. What if the strength of the caster far exceeds the level of the Holy 10, or even the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar? Yi Chen said with a smile. He estimated that 80% of Zareth is doing things beyond the Holy 10, beyond the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar? Is it really possible for Lord Emerald, Qian Wangzhou, to frown? And for a powerhouse of this level, is there any benefit to doing so? Your Excellency Yi Chen, although what you said is very reasonable, it is still hard to believe. After all, why would such a strong person do this? What are the benefits of doing so? Who knows, maybe even he doesn't know why he did it. What do you mean toilet? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Princess Jade became even more confused. Although she understood every word, she couldn't understand how they connected together. It's nothing, let's not talk about this, Your Royal Highness, just leave now. Yi Chen gave a salute, turned and left, and continued the celebration banquet with Fairy Tale's partners. Chapter 221 New Enemy. Chapter 221 New Enemy. A few days later, as the turmoil of the Damo Do performance gradually subsided, and everyone's life was on the right track, just when everyone thought that peace would last forever, a piece of news seemed like a bomb dropped on the lake. The originally peaceful life was completely broken. What? You said that the Magic Council was attacked and all the judges were killed. In addition to this, the number of casualties is as many as hundreds? While Yi Chen was hugging left and right while flirting with the two sisters Mirajane and Lasana, at the bar, Carlos the horseman's shocking voice spread throughout the guild tavern. What happened, sir? Yi Chen frowned slightly, comforted Mirajane and Lasana, walked to the horseman Carlo and asked. The headquarters of the Magic Council was attacked, and all 8 members of the council and the chairman of the council were killed. In addition, members of the council at all levels were also killed and injured. Now the council has been completely paralyzed. Ma Karloff glanced at Yi Chen, a flash of relief flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke with a serious expression. Grandpa, it's nothing. Anyway, the council usually doesn't do personnel affairs. It always finds something for us to do. There are many guilds who are dissatisfied with the council. Now the council, the mountain that weighs on all the regular trade unions, has collapsed. Everyone should be happy. Yes. That is to say, without the council, then we don't have to tie our hands and feet. Advertisement. A brain-dead magician said gloatingly, and many people couldn't help but agree. After all, in their view, the existence of the council not only has no positive effect, but has a greater negative effect. They are stuck on some trivial matters all day long, and now that there is no council, then everyone can let go of their hands and feet to do a big job. Stupid. Is your head full of goo? Yi Chen didn't expect there to be such a stupid guy in Fairy Tale, who could say such nonsensical words. No matter how ignorant the council is, no matter how dissatisfied you are with the council, the other party still played a considerable role after all, it's just that you don't usually feel it. Do you think it would be better if there is no council? No, if there is no council, then the rules of the magic world will collapse. When you go out to do missions, you should not only be wary of the current Dark Guild, but even regular guilds. You have to be careful. Because at that time, without the shackles of rules, there will be no distinction between regular guilds and dark guilds. There will only be the Magisters Guild that focuses on their own interests. With the existence of the council, there are rules. Even if the rules are a bit strict, it is better than no rules. Therefore, the guilds will not do whatever they want, even if it is because of the rules of the council that the major guilds have no rules. Find a way to use your full strength. It is also because of the existence of the council that everyone can drink and chat here, and live in peace with other guilds. If the council does not exist at all, then I tell you, you will meet, at BBG, for an unprecedented melee. Until new rules are established in the wizarding world. Yi Chen's words directly stunned everyone present, even Carlos the groom and Precto, one of them, Mavis, disappeared after the demon fighting performance. It's not that serious, is it? With the strength of our fairy tale, we are not afraid of any challenges at all. Although he had some understanding of the significance of the council's existence, he didn't expect it to be so important, so Gray couldn't help retorting that he was very confident in Fairy Tale's strength. Advertisement. Idiot. The meaning of the council's existence is not only that, it also has the function of fighting against foreign enemies. Fight against foreign enemies? Most of the people present were stunned. The enemy? Just the council? I think Biska from the Western continent is more clear about this. That's right, the Western continent is different from the Ishgar continent. There are not many kingdoms. The entire Western continent is unified, loyalty exists in one country, the Alvarez Empire. This is a super empire composed of more than 700 guilds. They sent troops to attack the Ishgar continent 10 years ago. The reason why they had to stop in the end was that they were frightened by the powerful, magic spirit power, displayed by the council and some forbidden weapons. On the other hand, it was also because the council was able to unite the strength of all the regular mage guilds in the entire Ishgar continent to fight against the Alvarez Empire, so it finally withdrew its troops. Yi Chen's voice fell, and the entire guild fell silent for a moment and then whispered. No, can't you? This is not true, is it? No, it's true. Ma Karlov said calmly. He knew the opponent's purpose well, and he was also one of the main forces of his side in the war that almost swept the entire Ishgar continent 10 years ago. So you can ignore him in the council, and you can even scold him if you feel uncomfortable, but the council must exist. Yi Chen's words were deafening, and the entire guild was completely silent, and no one had anything to say. Chapter 222 The War Has Begun, The Target, Tartaros. Chapter 222 The War Has Begun, The Target, Tartaros. Grandpa, I'm afraid the magic world will become extremely chaotic in the future. Let the partners outside be careful. That's right, without the suppression of the council above them, those small and medium-sized guilds may not be able to hold back their ambitions, and will soon continue to annex each other, and then expand their power until they form new large guilds, even top-level guilds. Seeing that everyone was confused, Carlos Ma frowned and explained. Even the tiger that bites the sword, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, Quattro Cerberus and even our fairy tale may not be able to settle down, and will definitely fight passively. I'm afraid that will be the most chaotic time. In a word, blood flows like a river. It's an understatement until the new council represses all guilds. Yi Chen picked up Carlo's words and continued to explain. When everyone dispersed, the groom Carlo stopped Yi Chen. Old man, are you still having a headache about who attacked the council? That's right, because of the usual domineering of the council, there are countless regular guilds who are dissatisfied with the council. In addition to the fact that the council has been suppressing the Dark Guild more and more seriously in the past few years, it is very likely that this attack was launched by an ambitious or regular guild that is dissatisfied with the council, or it may be because of the council's suppression of the Dark Guild. The suppression became more and more severe, leading to the Dark Guild's counterattack. And there are too many guilds that can do this. After all, the headquarters of the council is usually composed of councilors and ordinary staff with low combat effectiveness. Most of the combat troops of the council are not in the headquarters, and there are only a few just a monitoring force. Ma Karlov has no thoughts at all at the moment. But what is certain now is that if he dared to launch an attack on the council and wipe out the council, even if there was a sneak attack factor in it, the opponent's strength would definitely not be weak, at least there would be top S-ranked demons among them. The presence of a guide, to be honest, the armed force of the council is not weak, with a huge magic troop and a large number of powerful mages, but the opponent suddenly attacked and killed all the councilors in just 5 minutes, causing the large army to and the powerhouses of all parties did not come to rescue, which led to the collapse of the council. At this moment, the door of the guild tavern was kicked open, and the person who came was Blue Pegasus, who formed an offensive and defensive alliance with Fairy Tale. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, and he directly said what he just got news. This news directly made the mages of the entire guild extremely angry. Everyone in Fairy Tale, something is wrong, advertisement. Just now, the shop opened by Mr. Yajima, the former commentator, was attacked by unknown people. The thunder gods of Fairy Tale who were helping in the shop and Laxus, a former member of Fairy Tale, fought with the attackers. In the end, the other party lost to Laxus, forced to self-destruct. Explode? Really or fake? If you can't beat it, you will blow yourself up? What is this? A suicide attack? Yeah, are all terrorists this perverted these days? But as expected of Laxus, one of the most powerful members of the guild, the attacker blew himself up. Everyone in Fairy Tale talked about it. Some were surprised by the decisiveness and ruthlessness of the attackers, and some praised the strength of Laxus, but the only one who didn't worry was that it was Laxus after all. Grr, after finishing the first half of his talk overnight, he picked up the water on the side and drank wildly. After all, since he got the news and came all the way all night, he hasn't stopped at all. Don't be so happy, I haven't finished yet. When the attacker blew himself up, he released a large amount of magic barrier particles. At this moment, Laxus stepped forward and relied on his Dragon Slayer's super strong body to forcibly inhale most of the magic barrier particles. Asking for flowers. But there are still a large number of magic barrier particles escaping, causing the entire town to be polluted by magic barrier particles at this moment. According to the data obtained before I came, the number of people who died because of magic barrier particles has exceeded. What happened next in one night made all Fairy Tale mages present furious. Daring to hurt Fairy Tale's partners is absolutely unforgivable. In addition, it has now been confirmed that the attacker is the most mysterious Dark Guild, the last corner of the Balam Alliance, Tartaros. Advertisement, what? Tartaros, damn it, how dare you shoot Fairy Tale? 0. No matter who. If you dare to attack Fairy Tale, we will never spare them. Seeing everyone burning with anger, Yi Chen's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Tartaros to move so fast. Damn it. This time, he will never let 9 demon gates escape again. Yi Chen's anger was burning. He knew what Tartaros was doing, but he didn't expect to do it so soon. He thought it would be a while before Tartaros would take action against the council, so Yi Chen didn't remind everyone. Yi Chen originally planned to destroy Tartaros by himself before Tartaros did it. Now Yi Chen has absolute certainty that he can easily uproot the entire Tartaros completely. Even if Zaref stands on the platform himself, he can never stop Yi Chen. It's war, my lord. Natsu's flames were burning crazily with his anger, and the terrifying emotional flames had been stimulated to the extreme at this moment. Natsu, take it easy, since Tartaros dared to do something to Fairy Tail. Then, it will be Tartaros' fall, Yi Chen said coldly, although there was no magical power emitted, just the aura of standing there made everyone feel terrified. Chapter 223 Response Chapter 223 Response. If we just destroyed the council, we Fairy Tail would still be able to survive on our own. Now that we dare to hurt our family, we must have the awareness to bear Fairy Tail's anger. The horseman Carlos' pure and powerful magic power was unleashed wantonly. The horseman Carlos, who was the 5th seed of 10 wizard saints, completely showed his strength and demeanor at this moment. Oh, now determine the information on Tartaros immediately, even if it is trivial information must be collected. Yeah, please contact the major guilds immediately. The Blue Sky, 403, Horse, the other party has a big plan, and will definitely not stop so easily. After all, even the former reviewers have been attacked, and the target of the other party is not only the Magic Council. Mrs. Carlo directly told Yia, and after hearing what Mrs. Carlo said, Yia responded directly. Although he was a little nonsensical, his intelligence was not low. It is obvious that he is now. It's time, okay, I'll set off right away. With the maneuverability of our Blue Pegasus's magical blast boat, Carry Stinga, and the sound of ancient document magic, I'll contact the major guilds right away, and we should be able to connect soon. All guilds, you can get information about Tartaros from each guild at that time. In this way, at least it won't be like it is now, without even a clue. Advertisement. After finishing speaking overnight, he immediately turned around and left, preparing to set off to communicate with the various guilds he had established friendships with and share information. By the way, since the other party will even attack the former counselor, it means that the other party knows the information about the former counselor. The location of the former counselor after retirement has always been extremely secret information. Since Tartaros knows this, then it means the other party definitely has its own source of information. It is very likely that a certain former reviewer cooperated with Tartaros, which led to the leak of information on the location of the former reviewer. Yi Chen remembered that in the original plot, the former chairman of the council, Crawford Sim, was unwilling to be dismissed as the chairman, so he cooperated with Tartaros in an attempt to eliminate the freshman council and return to the position of the chairman, but Fu died later. Worthless. But before that, he remembered that this guy had ruthlessly entrapped Fairy Tail, and entrapped Fairy Tail's top fighters Mirajane and Urza, causing them to be captured by Tartaros. Since Yi Chen knew this, he naturally wouldn't just watch the two make the same mistakes again, so he spoke to Yia. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face was extremely gloomy for a moment. If someone from the original council really betrayed, then things would be much worse. No way. Even the horseman Carlos couldn't believe what Yi Chen said. After all, such words were too serious. It's hard to say, but the other party was able to attack the former member of parliament in such a short period of time after attacking the Senate. If there is no intelligence channel, I don't believe it at all. The most likely thing is that someone leaked the information of the original reviewer. There are only former and current councillors who can know the location where councillors retire. According to the previous information, the current judges were killed in just 5 minutes, and the other party did not have time to obtain information about the location of the former judges, so although it is unbelievable, I think this is the most likely situation. Advertisement. Yi Chen's words silenced Carlos the horseman, Yia, and even all the Fairy Tail mages around him, and the atmosphere became extremely dignified in an instant. If what Yi Chen said was true, then the next step might be difficult. I'll follow this lead to investigate. After a moment of silence overnight, he answered, then turned and left. If it's the location of the former reviewers, I know a few here. At this time, Leo suddenly came to Fairy Tail from the celestial spirit world and spoke. Leo once used the name of Loki as Fairy Tail's mage. Back then, he was a frequent visitor to the top 3 mages who wanted to be boyfriends on the Magic Weekly Sosara, so he once hooked up with the granddaughter of a certain judge. I kept in touch with her frequently, so I learned the locations of many former reviewers from her. Since this is the case, hurry up and tell us at 3.3, so that we can arrange members to go to protect it. It should not be too late, and things will change if it is too late. 11. After hearing what Leo said, Ma Carlo hurriedly urged, but before Leo could speak, Yi Chen changed Ma Carlo's words. No, it's not a good idea to bring the former reviewer to Fairy Tail for protection. It's not a good way to disperse our power. That's right, I was confused. Now that we gather together, we won't give the enemy a chance to defeat each other. Ma Karloff also realized that what Yi Chen said was right, now is not suitable for dividing troops into battle. Chapter 224 The Way to Find Tartaros. Chapter 224 The Way to Find Tartaros. Leo then quickly told the locations of several former judges, but even so, about 2/3 of the former judges' hiding places are still unknown, but this is enough. As long as these former judges are brought to come to Fairy Tail, then sooner or later Fairy Tail will face off against Tartaros. However, this is the most negative approach, and efforts must be made. Therefore, led by Levy, who is good at word magic, many Union members who are not strong in combat but clear-headed, began to analyze the existing information, and then through Blue Pegasus. A steady stream of information. It would be great if we could find Tartaros' lair, its Fairy Tail style to take the initiative. Afterwards, many powerful members of Fairy Tail divided into several teams and went to the hermitages of various former judges, intending to bring the former judges to Fairy Tail for protection before Tartaros succeeded 31. Be careful, each of Tartaros' 9 demon gates is very powerful, not much inferior to 10 wizard saints. In addition, there is no need to spoil the former reviewers, even if they are knocked out, as long as they are brought, we will leave the rest to us. What Yi Chen said made Carlos the horseman roll his eyes, which is really rude. Soon everyone was ready to go to the places where the known former judges were. As for Yi Chen, he was sitting in Fairy Tail together with the horse Carlo and Prejito. And Urza, Scarlet, Urza, Nedrica, Mirajane Strauss also stayed in Fairy Tail and did not leave. After all, this time is different from the original plot. This time, only the former judges were brought back, instead of fighting the 9 demon gates head-on, so there was no need to send too much force. The enemy is Tartaros, a corner of the Balam Alliance alongside Oracion Cis, Grimoire Heart. But, we've already destroyed 2 of them, Tartaros will be no exception. They will definitely regret it too, they are so stupid as to be our enemies. When a partner is injured, it is equivalent to being injured. Advertisement: the blood that our companions shed is the blood that we shed. Turn this pain, into fighting spirit to attack the enemy. We are not justice incarnate. 1. We will act on will. Bet our bonds and pride. We will do our best to eradicate the enemies of our family. Oh, Ma Karloff's mobilization before the battle made all the Fairy Tail mages present excited and high-spirited, vowing to make Tartaros pay the price. After everyone dispersed, Yi Chen stood at the door of Fairy Tail, watched everyone leaving, then bowed his head and said to himself. Although it's a little difficult, it's the only way to do it. Then Yi Chen turned and walked towards Prejito. Little devil, what do you want to do? Precto saw Yi Chen walking towards him, stroked his gray beard, and asked. Master Precto, I think you also know that the headquarters of Tartaros is the island of the underworld flying in midair, right? That's true. At that time, the old man said the headquarters of Grimoire Heart is a magic airship, which was also inspired by Tartaros. The old man knows what you mean. You want to strike first and take the initiative, right? With your strength, it is indeed possible to defeat Tartaros alone. But the premise is to find the island of the underworld, but the island of the underworld is floating. Advertisement Precto also knew Yi Chen's plan, and he thought that he had the same plan, but the problem was that he really didn't know the location of Tartaros' headquarters, the underworld island. That's it, I took it for granted. Can we just wait for Tartaros to take the initiative? No, there is also a calendar. A smile appeared on the corner of Precto's mouth. Any solution? Didn't you sign an alliance contract with the dragon from the Dragon Realm? With the speed of the dragon, you can search the sky of the entire Ishgar continent in no time, and it's no problem to find a mere island of the underworld. A dragon from the Dragon Realm? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. This is a way. Okay, I'm going to set off now, head to Sirius Island. If I fly 063 with all my strength, I'll be back in about 3 hours. Before that, I'll leave it to you, old man. Yi Chen spoke to Precto, then turned and prepared to set off. Don't worry, although the old man is old, even if marred. Precto said with a smile, this is actually his humility, with Precto's strength, even marred. Strength is no joke, if he is willing to become Holy 10, he will definitely be second only to God Senna. Please. Then Yi Chen switched to the Frieza template, and a terrifying aura erupted in an instant. The entire Magnolia was shaken by this powerful aura. Boom. The moment Yi Chen took off, a terrifying airwave directly formed, shaking Fairy Tail's Guild Tavern continuously. Chapter 225 Fighting Chapter 225 Fighting Seeing Yi Chen, which turned into a small black dot in a few seconds, Precto shook his head and sighed. Hopefully it doesn't end up being used. After sighing, Precto turned back to Fairy Tail and began to meditate, letting go of his perception. As Precto, who once founded Grimoire Heart, one of the 3 giants of the Balam Alliance, he is very aware of the filth in the Dark Guild, and will often do anything to achieve his own goals, no matter how dirty the means are. On the other side, Natsu, Max and Natsu's partner Happy, this group of people has gone to the place where the original commentator Michaelo lives in seclusion. Probably because they came early, and because of Yi Chen's explanation, after Natsu and Max made a brief explanation, they ignored Michaelo's nagging and knocked Michaelo unconscious. And came towards Fairy Tail with his granddaughter. But also because of Natsu and Max's immediate decision, they left directly, which allowed them to avoid Jackal, one of the 9 demon gates who attacked later. Less than 10 minutes after the 2 left, Jackal came to the place where Michaelo lived in seclusion as in the original plot, but when he saw people going to the empty house, Jackal was furious immediately, and then the violent spell burst out instantly, shaking the whole building. Small towns were razed to the ground, and hundreds of people were killed or injured. At the moment, Natsu and Max, who are rushing to Fairy Tail, are quite far away from the town, but they still feel the violent west in a vague way. Max, you take Mr. Michello and his granddaughter first, I want to go back and have a look. Natsu looked at the black smoke rising from the direction of the town, said to Max with a straight face, and handed Michelle to Max. You must be careful. Max is a smart guy, he knows what Natsu wants to do with a little brainstorming, but he doesn't intend to stop Natsu. On the one hand, there is definitely a Tartaros guy in the town now, and now the black smoke is billowing. It is obvious that the other party is in the small town. The town is wreaking havoc, and it's hard for Fairy Tail's wizards to sit idly by. On the other hand, the other party will wantonly destroy, obviously because I and others took the ex-Senator Michelle to leave, causing the other party to lose the task target. It is purely venting my anger. Don't worry, I'm Fairy Tale's mage, advertisement. Max, it's you instead. You must not stop afterwards, and you must rush back to the guild in one breath. You don't know if you will encounter Tartaros guys on the next journey. You must be careful yourself. After I deal with the guys in the town, will come. Don't worry, I am also Fairy Tale's mage, and I will complete the task even if I risk my life. Natsu's face was full of confidence, and his chest slapped loudly. Max nodded when he saw this, and responded, then took over the unconscious Michelle, controlled the magic beast under him, and ran towards Fairy Tale. Seeing Max riding the dust, Natsu said to Happy, go, let's meet the famous Tartaros guy. Love. Just as Natsu turned around and headed towards the now messy town, the other side had already handed over. This was the Hermitage of Belluno, one of the members of the original council. Because it started earlier than in the original plot, when Gray and Juvia of Fairy Tale arrived, Belluno was still alive. After Gray and Juvia gave an explanation, Belluno was very understanding and said to follow the two immediately. Fairy Tale takes refuge. But just as the three of them were about to leave, it happened that Tartaros people also came, led by Torafuzar, one of the 9 demon gates. I didn't expect such a coincidence that I would meet someone from Tartaros. In this way, let me capture you to get more information. Gray tore off his shirt casually, exposing his solid chest, and the magic power in his body began to boil. Zubia, you take Teacher Belluno and leave here first, and after I capture him, I will rush to join you. Master Gray, Juvia wants to fight side by side with you. Hearing Gray's words, Juvia subconsciously refused. Zuvia, this is not the time to be petty. The 10th mission is to bring Mrs. Borono back to the Fairy Tale. Gray yelled at Juvia loudly at this moment, with a firm but indifferent expression. Master Gray, Juvia got it, advertisement. Seeing Gray's terrifying appearance, Zuvia was also completely stunned, but she was not an ignorant woman who was going to leave here to apply for Fairy Tale with Nuo. Master Gray, you must be careful, do not worry. None of you can escape. Drink. Seeing that Zuvia was about to leave, Torafuzar moved towards Zuvia quickly. The sharp blade on his arm flashed a sharp cold light, which made people know that it was an extremely dangerous thing. Don't think about it, style of ice, battle axe. Gray stepped in front of Torafuzar, and an ice battle axe blocked Torafuzar's progress. Wang Li's hard spell, boom. The ice battle axe directly hit Torafuzar, but facing Torafuzar who had already cast a hard spell, this attack was not even a tickle. Although Torafuzar was not harmed at all, he was blocked for a moment, and at this moment, Gray had already stood between Torafuzar and Juvia. Light looked at Torafuzar with determination. Forget it, it's the same if I kill you first, and then catch up. When Torafuzar saw Juvia and Belluno who had already got on the monster and started running away, he didn't bother chasing them, but instead set his target on Gray. Really, how'd I feel? It's you who got me. Gray clasped his hands in front of him, and a strong chill was released from his hands. Chapter 226. A word becomes a prophecy. Chapter 226. A word becomes a prophecy. On the other side, Gajeel, Lily's group and Alfman, Biska, and Alzak's group all returned without success at the moment. When these two groups arrived, the former reviewers had all been killed, but it was not without any gains. When Alfman, Biska, and Alzak's team arrived, the building was already empty, except for a few corpses. There were some traces of the battle. When Gajeel and Lily's team arrived, there were still some Tartaros soldiers who hadn't evacuated. The two blocked each other. Under the powerful force of Gajeel and Lily, a small leader of Tartaros was captured, and a lot of information was obtained from him, the most important of which is, the former speaker has defected to Tartaros. It was really hid by Chen. The former speaker Crawford actually betrayed the magic world. Gajeel's complexion is extremely ugly, everything is going in the worst direction. That's right, the current situation is very serious. After all, as the former chairman of the 093 Council, he has a huge amount of information. I'm afraid many of them are enough to destroy the magic world. If all of this information is obtained by Tartaros, I'm afraid, the entire magic world may be subverted. But what I can't figure out is, why would he betray the wizarding world? Pan Salili also had a serious expression on his face. He didn't expect to be predicted by Chen. He couldn't figure it out. As the former speaker, Crawford needs to be famous and have a status. After all, as the former speaker, who dares to disrespect him 3 points? Even theoretically, Crawford does not lack wealth. The annual pension alone is enough to make most wizards drool with envy. Why would he betray magic? I don't know, this is irrelevant now. We need to bring this news back to Fairy Tale immediately. Damn it. The magic crystal used for communication broke in the battle just now. Gajeel punched the DBAB, sad little boss unconscious with a fist. Then he picked up the monster, stepped on the monster, and rushed towards the guild with Pansali force. Advertisement, style of ice. Icehammer. At this moment, the battle between Gray and Torafuzar has reached a fever pitch. Gray is constantly releasing all kinds of ice magic, while Torafuzar is rampaging with his indestructible body. Damn it, the opponent's body is too hard. Gray dodged Torafuzar's attack and cursed secretly, but his hands didn't wait for a rest, too strong cold air condensed in his hands. Absolute zero domain. As Gray stepped back, his hands released unimaginable cold air. The extremely cold air spread and hid Torafuzar. Ice crystals appeared in the air and then fell, and the places they passed were covered by endless frost. Small tricks. Seeing the incoming cold air, Torafuzar sneered, then spread out his hands, and in the next second he summoned endless black water. Demonization, black water curse, darkness of heaven and earth. Boom. The immeasurable black water collided with the endless cold air, making a deafening bang. Yes, it was a bang. The black water was frozen by the cold air in the first second, and more black water shattered the ice in the next second and headed towards Gray again, come surging. However, although Torafuzar's black water spell, heaven and earth darkness, is amazingly powerful, Gray is not a vegetarian. Since you can use more black water to break the frozen part of the black water, then I will make it too late for you to break it. Just freeze. As a result, the two of them were deadlocked here. As the two of them continuously released their respective magical powers, the endless ice began to spread towards the surroundings. The aftermath caused by people is enough to cause heavy casualties to ordinary people. Advertisement, damn it, this can't work, Gray is already struggling at the moment. After all, he is not a mage known for his magic power. Although his magic power is indeed much more than ordinary people, he is not as good as Natsu, Mirajane, Chen and other magic wizards who have a lot of magic power. In comparison, it is pitifully small. Such a short fight of Kung Fu has already consumed 1/3 of his magic power, and if he continues like this, he will lose. Black water curse, deep impact. Gray is uncomfortable, and Torafuzar, who constantly casts the black water spell, is also uncomfortable. As Torafuzar's strongest trick, he used to be summoned, but this time it is not only summoned, but also continuous output is also a challenge for him. But what is better than Gray is that Torafuzar, as a demon, has extremely strong mana, and he has consumed about 1/5 of his mana in such a long time. But he didn't intend to stay in such a stalemate, he directly took a deep breath, then released his attack in the water. The shocking force of heaven and earth darkness, which was already shocking, was so excited by the deep impact, and the impact was instantly increased exponentially. Even Gray's absolute zero-level cold air was actually retreated steadily by the impact. No solution anymore. The shape of ice drew thousands of hands. Gray sighed, and originally wanted to save some of his magic power to face the Tartaros who might jump out at any time, but now even Torafuzar can't be defeated, let alone face other enemies that may appear at any time. The huge ice-made Buddha rises from the ground. Although the amount of black water summoned by Torafuzar's dark world is huge and amazing, but facing the 100-meter-high ice-made Buddha, it seems pitifully small, just like a small puddle generally, even the ankles of the ice giant Buddha are not completely covered. What? Torafuzar frowned wildly. Is that okay? Is this still the fragile human beings he remembered? Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Hardening Spell, Whole Body Hardening. At this moment, Torafuzar's whole body is shining with a metallic luster, and there is only one feeling at a glance, that is, hard. Torafuzar's original skin was extremely hard, and among the many demons in Tartaros, it was also the hardest. Coupled with the hard spells he practiced, it made his already amazing defense even better. It can be said that Torafuzar is a demon who has used his strengths to the extreme. Therefore, Torafuzar is very confident in his defensive power. He is confident that with his super high defensive power, he can resist Gray's ice-shaped true thousand hands. Bang bang bang. Torafuzar thumped his chest hard and yelled at Gray. Come on, Gray will not be used to Torafuzar. Seeing Traf being so big, he roared directly, and the endless iron fists made of ice crazily smashed towards Torafuzar. Go to hell. The shape of ice reel thousands of hands top Wah Hong. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, smoke and dust were everywhere, and ice shards splattered, making it impossible to see exactly what the battle was going on. Only the roar of ice made iron fists piercing the air spread far and wide towards the surroundings. Explosive spiral. Spiral explosion waves rose up in the ruined town, and instantly the whole town was completely engulfed in flames. Gulu gulu, and in the middle of this natural disaster-like explosion, there was another untimely sound, as if someone was constantly swallowing this endless sea of flames. Soon, the endless sea of flames was gradually swallowed up, revealing the figure within. Advertisement. It was a man with short cherry-colored hair, a pair of hanging eyes, a white plaid scarf around his neck, and Fairy Tail's guild crest on his shoulders. It was one of Fairy Tail's absolute combat powers, Fire Dragon. Natsu Dragneel. Thank you for the hospitality. After eating it, the strength will surge up. Natsu wiped the corner of his mouth. His whole body was burning with crimson flames. The astonishing heatwave made Jackal, who was not far away, couldn't help but flinch back, and it took Jackal the next second to realize that he was a demon. How could he be afraid of a human being? Damn it, Fireball B asterisk 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 D. Demonization explosion spell endless explosion. Jackal roared, and then turned into a huge werewolf, and then he kept waving his hands, and he threw out successive explosions, attacking Natsu frantically. Fire Dragon Power Mode Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Facing the explosion, the flames all over Natsu's body burned more violently at this moment. His hands condensed the power of the Dragon of Fire, and continuously blasted towards Jackal's direction, the constant collision of spells. As the two continued to fight, the air seemed to be ignited by the astonishing heat of the two, and the temperature in the surrounding area rose sharply. Even the ground was still dark red, and the ruins began to gradually melt. As for the ruins, the wooden structure has long been turned into fly ash. But neither of them noticed this scene. At this moment, whether it is Natsu or Jackal, there is only one thought in their minds, and that is to explode the Fireball B asterisk 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 D. Exploding B asterisk 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 D, in front of them. Go to hell. Fire Dragon Power Mode Dragon Slayer Profound Art Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. Natsu fought hard, and then the magic power of dragon slaying surged all over his body, and he directly cast his dragon slaying secret on Jackal. Boom. Although Jackal attacked desperately, he was still no match for Natsu, who was already fully fired. He was directly hit by Natsu's Dragon Slayer Profound Art, Red Lotus Explosive Blade, and was blown into the air by the formed storm. However, Jackal also planted an explosive magic on Natsu at the moment of being hit, and Jackal laughed cruelly in midair. Explode, Ball Killer Boy. Boom. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, making the small town that was already in ruins completely unrecognizable now, and turned into a depression, and dark red magma flowed in the depression. Advertisement seeking flowers 0 in the middle of the depression. Natsu is kneeling on one knee, his left hand is dripping with blood. It is obvious that the injury is not serious, but he still stares at Jackal, who fell not far away, his eyes almost burst into flames. And Jackal was not much better at the moment, being hit head-on by Natsu's Dragon Slayer Profound Art, Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. Even the body of a demon couldn't stand it, and his defense was directly broken. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and he was bleeding continuously. This made Jackal very angry. Since he was summoned to this world by the Book of Zareth, it was the first time he had suffered such trauma in his eyes. Even in the battle where marred, this had to make Jackal extremely angry with Natsu. 0 This is actually nothing. For a demon, this injury will heal quickly, but what scares Jackal the most is that there is a strange force that prevents his body from recovering. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Jackal felt the strangeness in his body, and his face was extremely ugly, but then he seemed to think of something, and his face showed a cruel smile again. Although I don't know what's going on, but I just need to die once. Natsu had been paying attention to Jackal all the time, and when he heard what Jackal said, he was confused and didn't understand what it meant. Soon, Jackal explained to Natsu what it means to die last time. Explosion spell, self-explosion. Boom. With Jackal's self-explosion, endless flames and light illuminated the entire sky. Even people tens of kilometers away would feel a dazzling light shining in front of their eyes, followed by deafening rumbles. It's too dangerous, Shion. Just at the very moment when Jackal exploded himself, Happy took Natsu away at the fastest speed, and flew with all his strength, finally escaped from the scope of this terrifying explosion. That's right, if you get hit head-on, I'm afraid you won't die or be disabled. Natsu wiped the cold sweat from his head, and said with a little fear. Chapter 228 The Abandoned Demon. Chapter 228 The Abandoned Demon. Happy, let's go and catch up to Max. I'm afraid Max will be in danger. Okay. Happy grabbed Natsu and flew towards Max's direction. The shape of ice real thousands of hands Buddha on the top. Hardening spell whole body hardening. But at this moment, in the secluded place where another former councilman, Belluno, the battle between Gray and Torfuzar has reached a fever pitch. Gray is constantly making iron fists made of ice, bombarding Torfuzar, while Torfuzar is relying on his super strong defense strength, resisting Gray's attack. Finally, even Torfuzar with amazing defensive power, coupled with his unique, 400, hardening spell, was still unable to resist the almost endless iron fists made of ice. Finally at a certain moment, his flashing forbidden spell a crack suddenly appeared on the shiny body. What? Torfuzar felt the cracks on his body and couldn't believe it. His defense is the strongest among the 9 demon gates. For hundreds of years, only Mardgeir, the king of the underworld, has broken through it. That's why he became the 9 demon of Tartaros, the reason for gates. But after hundreds of years, the defense he was proud of was broken again, and this time it was not Mardgeir, the king of the underworld, but a human being who broke his defense. Sure enough, no matter how strong the defense is, it will become vulnerable at low temperatures. Seeing this, Gray's confidence also greatly increased. Before that, he tried to condense the ultra-low temperature cold air in the absolute zero region into the ice-made iron fist hit by the ice shape, the real 1,000 hands, and the top Buddha. It is a defense as strong as steel, but it will also become fragile. Don't think I'm going to be defeated so easily. Black water curse hyphenation point darkness of heaven and earth deep shock. Advertisement Torfuzar also lost confidence in his own defense at this moment, no longer prepared to fight hard, but cast his own spells to reduce the intensity of Gray's attack. You can't stop me. The shape of ice hyphenation point true thousands of hands hyphenation point turning Buddha on the top. Gray stood on the top of the 1,000-handed Buddha made of ice, roared, and then the dense iron fists made of ice became covering the sky, almost blocking the light, and then the endless iron fists of ice shattered everything, bombarding the world. The location where Torfuzar is located. Boom 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 countless iron fists made of ice bombarded the ground, knocking the ground down more than 10 meters, and among them was Torfuzar who had almost lost consciousness. Gray released the ice form true 1,000 hands, and landed on the ground. Looking at Torfuzar, who was almost unconscious, he panted heavily, and said coldly. Next, let's torture enough information from your mouth. You are dreaming. Although Torfuzar lost his combat ability due to Gray's attack just now, he still has one ability that he can use. We will definitely meet again. Taste the gift I left for you. Explode. Torfuzar sneered, and then his whole body exploded, turning into endless magic barrier particles. Damn it. Advertisement Gray remembered how Chen dealt with the magic barrier particles in Galoon Island before, Gray released a wide range of magic directly before the magic barrier particles spread. It's freezing cold. In an instant, the frightening cold air surged, completely freezing the magic barrier particles that had just diffused a little bit, turning them into ice crystals and scattering them all over the ground. Finally, we have temporarily stopped the spread of the magic barrier particles, and then we can only let professionals handle it. Gray wiped off his cold sweat. On the one hand, he was tired, and on the other hand, he was frightened. He remembered very clearly that even if it was as strong as Laxus, after being corroded by the magic barrier particles, he was half dead. 3. What's more, he also read the relevant information later. Ordinary people are eroded by the magic barrier particles, and the only result is death. This is why the previous storm blew up and caused the death of Ueda people. Fortunately, this place is in the wilderness, and in addition to the previous battle, even if there were people nearby, they would have run away long ago. Naturally, no casualties will be caused, but if the magic barrier particles are allowed to spread freely, it will affect the nearby villages sooner or later. This is also the reason why Gray freezes the magic barrier particles. Just reaching the current level is already Gray's limit. He doesn't know how to deal with the magic barrier particles. I hope Juvia and the others have a safe journey. Shaking off the random thoughts in his mind, Gray ran wildly in the direction of Fairy Tail. At this moment, Tartaros Hell Core, with Jackal and Torfuzar appearing one after another, began to be resurrected and reborn, which caused an uproar. Almost all 9 demon gates gathered in front of Hell Core. Jackal, what happened? As the head of the 9 demon gates, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka asked curiously, looking at Jackal who was still extremely irritable even in the rebirth state. 2.0. Damn it. I will not spare that fireball B******************. D. Jackal completely ignored goddess of the slave planet Kyoka's inquiry. As a top demon, he never considered himself a subordinate of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. On the contrary, he was only because of Mard. Gear said that as long as the end, only then can they return to their creator, Zareth, and become the 9 demon gates of Tartaros. This is also the thinking of most 9 demon gates. After all, except for Yin who is an undead, the other 9 demon gates and even all the demons in Tartaros are all demons from the Book of Zareth abandoned by Zareth. Mard Gear, the masterpiece close to end, is also an abandoned demon. Chapter 229 Hands on. Chapter 229 Hands on. Forget it, Torfuzar, what about you? For Jackal's personality, Kyoka knew very well, skipped Jackal directly, and turned to ask Torfuzar on the other side. It's Fairy Tail's goods that meet humans who are blocking us. Torfuzar was a relatively calm demon, and slowly told about his encounter with Gray. Why did you also meet Fairy Tail's mage? Jackal was taken aback when he heard Torfuzar's words. He thought it was a coincidence that he met Fairy Tail's Natsu. Now even Torfuzar also met Fairy Tail's mage. Obviously, Fairy Tail deliberately opposed them Tartaros. Oh, it looks like Fairy Tail is ready to go to war with us Tartaros. Franmalth, move the underworld island to the place where Fairy Tail is located. Now the former speaker is searching for the last ex-senator who sealed faith, where Jelal is. Before that, all those who hinder us from achieving our goal will be killed. Wipe out. In Kyoka's mind, Yi Chen's face came to mind, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly. I said, we will meet again, this time, I will make you my slave. And Yi Chen, whom Kyoka was thinking about at the moment, couldn't help but sneeze during the high-speed flight. Ah, Autumn, who's thinking of me? Mira. Yi Chen rubbed his nose and muttered. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Advertisement. Yi Chen muttered to himself, and then his already extremely fast flying speed became even faster in an instant, and even the 4 dragons and 1 dragon god behind him almost couldn't keep up. My lord, this human being is even more terrifying than before. The blue dragon among the 4 dragon species spoke to the golden dragon. Yes, but he is our ally. If he is stronger, then we will be safer in this world. If one day our human ally approaches or even reaches, DBDA, the height of the ancient gods, if the ancient gods still exist in the world, then those ancient gods who are still watching this world will definitely make a move. At that time, we will know whether there are still gods in this world. A gleam of wisdom flashed in the huge dragon pupils of the golden dragon. As a dragon god who has lived for countless years, his strength, wisdom, insight, and intelligence have already reached the peak. It can even be said that with the blessing of time, now, he is only 1 step away from the ancient god who once created the dragon race. But my lord, when the time comes, what if he turns his back on us and directly attacks us? The other white dragon asked, his tone full of worry. Don't worry, if our 4 dragon gods work together, even the ancient gods may not be our opponents, so at most it will be 1 shot and 2, and at worst we will hide in the dragon world and can't come out, just like before. What a difference. My lord is wise. Hey, well, stop talking nonsense, now we are still indestructible allies, hurry up. The golden dragon flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, and its flying speed soared again. It quickly caught up with Yi Chen, but the 4 dragons were struggling at the moment, their speed couldn't keep up with Yi Chen. Go to Yi Chen and the golden dragon, but there is no way, since my boss has spoken, I can only fly as hard as I can. Okay. Just as Yi Chen accelerated his flight and was less than 10 kilometers away from Magnolia, Yi Chen stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Human. I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to the door. Advertisement. Yi Chen looked at the cube island flying high in the sky and said. It seems that you don't need your help anymore, the other party has already taken the initiative to show up. Are you planning to return to Sirius Island next? Hey, Humans, we are allies. The enemy of our allies is our enemy. The golden dragon unfolded its 100-meter-long dragon wings and said, "In that case, let's fight side by side." Yi Chen smiled slightly, and then a terrifying air burst out. The sky and the earth changed color in an instant, the earth trembled, and waves of air visible to the naked eye spread towards the surroundings, blowing everything away. At this moment, the integration degree of Yi Chen's Frieza's template has reached 2%, that is to say, it has reached the starburst level. Going up. Yi Chen, who was wrapped in the purple-black air, roared at the golden dragon, and then flew towards the island of the underworld like an arrow leaving the string. Roar, the golden dragon roared, and before the 4 dragons approaching could open their mouths to ask, the huge dragon body swelled up again, and it had already reached supersonic flying speed, and it increased again. Follow Yi Chen directly and fly towards Meditation Island. We're going to. Roar. X3 The 4-headed dragon species who just felt one person and one dragon looked at each other, and immediately burst out all the magic power, turned into 4 rays of light, and flew towards the banquet island. At this moment, many demons on the island of the underworld have already passed through the magic scanning machine and saw the attacking 1 man and 5 dragons. How is it possible? There are dragons in this world. Chapter 234 in Aid. Chapter 234 in Aid. What happened? Seeing the horror of the other demons who are also 9 demon gates, Torafuzar couldn't help asking, because he was resurrected in the core of hell. At this moment he didn't feel the existence of Longwei at all, and his eyes had not fully recovered, have no idea what happened. It's nothing, you should be resurrected as soon as possible, but there will be a tough battle to fight after resurrection. Kyoka didn't say anything, but stared fixedly at Yi Chen, who had almost turned into an afterimage, and asked Torafuzar without looking back. Let's go, it's time to meet our guest. Kyoka is not afraid of these dragons. As high-level demons, even if their strength is not as good as dragons, they will definitely have the power to resist after being demonized. Even in ancient times, when dragons still ruled the world, they once fought against dragons. After all, the era in which Zareth lived was the era ruled by dragons, and later, due to various coincidences, Acnologia was born, which ended the rule of dragons, but before that, the Book of Zareth had been written by Zareth, and naturally demons are summoned. The 9 demon gates present here happen to be demons that were born before the dragon was eliminated, and they had more or less experience in fighting dragons. What's more, the vice president of 9 demon gates, Pluto, was positive the existence of killing dragons. Oh, unexpectedly there are dragons? And at this moment, in the deepest part of Tartaros, a young man dressed in black, with long black hair and long bangs, is holding the Book of End in his left hand, resting his cheek in his right hand, looking at the attacking Yi Chen in gold. The giant dragon muttered to himself. This person is the vice president of Tartaros, the actual president of Tartaros, Hades Mardgear Tartarus. Advertisement. It's impossible for Kyoka and the others to be the opponents of these dragons. It seems that the time has come to make a move, President End. Yi Chen and others don't know the psychological activities of Tartaros demons. Once they landed, their goal is very clear, that is to completely destroy Tartaros. System. Switch to the 6 Dao Ban Enhanced Version template. Receive. It's not that Yi Chen doesn't want to use the Frieza template. It's fine if he's on the road, but if he really enters the battle state, he still can't fully control the soaring pressure of the Frieza template because the fusion degree has increased to 2%. Power, easily out of control. If it's just losing control, it's not a big problem. After all, this time is not a match, but a battle. The opponent is Tartaros, Books of Zareth. Losing control is more destructive at most, it's nothing at all. The problem is that after Yi Chen loaded the Frieza template, because the Frieza template is too powerful, Frieza's own evil will affect Yi Chen himself. The degree of fusion is only 1%, which is not very obvious, and Yi Chen can barely control the evil in his heart. However, not long ago when the fusion rate reached 2%, Yi Chen discovered that Frieza's own evil has been able to affect his own mind, especially when fighting. It will make Yi Chen's temperament change drastically, just like it's like being a different person, but this is entirely because Yi Chen's own strength is not strong enough. With the growth of time, under the influence of Frieza's template, Yi Chen's strength will naturally increase. As long as it reaches a certain level, it can naturally avoid the influence of Frieza's evil heart, so before reaching that level, Yi Chen can fight without using the Frieza template. Hey, my ally, it's a rare opportunity, let me show you the true posture of Shishichun. Just when Yi Chen switched templates and was about to do a big fight, a descending golden dragon uttered a dragon roar, and then the magic power of the whole body rioted, and even the island of the underworld began to tremble constantly due to the violent magic power. Asking for flowers. Oh, it just gave me a lot of insight. Advertisement. When Yi Chen heard the voice of the golden dragon, he crossed his arms and was a little curious about the so-called real posture of the other party. In fact, Yi Chen has always been very strange. Obviously, from his perception, the strength displayed by the golden dragon is different from other things. The strength of the 4-headed dragons is almost the same, but they are obviously overwhelming the other 4-headed dragons. This is obviously impossible just because the golden dragon is the so-called dragon god species. After all, this world is a world where the weak eat the strong and the strong are respected. The dragon species who is obviously not on par with you surrenders. 0. Therefore, Yi Chen has always known that the golden dragon definitely has hidden strength, but he doesn't know how much it hides, whether it is really like the feeling when we first met, and can fight against Acnologia. Just when Yi Chen and the golden dragon were about to have a big fight, Fairy Tail, who was directly below the island of the underworld, had also discovered Tartaros floating in midair. Tartaros actually came to the door on his own initiative? Precto sighed, and then the magic power began to condense. As a member of Fairy Tail, it is his duty to fight for Fairy Tail again. Little ones, our enemies have come down on their own initiative. Let's find them now, and let them see the horror of our Fairy Tail. The horseman Carlos declared loudly in front of the guild that Fairy Tail and the last corner of Balam Alliance, the war on Tartaros, has begun. Oh, under the mobilization of the stable Carlo, the wizards of Fairy Tail below are all excited. This battle is not for justice, but for the family. It seems that everyone wants to do a big job, so let me help. Please, old friend Little. Chapter 231 Ghidorah, 3 Golden Dragons? Chapter 231 Ghidorah, 3 Golden Dragons. It should be, after all, I used to be a member of Fairy Tail. At this moment, from the gate of Fairy Tail, an old man slowly walked out. This person is the former Fairy Tail mage, and now the 4th superpower among the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Ward Sequin, please. Facing Ward Sequin, Ma Karloff was very respectful and thanked Ward Sequin. Let the old man give you a ride. Ward Sequin just pointed his finger upwards, and then a huge plant rose from the ground, and the huge leaves lifted everyone in Fairy Tail towards the base camp of Tartaros, the Netherland Island in the sky, and quickly grew to 3 long. Aren't you going? Ward Sequin looked at the motionless Precto and asked with a smile. I can't help it, I can't leave no one here, after all, there is Fairy Tail's top secret here. Precto smiled, although he really wanted to go, but in the end, considering the myth of light underneath, he gave up on leaving. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm here. Although I don't know any offensive magic, no matter who wants to break through my defense line, they must step over my corpse. Ward Sequin laughed loudly, while casting the green magic, he said to Precto, as one of the elders who created Fairy Tail, how could he not know the myth of light? Okay, old man, then I will leave this place to you. I have a hunch that this time may be my last battle. Advertisement. Precto smiled, then climbed onto the huge plant manipulated by Ward Sequin, and approached the island of the underworld. Yeah, we are all old, and I also have a feeling that this time, it may be the last time I will fight for Fairy Tail as Fairy Tail's mage. Looking at Precto going away, Ward Sequin also sighed. For some reason, there is always a feeling of death lingering in his heart. You know, whether it is Precto or Ward Sequin, they are all top powerhouses standing at the apex of Ishgar. Except for a very small number of existences, no one can beat them at all, and besides the 2 of them here there are not many other superpowers. Yi Chen, the horseman Carlos, and the 5-headed dragons who came to help, even guildarts have received the message and are rushing here, and it is estimated that they will be here within 2 hours at most. Under the gathering of so many strong men, there is actually a shadow of death, which makes Ward Sequin attach great importance to it. After all, at their level, their intuition is very keen, and they can even perceive the next danger, even his own death. I don't know how the future will develop. The Ishgar continent, which has been peaceful for decades, is about to start to be turbulent again. At this moment, right above the island of the underworld, Yi Chen was a little surprised to see the big boss from a certain monster movie from the previous life appearing in the mind of the golden dragon who had already shown his true posture. Ghidorah. No wonder Yi Chen was so surprised, because the golden dragon at this moment has completely changed. The golden dragon at this moment has not only become bigger, but the dragon scales covering the dragon body have become more dazzling. What's more, at this moment, 2 dragon heads grew on the left and right shoulders of the golden dragon again. Roar, I am the dragon god, 3 golden dragons, Augusto. The 3 dragon heads let out a dragon roar at the same time, and the sound wave spread throughout the entire underworld island in an instant. The entire underworld island was shaken by this sound wave, and even Magnolia below heard the terrifying as the dragon roared. Countless citizens covered their ears to avoid being hurt by the terrifying roar. Hash, in this world, there are still dragons? Advertisement. Where is the dragon? What a terrible roar. My ears. At this moment, the 3 heads of the 3 golden dragons have condensed huge magic power. He is going to destroy the Nether Island with one blow. As a dragon god that has survived since the age of mythology, he has this strength. Don't think about it. Demonization. Demon Blade. Curse. Demon Blade. 3 moons. Che Easel, a boy from one of the 9 demon gates, was the first to come. Seeing the 3 golden dragons Augusto who were about to attack in midair, he demonized them immediately, and then slashed at the kingly golden dragon Augusto. I made my strongest slash. The slash that was huge enough to cut through the mountains directly hit the body of the 3 golden dragon Augusto, but at this moment the 3 golden dragon Augusto didn't even pay attention to it, and directly ignored the boy. Che Easel's strongest attack, in his eyes, this attack is absolutely impossible to penetrate his outrageously defensive dragon scales. The fact is indeed true. The strongest slash of the boy Che Easel was on the chest of the 3 golden dragon Augusto, but he didn't even cut off a single dragon scale, and even only left a faint line on the dragon scale. Bai Yin, under the super resilience of the 3 golden dragons Augusto, quickly disappeared. 4.7. How is it possible? This is my strongest slash. Boy Che Easel looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. His eyeballs were about to fall off. Such outrageous things could happen. You know, in ancient times, he killed a dragon with this. But today, they didn't even cut through a single scale of the 3 golden dragons, which are huge, fierce and powerful. How can this make the boy Che Easel, who is known for his attack power, feel so embarrassed? Golden Dragon's breath. X3 The 3 golden dragon Augusto didn't care about the thoughts of the ants in his eyes, and directly washed the ground with 3 terrifying dragon breaths. piercing through the underworld island in an instant, and killed the boy Che Easel who was still in a daze up. Chapter 232 for End. Chapter 232 for End. What? Following the boy Che Easel is the recently revived Tempest, seeing the boy Che Easel who was directly reduced to ashes by the breath of the three golden dragon Augusto. Even a demon who doesn't know what fear is, it is also a subconscious hesitation. Damn it. Demonization sound effect spell. Boom. In an instant, thunder and lightning struck Yi Chen and the three golden dragon Augusto who were in midair. Roar. But before the lightning could hit the two, a giant dragon with white radiance all over appeared in the middle of the three, spreading its wings, and fanning away the lightning from the storm. Ants. Just because you want to fight our god? Roar. The shining white dragon let out a roar, and then swooped down. The air became extremely thick due to its huge body descending from the sky, making it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Boom. The storm controlled the gravity, and the white dragon was slightly deviated from the track. Without noticing for a while, the white dragon landed not far from the storm, but don't think that it can escape the white dragon's attack range just like that. I saw the white giant dragon raised its claws, swung it vigorously, and 3 slashes that cut gold and jade came out from his dragon claws, tearing the land of Netherworld Island. Advertisement. Don't even think about escaping. After swiping 3 slashes, the giant white dragon took another deep breath. Horrific dragon flames shot out from his mouth, spreading turbulently towards the surroundings, turning everything it passed into magma. Dark Blade. A sharp blade containing infinite darkness cut through the dragon flame of the white giant dragon. Although it was only cut for a moment, it was burned to death by the dragon flame, but at this moment, still let the storm avoid the attacked dragon burn. Thanks, Keys. Looking at the ground that has been completely covered by magma, the storm is also a little scared. These dragons are more terrifying than the dragons that ruled the world 400 years ago. I'll talk about my thanks later. This time is the biggest challenge we face. Yixin may die completely. That's right. Each of these dragons is extremely close to the level of the Dragon King. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are quasi-dragon kings, especially the 3 golden dragons, more than anything. Kyoka, who came over, looked solemnly at the white dragon in front of him, as well as the 3 blue, black and red dragons still hovering in midair, with an unprecedented seriousness in his tone. Only you? Keys couldn't help asking as he saw that Kyoka was the only one among the 9 demon gates. It can't be helped. Just now, the island of the underworld was connected by a huge plant, and all the mages of Fairy Tail have landed on the island of the underworld. The rest of the 9 demon gates, as well as the newly created soldiers, were sent to hold off. But it doesn't matter. Franmulf told me that the former speaker has already thought of how to find the super magic pulse bomb. Faith's method, as long as the former speaker's super ancient document magic transfers the key in Jalal's body to his body, then I don't need to say more. Kyoka saw that the faces of the 2 were tense, and hurriedly said, you know, 9 demon gates is not superior or inferior, and it can even be said that if marred. Tartaros, otherwise, with the urine of these rebellious demons, who cares about you marred, gear. But if it is End, it is different. As a demon created by the Book of Demons written by Zareth, everyone knows the name of End. It is the strongest work of its own creator Zareth. The final work, his name, is engraved in my mind. Advertisement. That is to say, as long as we stop it for a while, the super magic pulse bomb. Faith will be detonated with a boom. And then these humans and dragons will lose their magic power, right? Jackal is now coming from the depths of Tartaros. Just now, he has been resurrected. As for Torafuzar, it will take a while. That's right, as long as the magic power is lost, then our President 527 will be resurrected, and at that time, that's the moment when we return to Master Zareth. When Kyoka said Zareth's name, he was very frantic. Okay, then we have to fight with our lives. Jackal exploded with spell power and turned into a demon, turning into a one-eyed werewolf. Demonization explosion spell infinite explosion. Do my best, in order to break the seal of the President of End, in order to be able to return to Master Zareth's side again. Demonization strengthening spell self-strengthening. Do you still need to say it? Demonization, sound effect spell, rumbling. No solution anymore. Demonization dark magic endless darkness. At this moment, the 4 major demons present completely turned into demon form, and launched an attack on the white dragon who looked at him jokingly. The white giant dragon was not afraid at all, and rushed directly towards the 4 demons at this moment. He was very confident in his dragon body. Chapter 233. The Ultimate Demon Above the 9 Demon Gates. Chapter 233. The Ultimate Demon Above the 9 Demon Gates. On the other side, right below the Underworld Island, everyone in Fairy Tail has already fought with the remaining 9 demon gates Absolute Zero Yin, Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah, and Giemma who disappeared after the Damo Do performance lump. Change. Armor of the Skywheel Dazzling Sword. Urza Scarlet changed into the armor of the Skywheel, and began to kill soldiers in a large area. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of her, and he was releasing super powerful spells all over his body. Urza Scarlet's magic the sword nailed to his body only made a tinkling sound before falling to the ground. Obviously, Urza Scarlet's attack did not break through the defense formed spontaneously by the opponent's mana escaping from the body. You are the former president of the sword-biting tiger, Jieshi? Looking at the 4-meter-high behemoth in front of him, Urza Scarlet always felt extremely familiar. Suddenly, the figure of Giemma, the former president of sword-biting tiger, flashed in his mind, and he subconsciously said, don't mention the tiger biting the sword, those traitors. When Giemma heard that Urza Scarlet mentioned the sword-biting tiger, he was furious instantly, and punched Urza fiercely. This punch pierced through the air, and a puff of air appeared on his fist. Change. Armor of Vajra. Vajra barrier. When Urza Scarlet saw such a terrifying fist, he directly replaced it with his armor with the strongest defense, and then combined the semicircular shields on both sides into one, and a huge green one instantly appeared in front of Urza Scarlet. Boom. It's a pity that even though Urza Scarlet has raised the magic power to the maximum, and the defensive power of the Vajra armor has reached its limit, but in the face of Giemma's powerful punch, the green magic circle didn't last even a second. It was directly pierced by Giemma's fist. The shield of the Vajra armor was also shattered by this fist, and Urza Scarlet was sent flying tens of meters away until another person took it over. Scarlet, we haven't decided the winner yet. You can lose until I beat you. Next to Urza Scarlet is another Urza, Netwoga. Advertisement, sorry, the opponent is very strong, really very strong. Urza Scarlet stood up again, shook her sore arm, and reminded Urza Netwoga. Although my perception is not as sharp as yours, but my intuition as a warrior let me know that this monster in front of me is a great enemy. Urza Netwoga calmed down, ready to strike. Beside Giemma is Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah. At this moment, Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah is also a little surprised by Giemma's fighting power. It is worthy of being praised by Mard. Gear, the king of the underworld, as surpassing 9 demon gates, the ultimate demon. 7 flashes. Climbing sword chi. Urza. Netwoga doesn't know Goddess of the Chill Moon. Sila's sigh, she only knows that the monster in front of her must be defeated or even killed. So Urza Netwoga directly pulled out the Kishinchiao knife in his hand, and swung the knife towards Giemma. The slash that was enough to cut the space into pieces turned into a torrent, and slashed towards Giemma. Costume change, star armor, star light particle sword. Not to be outdone, Urza Scarlet changed into the star armor directly, and the thunder wave between her hands was dazzling, and she blasted towards Giemma. Vulnerable. Even in the face of the joint attack of Urza Netwoga and Urza Scarlet, Giemma still dismissed it. He saw his muscles swelled, and his already huge body swelled up again. Then he clenched his hands tightly and moved towards. He waved his fists at the same time as the two attacked. What? Giemma's fist came out through his body, and the fist that condensed most of his magic power turned into a huge fist visible to the naked eye, which actually blocked the combined attack of Urza Netwoga and Urza Scarlet. See, this is my strength, the strongest strength. Dragon Power Holy White Dragon Mode, Dragon Force Shadow Dragon Mode. Advertisement. The roar of the White Dragon, the roar of the Shadow Dragon. Just when Urza Netwoga and Urza Scarlet were about to avoid the edge temporarily and look for opportunities to break the situation, 2 astonishingly powerful dragon breaths struck, one from the left and the other from the right. Its target is the proud Gemma at the moment. Boom. The explosion in the black Baixiang swallowed Giemma in an instant, and Giemma didn't react at all, and was directly beaten and lost consciousness in an instant. Seeing this, Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah was speechless. When Giemma appeared on the stage, she was very powerful. She also showed overwhelming fighting power against Urza Netwoga and Urza Scarlet, but she was knocked down by a sneak attack. Sure enough, although the demons transformed from humans have good combat power, their physical fitness is completely inferior to the demons born in the Book of Zareth written by Master Zareth himself. Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah pierced Giemma's heart with a single blow. The former president of the sword-biting tiger, and later joined Tartaros, obtained the power of demons with his own will, and was praised by Mard Gear, the king of the underworld. Giemma, who was stronger than the 9 demon gates, just died in the hands of Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah. Ha 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 ha, a guy who has abandoned his human identity will die as soon as he dies, so there is nothing to be sorry about. Yin on the side laughed loudly. Facing a human like Giemma who took the initiative to become a demon for the sake of power, Yin didn't bother to be with him, and with this strength, he dared to claim to be superior to 9 demon gates. Wang Zhao, it's so funny. I'm just sighing, let his death be the beginning of this story. Silver, you probably won't release water, don't forget your identity. Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah just sighed, took the death of Giemma as the beginning of the story, and put it in the preface of the story he wrote, and then turned his head to Yin, who was called Absolute Zero, to remind him. Don't worry, I'll still be one of the 9 demon gates before I achieve my goal. Yin shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and then lost his way towards the waiting fairy tale mages. Demonization command spell command self-breakthrough. The berserk mantra erupted from Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah, and even Urza Netwoga, Urza Scarlet, Sting Eucliffe and Rog Cheney, who had already joined together, all fell apart for a moment, can't get close. Chapter 234 Staggered Battlefield. Chapter 234 Staggered Battlefield. This guy, what's going on? At this moment Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah gives the 4 people a sense of oppression, which is not inferior to the feeling Jura gave to the world in Damo Do Yin Wu, even if it is Urza Netwoga, Urza Scarlet, Sting Eucliffe and Rog Cheney all felt the pressure. Remove my restrictions, Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah lifted the restrictions with her self-command. Her speed, strength, magic power, senses, and other aspects have been greatly improved, and she will come to Urza almost in an instant, in front of Urza Scarlet. A fist filled with violent mantra ruthlessly knocked the 2 of them into the air. Miss Urza X2, the holy breath of the White Dragon. Shadow Dragon Slash. Seeing this, Sting and Rog directly attacked Goddess of the Chill Moon Selah, trying to force the opponent back. Spellbeam. Boom. The powerful shock wave knocked Sting and Rog into the air, but on the way of flying backwards, the two took a deep breath at the same time, then turned around 543 bodies, landed on the ground, and at the same time breathed out the dragon's breath at Sayla, who had a cold. The roar of the white dragon, the roar of the shadow dragon. Two dragon breaths, one white and one black, attacked goddess of the chill moon Sayla. Seeing this, goddess of the chill moon Sayla avoided the attacks of Sting and Rog at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and quickly moved towards the two of them. Near. Dragon Force Mode. X2. Boom. X2 Sting and Rog deserved to be the third-generation Dragon Slayer. With their high physical strength and keen senses, they caught the figure of goddess of the chill moon Sayla almost instantly, and blocked at the same time. Advertisement, but even so, he was still severely knocked into the air, but relying on the Dragon Slayer's physical body, he didn't suffer the slightest damage. Try this trick of mine. Wei Shan. The super powerful slash that can cut through space is attacking goddess of the chill moon Sayla, and the timing is very good, just at the level where the old power has just gone, and the new power has not yet been born. There is no time for Sayla to use it. Dodge. Don't even think about it. Command limit breakthrough monolight. Goddess of the chill moon Sayla's power skyrocketed again in an instant. With the skyrocketing of her spell power, the shock wave of the spell light she cast became even more terrifying, and even the space caused waves of ripples. Even Urza, the only flash that set Tuoka, was blocked. Take my move. Slash of Faith. Cut. The terrifying slash was directed towards goddess of the chill moon Sayla from the other side. The passion of the ice devil, Absolute Zero Silver at the side, instantly flashed in front of Urza Scarlet, spitting out hurricane-like purple frozen energy from his mouth. Even Urza Scarlet's Faith Slash was destroyed by him. Look at mine. Soul Destroyer. Just when Urza Scarlet was about to be hit, Mirajane appeared right above Absolute Zero Silver, a dark impact powerful enough to crush everything, and blasted towards Absolute Zero Silver. Little girl, don't underestimate me. Absolute Zero Silver laughed, then waved his hand towards Mirajane, and a terrifying chill hit Mirajane. The same as you, Dark Rage. Mirajane released her magic power towards the cold air with both hands, and the dark magic power turned into a berserk torrent, blocking the magic power of Absolute Zero Silver's Ice Destroyer, DBBE, magic. But even so, Mirajane found her own the magic power is actually being gradually frozen. Little girl, I have never underestimated you. Advertisement. There's still me here, Skywheel Pentagram Sword. Urza Scarlet instantly draws a huge star-shaped orbit with the two swords towards it. The power is so powerful that even the ice formed by the Absolute Zero Silver ice destroying magic method is chopped, and then the endless sword light moves towards the Absolute Zero again. Silver cut away. Oh, you're right, little girl, I almost forgot about you. Blade of the Ice Demon. Absolute Zero Silver released a large number of frost blades with a wave of his hand, and slashed towards Urza Scarlet. Are you ignoring me? Just let me use that guy's magic. Come into the world. Beast number 12, Ice of the Enchantress. At this moment, Mirajane in midair took a deep breath, and then summoned the beast that Yi Chen lent him not long ago, and saw a huge beast in the form of a combination of a mermaid and a demon bird, appearing in midair, accompanied by the horrible low temperature. The moment the Enchantress Ji Kongbing appeared, the surrounding battlefield was instantly covered with frost. If it weren't for the top combat strength of both sides fighting here, if someone else came, I'm afraid they would all be frozen directly. Oh, also with ice. Absolute Zero Silver was also very surprised when he felt the terrifying coldness of the enchanted girl's Kongbing. Although he had seen the image of the demonic girl's Kongbing at a place far away from the venue during the Damo Do performance, but I really didn't expect that the Tashway of the Enchantress actually possessed such a terrifying ice calendar. However, I am the guide of Ice Demon Slayer. To me, ice is just a tonic. Absolute Zero Silver said with a smile, then took a deep breath. The surrounding ice began to turn into fluid and was swallowed by Absolute Zero Silver. Hi, thank you for the treat, little girl. Really, don't underestimate the Kang Bing of the Enchantress. Let him see your strength, Kang Bing of the Enchantress. Roar. For a moment, unimaginable magic power condensed in the mouth of the Enchantress Ji Kang Bing, and in the next second, a magic ray filled with endless cold air shot out from the mouth of the Enchantress Ji Kang Bing. The target was Absolute Zero Silver. Chapter 235 The Balance of Victory. Chapter 235 The Balance of Victory. This force cannot be swallowed. Absolute Zero Silver felt the horrific magic power rays of the Enchantress's Kongbing, and instantly judged that this magic power was absolutely irresistible and could not be swallowed. This was not pure magic power. It actually contains the power of life. However, I am Absolute Zero Silver. The magic of Ice Destroyer, the Ice Demon's passion. Boom. The strength of Absolute Zero Silver is unparalleled, and the passion of the Ice Demon can be evenly matched with the terrifying magic power ray of the Enchantress Azure Ice. Then watch me. Come into the world. Beast number 9, the two-horned Deep Crimson. Urza Scarlet also got Yi Chen's temporarily borrowed beast. A crimson two-horned Pegasus appeared in midair in an instant, and an extremely strong super vibration wave attacked Absolute Zero Silver. And also, even if it is Absolute Zero Silver, his brows are deeply frowned at this moment. This is a situation that must die. He can't die here, he still has unfinished missions. Boom. Just when Absolute Zero Silver was debating whether to use the strongest trick, a wave of fluctuations spread across the entire Ishgar continent. As this faith activated, not only Absolute Zero Silver, but the rest of the 9 demon gates who were still alive looked in the direction of the wave. It seems that the former speaker has succeeded. Advertisement at this moment, the 4 demons who sniped the 5-headed dragon are already dead. Black Archbishop Keys, Jackal, and the Storm, only goddess of the slave planet Kyoka is still barely standing, and, if marred, Starwife Kyoka is also dead. Of course, these demons cannot be said to be dead, they can only be said to have gone to the nucleus of hell to be reborn. Dragon, you just retreat here, there is no direct conflict between us. Marred. Gear is still holding the Endbook of Demons, facing the 5-headed dragon, although he is not an opponent, but he is very sure of escaping safely. Demons. Really amazing power. The white dragon broke free from the thorns that bound him, and slowly spoke to Marred. Gear. From Marred. Gear's body, he felt a powerful force that was not inferior to his own and other dragons. No creatures haggling with dragons, though, roar. HMPH. Come on, wait until faith is activated, you will be lambs to be slaughtered. Although Marred Gear, the king of the underworld, knows that he is not the opponent of these dragons, he still has the confidence to block it for a while until faith is activated. As long as faith is activated and all the magic power is eliminated, then End will lift the seal, and the victory will belong to the demons. Huh, is it finally activated? It seems that Tartaros can only be completely defeated before faith is activated. Feeling the uneasiness in the air, Chen sighed, and then spoke to the leader of the golden dragon beside him. In order to avoid accidental injury, please stay away, next, I'm going to get serious. Hey, don't worry, our dragon's defense is amazing. The 3 golden dragon Augusto didn't care about Chen's words at all. Okay, then remember to dodge from now on. 6 Paths Shenluo Tianzheng targeted release. Advertisement with Chen as the center, an unparalleled repulsive force blasted towards the underworld island below. In an instant, most of the underworld island was shattered by this terrifying repulsive force, and could no longer keep floating in the air. Fall towards the ground. Flowers please, found it. It's not over yet. Immortal Law, Lan Dun Guangya. Chen sensed the aura of Black Archbishop Keys, Jackal, and Torfuzar that appeared in Tartaros, and directly spit out a laser towards that position. In an instant, the laser cut open the ground, exposing the core of hell to everyone. In front of him, I saw a few figures being reborn. Don't even think about being born again. Immortal Law, Yin Dun Thunder Sect. Chen instantly released the fairy art towards the core of hell, and the purple lightning completely destroyed the core of hell in an instant, and even Torfuzar, who was almost reborn, died in an instant, not to mention the newly reborn Black Archbishop Keys, Jackal, and the Tempest. You died? At this moment, Absolute Zero Silver, who was fighting Urza, Scarlet and Mirajane, also felt the power of the necromancy spell gradually dissipating in his body at this moment, and finally sighed. There is still a little time. Little girl, can I have one with you? Absolute Zero Silver stopped his hand suddenly, and then spoke to Urza, Scarlet and Mirajane. Mirajane and Urza. Scarlet looked at each other, although since the fight just now, they found that the opponent kept his hands everywhere, because they didn't know the opponent's purpose, so Mirajane and Urza Scarlet didn't use all their strength, they just fought with each other, intending to see what the opponent was planning. Time is short, so I'll make a long story short. My name is Silver Fullbuster again. Chapter 236. I really want to see you again, Gray. Chapter 236. I really want to see you again, Gray. Silver Fullbuster. This last name. That's right, I have a son named Gray Fullbuster. He is the wizard of fairy tale. Why, how come? Even Urza Scarlet, as well as Mirajane, were also stunned by the news for a moment. They never imagined that they could meet Gray's father here. Gray didn't say that. That's right, I was indeed dead, but it happened to Black Archbishop Keys of 067. Tartaros was conducting an experiment at that time. At that time, a total of 100 corpses were manipulated by him, and I was one of them. Probably because of my hatred of demons in my heart, so the other corpses rotted one after another, but I didn't rot. Later, in order to defeat the demons, I learned the method of destroying demons. Because I heard that the president of Tartaros, End, is a demon of fire, so I deliberately chose the method of destroying demons with ice, which has mutually exclusive attributes. The reason is to defeat End. After a pause, feeling that the necromantic spell that maintained his existence was about to dissipate, Yin decided to skip the rest and directly stated his purpose. Sorry, I wanted to say something more, but I can't hold it anymore, so I'll just say my request. Please tell me. Urza Scarlet nodded, she could see that, just like Silver said, he was really going to lose it. I hope you guys can help me bring it to my son, Gray. While speaking, Yin stretched out his hand, and a strange magical power condensed in his hand. Advertisement. This is... that's right, this is the ice-destroying demon method that I have practiced all my life. I hope you can bring it to Gray, so that Gray can complete my unfinished goal. Yin could no longer stand up at this moment, and directly slumped on the ground. Seeing this, Urza squatted down directly, and took over the magic spell of destroying ice in Yin's hands. Don't worry, Lord Yin, I will definitely give it to Gray and pass on your words to Gray. Seeing the silver that had started to dissipate gradually, Urza held back tears and agreed. So, I'm relieved. I really want to see you again, my son, Gray. At this moment, Gray has also returned to the Fairy Tale Guild. Through Ward Sequin, he has already known everything, and then rushed towards the ruins of the fallen Nether Island not far away. Faith. Fairy Tale will stop Faith. Just as Gray was approaching, suddenly a powerful spell surged into the sky, and the whole sky became dark in an instant. The Thorn Curse. Tree of the Underworld. Mard Gear, the king of the underworld, has already fought fiercely with the four-headed dragon at this moment, but because he is holding the end book in his left hand, he is not an opponent of the four-headed dragon at all, let alone Chen, who is floating in midair and has not yet made a move. Augusto the dragon. However, as Mard Gear was not a cover, he found that fighting the enemy with one hand was too much of a disadvantage, so he exploded with magic power in an instant, and actually repelled the four giant dragons in an instant. Then flew towards the distance, and then landed on a mountain, created a throne with a wave of hands, and put the book of END that had been in his hand on it. Boom. End is recovering after 400 years, take this opportunity to awaken Mard Gear as well. Advertisement, we don't care what you are. Kyoka knelt respectfully and accepted Mard Gear's order. I'm sorry, President End, I need you to watch the battle here temporarily. Kyoka. Protect the president of END, even if you die, the book of END will not be damaged. Yes, Lord Pluto. I still say the same thing, you just retreat, and everything can be overturned. Mard Gear then flew towards the four giant dragons who didn't take him seriously at all, landed on a hill not far from the four giant dragons, and spoke to the four giant dragons. My name is Mard Gear Tartarus. Hey, tiny devil, is there something wrong with your brain? Don't even look at who has the upper hand. A terrifying 3.4 extremely powerful mantra soared into the sky, instantly the whole sky became abnormally gloomy, and even a disgusting force filled the entire space. The indescribable oppressive feeling made almost everyone in the field feel uneasy. Breathe. I can't help it, let's show you the real attitude of Mard Gear. Dragon Breath. X4 He placed the Book of End in his hand respectfully on the throne, and then gave orders to Kyoka who came over. The four giant dragons laughed loudly, and then taunted Mard Gear. Four dragon breaths of different colors sprayed out towards Mard Gear, who was still pretending, instantly distorting the space. It's the demon of the Book of Zareth, the etheric demon, and an ultimate demon. Chapter 237 The Ultimate Demon Chapter 237 The Ultimate Demon. In the face of such terrifying four dragon breaths, even Mard Gear, who has been demonized and displayed all his strength, has to avoid the edge for the time being. To be honest, Mard, it's just slightly stronger than these four dragons. But the problem is, at this level of strength, I only have one on my side, while the other party has four, plus Chen, who gives me a sense of oppression in the three golden dragon Augusto. Mard Gear is very clearly, it is absolutely impossible for him to defeat them. But, he also has his own purpose, which is to break the seal of End, and then return to Zareth's side. For this reason, even if it is death, he will never care. Aren't we going to make a move? Looking at Mard Gear, who had put out all his strength, Augusto, one of the three golden dragons, asked Chen 31. It's not yet time, our real opponent is coming, and even if we fight to the death, we may not be able to defeat the opponent. So until then, we need to preserve the magic. Chen looked at the distant midair at this moment. As a top powerhouse with his intuition, he could clearly feel that a familiar and extremely powerful magic power was rapidly approaching. Yes, the three-headed golden dragon Augusto turned his head to look in the direction of Chen's line of sight. He also released his perception as much as possible, but he didn't feel any strong enemy approaching at all. Forget it, anyway, with the four of them taking action, this so-called ultimate demon is just a piece of cake. Perhaps. While one person and one dragon were talking, the terrifying shock that swept across the entire Ishgar continent came again, and the super magic pulse bomb had been activated. Faith, start, advertisement. Even Mard Gear, the king of the underworld, was overjoyed for a moment when he felt the activation of faith. He knew that he was very close to his goal. White light spell, white light ball. A huge ball of white light blocked the dragon's attack, and then Mard Gear stepped back, looked at the four dragons, and said with a cold smile. Giant dragons, it is your time of death soon. As long as the magic power is eliminated, even if your giant dragons can escape the magic power deficiency disease with their super strong body, you who have lost your magic power will still be my opponents. Taking advantage of this moment, hurry up and get out, hide in the deep mountains and old forests, and live in fear. Hearing Mard Gear's words, the four giant dragons frowned one after another. No creature has ever dared to say such words to the dragon species. Demon, you have completely angered the dragon species. Next, I want you to truly experience the history of the dragon species. Get out of the way, this arrogant demon, let me deal with it. Roar, the white dragon among the four dragons was furious, and said directly to the other three dragon bells, and then flapped its wings and slammed its huge dragon body towards Mard Gear. Even the air moved with the huge dragon body, and instantly became extremely viscous. The thorn curse thorn. Countless extremely hard thorns rushed towards the white dragon almost like sea waves. Hey, dragon breath. Facing such a huge amount of thorns, the white dragon just spit out a mouthful of dragon breath, and then the extremely hot dragon flame directly burned the surging thorns and turned them into endless dust. Advertisement, boom. The completely demonized Mard Gear's physical strength is not inferior to that of the giant dragon, and he also rushed towards the white giant dragon. The collision of the two powerhouses instantly caused a terrifying shockwave. Boom. Boom. One dragon and one demon touched each other, then collided again, separated again, and collided again. One wave after another of terrifying shockwaves swept across the ruins of Tartaros following the attacks of the two. This demon is not weak, it can actually fight the dragon species head-on. The three golden dragons also looked at Mard Gear, the king of the underworld, in surprise. They didn't expect this demon to have such strength. Mard. Gear is the pinnacle masterpiece even among the many demons created by Zareth, the ancestor of the Black Mage, and is called by Zareth the masterpiece closest to End, 413. So it's not surprising that he has such strength. Chen is very aware of the strength of Mard's zero gear. In the original plot, if it wasn't for the plot kill, Mard. Gear's strength is simply not something that Grey, who just got the Ice Destroyer magic, can defeat. I'm getting more and more curious about your so-called ancestor of Black Mages, Zareth, who can actually create such a strong man. His personality is close to that of the ancient gods, right? Who knows, but it probably hasn't reached that level, otherwise, he wouldn't be controlled by the curse of contradiction of the god Anxel Rammel. Ha ha ha, human beings, you don't know much about the ancient gods. Even if the god Anker Rammel is not the top among the ancient gods, he is still the part that is second only to the top. His curse, even the ordinary ancient gods, cannot be lifted at all. Yes. That is to say, the god Anxel Rammel is such a powerful existence, no wonder Zareth's strength cannot lift the curse of contradiction. Chapter 238 announces the end. Chapter 238 announces the end. Chen shook his head, and then put aside the fact that Anxel Rammel was extremely powerful in his mind. Now is not the time to think about it. How strong is the god Anxel Rammel? Let's put it aside. Now we need to deal with the guests who came from afar. Chen turned his head to look at a boulder below, and saw a man with short black hair standing on the boulder, wearing a black robe with a high collar, a pendant on his chest, and a long white cloth tied on the outside of the robe. The young man wearing black boots. This person is the famous Black Mage ancestor Zareth. Huh? When? The three golden dragon Augusto followed his line of sight and was stunned when he saw Zareth. With the dragon's perception, he didn't even know how the young man in front of him appeared here. How could he not be shocked? When? Probably when Mard. Gear put the Book of End on the throne, he has already appeared. Chen smiled indifferently and then spoke to Zareth. Did you enjoy watching the theater? The master of Tartaros wrote countless books of Zareth and single-handedly created a new race, the ancestor of the Black Mages of the etheric demons, Zareth Dragneel. It's not bad, it's a wonderful drama, but it's a pity that he's not the protagonist. Gear shook his head with a smile, looked at Chen with red eyes, and said word by word. Following Zareth's opening, a strange energy dissipated, and time in the entire space seemed to be suspended. Even the dust stopped in midair. At this moment, the only ones who were conscious and active are Chen, the three golden dragons Augusto, and Zareth, who is the creator of all this. Advertisement, you said Natsu, he is not here now, and he won't be back for a while. When he comes back, the war is probably over. Chen shrugged. He didn't care about Zareth's strange ability. Although he didn't have a similar ability, he didn't need to pay more attention. At worst, he would follow Frieza's template and break through all methods with one force. It seems you know Natsu's identity. Of course, your name is Zareth Dragneel, and Natsu's full name is Aetherius Natsu Dragneel, aka END. Hearing Chen's words, a strong killing intent flashed in Zareth's red pupils, but then he seemed to think of something, and the killing intent disappeared again. It seems that you know a lot, so much that I can't help but end you here. Ha 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 ha, if you can do it, just try it, the three golden dragon Augusto muttered, and gave up thinking. The dragons in this world are called the survivors by those dragons who entered the dragon world, and he is one of the oldest dragon gods. There's a sense of superiority. Human, Liao Nuahao. I don't care what you're talking about, but if you offend the dragon clan, it's a crime that cannot be punished. Zareth didn't have much interest in Damo Doyan Wu. Although he had his beloved younger brother Natsu on the stage, he only watched the games and battles a few days ago, and then he had to leave because of some things. Fairy tale. Looking at Augusto, the three golden dragons who were about to attack him, Zareth shook his head, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Advertisement. The three heads of Augusto, the three golden dragons, began to condense magic power at the same time. The violent magic power almost tore apart Zareth's strange space, but in the end, Zareth was the one who got ahead. Even killing gods, we can do it too, stabilized. Humans, I have to admit that your strength is indeed very strong. Even in the age of the ancient gods, some gods may not be your opponents. However, we dragons are born to stand at the top of the monsters, and we are one of the top gods. A masterpiece of God's creation. Chen laughed loudly, and then made a provocative gesture towards Zareth, and the three golden dragons beside him, Augusto, also glared at Zareth and said. It's really powerful. Among the dragons I've seen, it's second only to Agnologia, the final feather, and even stronger than Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. But why didn't you appear in the Dragon King festival 400 years ago? The three golden dragons Augusto proudly lifted up the three huge dragon heads and howled to the sky. Huge magic power erupted from his body, and even the strange space of Zareth was shaken. The final battle of annihilation is about to begin. At that time, everything will end. The first thing to bear the brunt is. Feeling the huge magic power released by the three golden dragon Augusto, even a super powerhouse like Zareth who has been in the world for 400 years can't help but sigh the power of the three golden dragon Augusto. Then he asked his own question. And not long ago, Zareth, who came here because of the battle between Tartaros and Fairy Tale, was also extremely surprised when he saw the five-headed dragons in front of him. The previous dragon was completely different, and this stone dragon made him feel more numb. Dragon King sacrifice. What is that? Forget it, it's probably something made by the survivors. 11. It's really difficult. A monster is a monster. It's really hard to communicate. Chapter 239. There are still 5 minutes left. Chapter 239. There are still 5 minutes left. Roar. The three golden dragons, Augusto, watched Zareth disappear from under his eyelids. He was stunned for a moment, and then completely furious. This is a provocation to the Great Dragon Clan. Okay, Zareth is out of here, but what did he mean by that? Chen comforted the three golden dragon Augusto and then began to think about the meaning of Zareth's last words. Roar, I don't care what his words mean, I just want to tear him apart now. Forget it, let you go. Chen looked at the three golden dragon Augusto, who was still in a state of rage, shook his head, ignored it, and began to think about the meaning of Zareth's last words. I remember that in the original plot, Zareth just showed his face in the Battle of Tartaros and took away the Book of End. The two sides who really fought were Tartaros and Fairy Tale 780, and Agnologia, who attacked afterward and appeared to stop Aculan Nokia Ignil, the Dragon King. Even other four-headed dragons appeared one after another, but they appeared to destroy the super magic pulse bomb, Faith. In the original plot, it was just Ignil, the Fire Dragon King, that caused Agnologia to lose an arm. Now there are 4 dragon species that are slightly weaker than Ignil, and even higher than Ignil. The 3 golden dragon Augustus trust. Even if Ignil doesn't show up, with the 5-headed dragon, Agnologia may not be able to get much benefit. Why do you still say that this is the final battle of annihilation? Chen pondered for a long time, but finally he couldn't figure out why Zareth would say that, so he just gave up. Forget it, the soldiers come to cover up the water in the earth, and thinking too much can change anything. Big deal, just use Yaohesa's template, advertisement. Among the 4 dragons below, Dbad, except for the white dragon who is still fighting Mard Gear, the remaining blue dragons, black dragons, and red dragons, looking at the 3 golden dragons August who fell into a state of rage for no reason looked at each other, confused. What's wrong with Wong? Why is he so angry all of a sudden? Who knows, maybe we are angry because we haven't taken down this demon for so long. What you say makes sense, since the king can't wait any longer, he has to speed up. The blue dragon urged Beth, who was still fighting Mard Gear. Hey, Beth. Hurry up and deal with this demon, Tien is already angry. Roar, you do what you want, this guy's strength is not inferior to ours. Beth Bylong turned his head and roared at the other 3-headed dragons who were watching the show. Up until now, even with the pride of Beth Bylong, he had to admit that Mard, under the dragon. Do you dare to be distracted when fighting me? Mard Gear suddenly appeared beside Beth Bylong, and then slammed a heavy punch towards Beth Bylong's head. The powerful force even hit the huge Beth Bylong flying, but in the next second, Bylong Mo Beth spread out a pair of dragon wings and stopped in midair. Roar, white dragon Beth roared, and then flapped his wings, 2 strands of terrifying dragon power condensed in his claws, and then blasted towards Mard Gear. Boom. Boom. 2 unparalleled dragon power bombarded Mard Gear's body, even Mard Gear, known as the ultimate demon, was knocked into the air in an instant. In the end there's only 9 demon gates over there. Advertisement Mard Gear shook his trembling hands because he had blocked the 2 dragon powers of Bylong Mo Beth, and praised, but he only knew what was going on in his heart. Leave it to me, X2, however, it's all over now. I already feel the restlessness of the magic in the air. Hey, as expected of a dragon, you actually possess such power. Natsu, who came late, intersected his hands, and a powerful dragon power surged out of him instantly, with super high temperature airwaves, directly making the other fairy tale mages hide aside and stay away. Although I don't understand it very well, you just need to destroy that book, right? 1 minute at most, super magic pulse bomb. Faith, it's about to launch. Gray looked at the 3 black lines on his arm, which is the symbol of the Ice Destroyer Demon Instructor. Just now, with Gray's arrival, Urza. Scarlet handed over the Ice Destroyer Demon entrusted corner to Gray, and told Gray everything. Gray exudes extreme coldness all over his body, and his surroundings are directly covered with a thick layer of frost. Although he regretted not being able to see his father, Gray was not sad, because his father had never disappeared and had always lived in his heart. I'm burning. On the other side, the rest of the 9 demon gates have all been defeated except for Goddess of the Slave Planet, Kyoka, and even Goddess of the Chill Moon. Sayla, who had the upper hand before, was also in front of the completely serious Urza. Completely defeated in one-on-one battles, even the soul has been absorbed by Mirajane. That's right, and the excitement that the President End is about to lift the seal. Mard Gear looked at the sky and smiled slightly. At that time, you will all be finished. As long as we get rid of her and destroy the so-called End Book, then Tartaros will be completely destroyed. Chapter 240 The Book of End, Chapter 240 The Book of End. At this moment, Natsu and Gray's destination. At this moment, someone has already handed over Goddess of the Slave Planet, Kyoka, in advance. The glory of all gods. Smash claw. Boom, holding the crystal ball with one hand, Ultir easily knocked Goddess of the Slave Planet, Kyoka, back. Your strength has increased again, what a magical spell. Ultir feels the Goddess of the Slave Planet, which is constantly improving its strength almost every moment. Kyoka can't help but sigh. His magic is the arc of time in the time system, so Ultir can feel the magic of time magic, but unexpectedly, Kyoka's strengthening spell is just as amazing. Goddess of the Slave Planet. Kyoka kept panting heavily. She never expected that Ultir was so powerful. Even though she had strengthened herself to a certain extent with strengthening spells, facing Ultir, she still felt incompetent. Humans. You are less proud. Boom. Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka rushed towards Ultir directly. Because of the relationship between strengthening spells and self-strengthening, Star Clerk Haihua came to Ultir almost instantly. Die. Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka swung Ultir fiercely. Ultir seemed to have no reaction, and was directly hit by Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka head on. What? When? But the moment it was hit, Ultir turned into countless shards of ice. Damn it, is it a clone formed by ice modeling magic? Advertisement. Where is the main body? Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka couldn't help but look around, and the next second he saw a scene that horrified him. Is this book the so-called end book? At this moment, Ultir held the end book and weighed it up and down. Except that it couldn't be opened, he didn't find any other abnormalities. Damn it. Give me back the end book. Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka's complexion changed drastically, and he rushed towards Ultir desperately. That can't be done. This is the instigator of this incident. It must be destroyed. Ultir directly ignored the rushing goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka, with the power of ice surging in his hands, was about to completely destroy the Book of End. Don't think about it. Seeing Ultir's movements, goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka's eyes were about to split open, and he rushed towards Ultir without hesitation. The sharp claws in his hands instantly turned into whips, and the powerful electric current cold whips shone with blue light. Although you worked very hard, you are a general. Facing goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, who was in a rampage, Ultir just raised the crystal ball held in his right hand. Then, under the blessing of Ultir's magic, countless crystal balls almost turned into a crystal curtain wall, blocking goddess of the slave planet Kyoka. Slave planet. Kyoka. Why? Why can't it be destroyed? Ultir casts a lost arc with his right hand to block the goddess of the slave planet, who is in a rampage. Kyoka, his left hand keeps releasing magic power, trying to destroy the end book, but no matter how he casts the magic and releases the magic power, the end book is simply like the legendary indestructible artifact, it is not damaged at all. Forget it, since I can't destroy it, I can bring it to Chen. With Chen's strength, I can definitely destroy it. Ultir frowned tightly. She looked at the Book of End in her hand. She felt that although the book was held in her hand, it was protected by an invisible barrier. It seemed that it did not exist. The world is average. Don't even think about taking the president away. Goddess of the slave planet. After spending a lot of effort, Kyoka finally broke through the defense of Ultir's crystal ball curtain wall. Although he was covered in bruises at the moment, goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka didn't care about this at all. His only thought is to regain the Book of End. Although your strength is not bad, I don't have time to waste on you now, so I can only deal with you first. Advertisement. The shape of ice drew thousands of hands. In the next moment, under goddess of the slave planet, Kyoka's angry eyes, a huge ice-made thousand-armed Buddha emerged from Ultir's feet, directly pushing away goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka, who was in a state of rampage. Asking for flowers. Damn it. Looking at the gigantic ice-made thousand-handed Buddha, goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart, and the Ultir in front of her was really beyond her limit. Boom. But in just a split second, the ice-made thousand-handed Buddha was crushed by a figure that suddenly appeared, and the person who came was Mard. Gear, who had seen the end book being robbed. At this moment, Gear has lost an arm, and the dark green demon blood is continuously pouring out from the severed arm, but Gear is still powerful, and just with a single blow from his right hand, he destroyed Ultir's ice shape, true number thousand hands, and directly seriously injured Ultir, took the Book of End. 0. Ahem. Ultir raised his head from the ground with difficulty, and saw that Gear, who had been demonized and restored to human form, was holding the end book in his left hand, looking at him indifferently. HMPH, although we paid a price, Gear still regained the president. When Gear was fighting Beth, he saw the battle between Ultir and goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka. He could see that goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka could never be Ultir's opponent, so it has long been prepared in the constant battle. Roar, who are you looking down on? How dare you do other things while fighting me, demon? Bear the wrath of Beth. Roar, although Gear took advantage of Beth's carelessness and briefly left the battle, but Beth Bylong would not just let him go, directly fanned the dragon wings, and flew towards the direction where Gear and the others were. Less than 100 meters away, a breath of dragon directly blasted towards Gear to the factory. 7 feet Chapter 241 Failure Chapter 241 Failure. Kyoka, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the removal of the seal of the President of End? 11. Master Gear. Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka looked at Gear in surprise. She didn't understand what Mal meant. Just now, I have performed the living body connection magic between you and Faith. As long as you die, Faith will be released. Facing the attacking dragon's breath of Beth, Gear didn't pay attention at all. He already had a countermeasure, and he believed that Kyoka would definitely do it. Of course, if Kyoka can sacrifice, September 10th, in order to revive the president of END, he deserves his death. Goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka nodded. As the head of the 9 demon gates of Tartaros and the demon who has the most contact with Gear, she naturally knows what kind of person Gear is. Master Gear, I hope you can lead the prayers of all the 9 demon gates and return to Zareth. After speaking, goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka, the conflict arose from the sky, and rushed towards the dragon breath of Beth, the white dragon. Ah. The moment he was hit by Beth's dragon breath, even goddess of the slave planet, Kyoka, who had already strengthened himself to the extreme, was completely wiped out by Beth's dragon breath after only resisting for a moment. But it was not completely absent. At least half of the dragon's breath that Beth launched with all his strength was blocked, and the remaining power was completely useless against Marred Gear, the king of the underworld, and he easily defeated it. Your sacrifice was worth it, Kyoka. Advertisement. At this moment, Marred Gear's attention was not on Beth, who was about to land, but on the place where Tartaro's underworld island landed. There was a huge command center, and the time of Faith's activation was displayed there. The number that originally displayed 5 o'clock turned into 0 in an instant. Afterwards, the faiths covering the entire Ishgar continent began to emit white light. Huh? It was a trick. Yi Chen felt the magic power in his body gradually disappear, and a sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. Yi Chen decisively switched to the Frieza template. I didn't expect it to be like this. The three-headed golden dragon Augusto felt the uneasiness of the magic factor in the air, and he did not expect that humans in this world would actually create such a terrifying weapon and want to eliminate all the magic factor. No way, this is the inferiority of human beings, but now is not the time to talk about this. I also ask you to destroy the faith of the whole continent. Yi Chen looked at Natsu and Wendy below in a strange way and was a little puzzled. He remembered that in the original plot, it wasn't Agnologia who attacked first, and then the dragons sealed in the Dragon Slayer with the Dragon Soul technique appeared one after another. First, Ignilu fought against Agnologia, and then the other 4 giant dragons completely destroyed the 3,000 faiths that covered the entire continent, but now they have not even seen the shadow of these dragons, so Yi Chen can only let himself go. Your dragon allies helped. Yes. The 3 golden dragon Augusto said in a playful tone at this moment. He knew very well that as long as the magic power factor disappeared, even a strong man as strong as Yi Chen would be just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Following the roar of the 3 golden dragon Augusto, the 4 dragons below, including the white dragon Beth, also roared at the same time, and then flapped their dragon wings and flew in all directions. Yi Chen saw the thoughts of the 3 golden dragon Augusto at a glance. Isn't it obvious that the other party thinks that his strength will disappear with the explosion of faith? Roar, advertisement, the plan, failed? As long as the strongest demon, the Seal of End, is released, then he will definitely be able to return to Lord Zareth, and then defeat Lord Zareth, fulfilling the long-cherished wish of Lord Zareth. How is it possible? Marred Gear felt that the magic power factor had regained his composure, and when he looked up and saw Faith, which showed that the activation had failed, he couldn't believe it. Devil, let's postpone our battle, right now, right away I will be back. Boom, yeah, like that. Continue our fight. Unfortunately, not long after Marred Gear was happy, all the faiths on the entire continent were completely destroyed under the full force of the 4 dragons. Before Faith was activated, all the faiths were completely destroyed. Yi Chen condensed the chi to his index finger, and then the index finger fired a red light beam at an astonishingly fast speed. Before Augusto, the 3 golden dragons could react, he brushed against its face and wiped out a large area in the distance. The mountains were shattered. Looking at the dragons flying around, Marred Gear frowned slightly. He didn't understand what these giant dragons were planning to do, but forget it, the End Seal will be released soon, and he can even feel that the Book of End has been released. Started to get slightly hot. The 3 golden dragons, Augusto, waited until the flames of the explosion illuminated the sky before reacting. How could it be possible to have such a fast attack speed? Even the giant dragon didn't have the reaction power to stand at the top of all living beings. React? Death beam. Okay, I see. Roar. Chapter 242 was put together. Chapter 242 was put together. Marred Gear looked at the end book in his hand and muttered to himself. Sorry, President. Marred Gear's plan has completely failed. That's right, with your ability, you are still far away from unsealing the Book of End. Just as Marred Gear was talking to himself, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Zareth. Your Excellency. Marred Gear turned his head to look at Zareth, and immediately knelt on the ground on one knee, and saluted Zareth respectfully. Master Zareth, I'm sorry, Marred Gear might fulfill your long-cherished wish. Of course, with your strength, you can't do it. Zareth said indifferently, and then pointed to the Book of End that was originally in the hands of Marred Gear, and it was time for Zareth to hold it. The Book of End, please return it to me. As for you, the next battle will require your contribution. With a wave of Zareth's hand, the next moment, Marred Gear's originally lost arm grew back in an instant. Looking at the fully restored arm, Marred Gear saluted Zareth again. Thank you, Lord Zareth. The battle between humans, undead and dragons is finally about to begin. Advertisement. You say yes, Irene Bell Syrian. Of course, after all, I have already obtained the myth of light, meteor star brilliance. At this moment, a man was wearing a black cloak and black high-heeled knee-high boots, a black hat of strange shape on his head, and a brown-yellow antler-shaped wand with black spots in his hand. He had long crimson hair and tied for a woman with braided hair and a face almost identical to that of Urza appeared in front of Zareth, bowing slightly. The visitor was none other than Irene Bell Syrian, one of the 12 shields and one of the strongest 2 shields. How long will it take for the others to arrive? It's coming soon, the rest of the 2 weak guardians are not far away. Then the next enemy are these guys. As the mother of dragons who created dragon-slaying magic 400 years ago, she is not afraid of any dragon, even Agnologia, she also has the power to fight. Boom. It looks like it was set up by you. the earth was blasted out of a pit in an instant, and in the center of the pit, a figure gradually stood up, and it was Chen who came. It's also thanks to Tartaros, who diverted your attention, which allowed me to get the goblin's heart so easily. Feeling the surging magic power in his body, Zareth smiled slightly. At this moment, as long as he is given time, he even has the confidence to lift the curse of contradiction. I was careless, but next, I won't be careless again. The strength of Chen's whole body exploded, and just as he was speaking, he came to Zareth's body, and his fist condensed with terrifying power blasted towards Zareth's wolf. Boom! Zareth was hit directly from the front, and the terrifying energy came out through his body, even leveling the hills behind him. Zareth was also directly knocked into midair, but Zareth, who had an immortal body at the moment, didn't care about physical blows at all. Advertisement, that's a lot of physical strength. Irene Bell Syrian didn't intend to make a move. As an old friend of 400 years, she knew very well that with Chen's attack just now, it was impossible to defeat Zareth, not even to injure him. I am not only strong in physical strength, flame ripple. Chen's flame cracking wave at this moment and Damo Do Yunwu are not the same when he is fighting against Wanlong. At that time, Frieza's loading progress was only 1%, but now it has reached 2%. One must know that Frieza's combat power in the first form is as high as 530,000, and 1% is 5,300. Even if the fusion degree is low, there may be a discount on how much combat power he can display, but now Chen has reached 2%, that is, the level of 10,600 and the degree of exertion will be close to 5,000 miles even if it is not good. In Dragon Ball, Piccolo's performance of more than 1,000 fighting power is enough to easily destroy the moon, and Vegeta, who came to Earth for the first time, is already sure to destroy the Earth with 18,000 fighting power. So at this moment, Chen's flame cracking wave directly illuminated the entire sky, and at the center of the flame cracking wave, although Zareth did not die by virtue of the contradictory curse, he was indeed injured. 073 is really powerful. If you keep hitting me, maybe I will die too, but now I don't have to die for my purpose. Dark explosive formation. Zareth's left hand was wrapped in black flames, and he punched Chen fiercely. The terrifying black flames almost ignited the air, and hit Chen almost instantly. Boom! After Chen was hit, he was only knocked back a few steps, and he didn't suffer any damage at all. Ha 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 ha, is this the strength of the strongest black mage ancestor? It's nothing more than that. Is that so? So what? As soon as the words fell, Zareth's body emitted white light. In an instant, his original black hair became pure white, and the clothes on his body also directly turned into white clothes. From head to toe, he became white, and a pure white appeared on his back. The wings of light, and the only thing that remains the same is that pair of eyes that are as black as ink. Just let you see and see, with endless infinite magical power, the power of God above time and space, this is enough to defeat Acnologia, the final feather. Chapter 243 The Black Dragon Arrives. Chapter 243 The Black Dragon Arrives. White Mage. Chen frowned slightly. He felt that the Zareth at this moment was not inferior to him at all. Because of the incomplete loading, even if the loading progress reached 2%, the actual strength he could show was greater than what he expected. Low. I don't know if it's because of my own relationship that Zareth actually obtained the Fairy's Heart during the Tartaros battle, and became the final form, the White Mage form, and his strength is estimated to be much stronger in the Kitahara plot. But so what, Augusto? You can feel it. That smell is full of destruction. That's the last feather. Acnologia. Hold me for a while, and when I finish Zareth, I'll kill it. Chen shouted directly towards the sky, and there was even a sound wave visible to the naked eye. Roar, relax. My ally, Acnologia, leave it to me. The three heads of the three golden dragons, Augusto, let out a long roar, and he also felt the huge magical power that was not inferior to his own. After a little thought, he knew that this was the final feather Acnologia in Chen's mouth. As one of the original dragon gods, he can be said to be the oldest dragon, no matter how much he disdains it, but the dragons in the Aslanti world are in the same line as him after all, and Acnologia has all the dragons in the Aslanti world. All dragons were killed. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the three golden dragons Augusto and the final feather Acnologia have a blood feud. Roar, a dragon's roar spread throughout the battlefield, and it was Acnologia, the final feather, who came. The dark and ominous dragon body, just showing up, made everyone present terrified, and even many people saw Acnologia for the first time. The sorcerer couldn't help his legs trembling and almost fell to his knees. Roar. Not to be outdone, the three golden dragons, Augusto, also roared towards Acnologia, and then instigated the huge dragon body, ramming towards Acnologia. Advertisement. Boom. Under the dark night sky, a giant dragon shining with golden light and a black dragon exuding an ominous aura collided fiercely in midair. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave directly swept across the audience, and even rushed toward from a distance. Many towering ancient trees in the distant mountains were destroyed by this shockwave. It's a terrible power. It seems that Mard Gear underestimated the dragon. Mard Gear, who is as big as Beth the White Dragon, is also very surprised at the strength of the two dragons above his head. Compared with Beth, the dragon who fought with him before, the strength of these two dragons is not in the same dimension at all. Sure enough, Acnologia was attracted by the dragons here. Zareth, who was exuding white light all over his body, looked up at the confrontation between the two dragons above his head, showing a really so expression. I said, are you looking down on me? With super fast speed, Yi Chen came to Zaref's body in an instant. With his hands in lotus shape, he launched an attack towards Zaref. Momentum cannon. Boom. Although the power of this move was not strong, it was enough to knock Zaref into the air, and then Yi Chen condensed a flame-throwing bomb in his hand, heading towards Irene Belsirian below. Oh, so confident? How dare you go out to the Emperor and me at the same time? Irene Bell frowned slightly, and then she cast her own magic, high-level additional magic. Boom. After blocking Yi Chen's flamethrower, Irene Bell frowned slightly when she saw Yi Chen leaving here at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and then spoke to the void beside her with some displeasure. Oh, just to save people? He is really a good person. Advertisement, it doesn't matter, it's enough for others to arrive. After all, I believe that under the leadership of you and Irene, what follows will only be a one-sided massacre. August, why didn't you just stop? Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, although the remaining 12 shields are not far from here, some of them may not be able to come to the east at once. When Yi Chen was resisting his own attack by Irene Belsirian, he flashed Theltir, who was injured by Margir, didn't say anything at all, just picked her up and left here. And Ajil is fighting a mage who uses thunder magic, and it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Oh, August, you're here, and the rest of the 12 shields are coming soon, aren't they? Jacob and Wall are stopped by the remaining 3 of the so-called 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar and another powerful wizard. Bloodman was stopped by a strong man who was very close to the abyss of magic. You're still the same. Irene Bell naturally knew what the other person was thinking, so she just shook her head and didn't say anything more. After all, everyone has their own ideas, right? August paused, and said apologetically, the other 12 shields will arrive soon. There was a wave of waves in the void, and an old man with long wavy white hair, a thick beard, and a kind face, wearing a black cloak with the mark of the Albaris Empire and a white robe, and holding a magic wand appeared out of nowhere at the side of Irene Belsirian. It's nothing, the other party's attack just now did not carry any killing intent, but just wanted to take away my partner. God Selene has fought the 4-headed dragon. The person who came was the strongest magician of Albaris, the strongest man among the 12 shields, known as Magic King, and called Albaris Doublewall, with Irene, and also the patron saint the head of the 12 shields, known as Disaster, August. Chapter 244. Birth of a New God. Chapter 244. Birth of a New God. And at the moment, Augusto, the 3-song golden dragon who is fighting with the black dragon Acnologia, is not at peace at all, because he has just seen the most unforgettable scene in his long dragon life. In the endless years after dusk, the first new god was born. Even though this new god is still immature and doesn't even have the authority of a god, there is no doubt that Zaref, who has become a white mage at this moment, has really reached that level. This is impossible. The dragon god said before the fall of the gods that after Ragnarok, the world no longer has the basis for the birth of new gods. Why are new gods born? The 3 golden dragons Augusto and the black dragon Acnologia are wrestling with each other at this moment. Suddenly the dragon head in the middle of Augusto slams into Acnologia fiercely, and when Acnologia looks up, 2017 left and 1 right, the 2 dragon heads release his unique dragon breath at the same time. The divine light of destruction, X2, roar, 2 powerful lasers instantly hit Acnologia, the black dragon who couldn't dodge at the moment, and Acnologia was in pain for a moment, and couldn't help but roar. The roar of the black dragon. This also aroused Acnologia's ferocity. Acnologia opened the dragon's mouth directly against the divine light of destruction, and then a terrifying dragon's breath bombarded Augusto's body. Even with the superpower of 3 golden dragons, even with a strong body, it is difficult to resist Acnologia's full-strength dragon's breath. The dragon head on the right of the 3 golden dragon Augusto was directly destroyed by the roar of the black dragon, which caused the remaining 2 dragon heads to cry out in pain. But the 3 golden dragon Augusto is worthy of being a dragon god, the powerful and unparalleled magic power surge, and the dragon head that had been destroyed was directly reborn. After all, the birth of Acnologia, it can be said that he has an indispensable responsibility, so after merging the heart of the goblin, Zaref mastered what he called the divine power that transcends time and space and possesses infinite magic power. He moved his mind to solve Acnologia. To be honest, Zaref's ultimate goal, besides wanting to go back to 400 years ago when nothing happened, and make up for all his regrets, is to solve Acnologia, which has become a climate in this era. When Augusto saw this, it was no different from seeing a ghost. His family knew about his family affairs. As a dragon god created by the top, DBFE, God Dragon God, his personality was not inferior to ordinary gods. Even the strength is unmatched. Advertisement. Even if it was as strong as Acnologia, it was temporarily overwhelmed by Augusto's 3-in-1 dragon's breath. Even under the effect of this terrifying dragon's breath, almost the entire continental plate of the Ishgar continent was hit. Over time, mountains and rivers in countless places have shifted, and the world has been turned upside down. Soon, immediately everything will end, and all regrets will be made up. Zero the reborn dragon head directly sprayed a mouthful of dragon's breath towards Acnologia, and the other 2 heads also sprayed out dragon's breath at the same time, and the 3 dragons' breaths merged into one, directly pressing Acnologia towards the ground. Don't worry, the integration will be completed soon, and then I can fulfill my long-cherished wish. But with such a powerful self, the 3-in-1 dragon's breath spit out as divine, but the 3-in-1 dragon's breath with divinity was actually forced back by Acnologia. The first new god that was born still shocked him. Boom. As expected of Acnologia, it's really amazing. Zareth smiled slightly, the white light emitted from his body became more intense, and the divinity emitted from his whole body also became more intense. But as the final feather of the dragon clan who destroyed the entire Aslant world by himself, Acnologia is not easy to deal with. Acnologia roared directly, and the dark and ominous patterns all over her body exuded an ominous aura. Opened to Gusto's 3-in-1 dragon's breath. What? In the next moment, Acnologia's muscles swelled for a moment, and he stood up against Augusto's 3-in-1 dragon breath, and then released extremely violent dark magic power from his whole body, facing Augusto's 3-in-1 dragon breath. Breath rushed towards Augusto. Zareth, who became a white mage at the moment below, looked at Acnologia who was going retrograde against the breath of the 3-golden dragon Augusto. Intention burns in his gaze. Your Majesty, you should leave Acnologia alone for now. Although the fairy heart has initially fused with you, but at the current level, it is not yet Acnologia's opponent. The most urgent thing is to completely fuse the fairy heart with you as soon as possible, to the point where they are indistinguishable from each other. Irene, known as the Mother of Dragons, has lived for 400 years with her own strength. In addition, she was the one who trapped Acnologia in the endless sea by herself when the Damo Do Yunwu Wanlong attacked the super strong among them. Can tell at a glance that Zareth is not the opponent of the two dragons fighting in midair. Chapter 245 Vent. Chapter 245 Vent. It's too troublesome, so can everyone stop talking and wait here for the end of the battle? After all, it's not us who really decide the outcome, but those few extremely strong men. On the other side, a woman with emerald green bangs, a blue-purple cross on her head, white cross earrings, and a yellow chain collar around her neck, with an excellent figure and sexy clothes, spoke slowly. She is wearing a brown-yellow dress with blue-purple feathers and hexagonal patterns on the collar and tail, and the most eye-catching thing is the Alba Reis imperial emblem engraved on the outer thigh of her right leg, which is the Guardian Cross. One of the two shields, known as the Stain Country. Brandish P. Damn it, how can there be such a powerful magic power? Even Mirajane, a demon known for his magic power, looked at Brandish with a look of horror at this moment. The other party's magic power was dozens of times that of her own. She had only seen such amazing magic power from Yi Chen. Of course, Yi Chen's magic power is far higher than Brandish's, but Mirajane always thought that only a pervert like Yi Chen could have such amazing magic power, and Brandish has the most amazing magic power she has ever seen besides Yi Chen. The power guy is up. But so what, as long as Fairy Tail is an enemy, we will definitely bring her down. Although she was shocked by the amount of magic power of Brandish, as a swordsman, Urza Networka would not be afraid. On the one hand, she had no magic power, and now she has magic power. Thanks to Yi Chen's blood, the contract shares part of Yi Chen's magic. On the other hand, being able to swing a sword like a stronger one is the real swordsman. I didn't expect me to be as transparent as you. You are right, as long as it is the enemy of Fairy Tail. Even if it is a god, we will definitely defeat him. Urza. Scarlet on the other side was also amazed by Brandish's magic power, but following Urza Networka's words, he tightly held the magic sword in his hand, pointed at Brandish from a distance, and said with a fighting spirit. That's right, we will use our strength to protect Fairy Tail. Advertisement Lasana has entered the state of Catwoman at this moment, and at this moment, she is like a cat with blown hair, staring at Brandish, her whole body tense, ready to attack at any time. Really, I've said it all, it's too troublesome to fight with you, it's better to sit here and wait for the battle to end. Brandish shook his head helplessly, and was about to make a move. Then his whole body tensed up, and he looked at the side of the four girls as if facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Brandish stared at Yi Chen, who suddenly appeared next to the four girls, and the magic power surged out of his body, and the huge magic power even dyed the surrounding area with the dark green unique to her magic power. This guy is an enemy, but don't you feel any malice? Yi Chen retreated temporarily, holding the seriously injured Ultir at this moment. He didn't have the confidence to protect Ultir, who was seriously injured until he was almost unconscious in the upcoming battle between himself and Zareth, Irene and August. Although I don't know why August is invisible and does not show up, but this does not prevent Yi Chen from saving people, so Yi Chen directly pushed back Zareth and Irene, picked up Ultir and ran away. Forget it, this is not a big deal. Ultir will be left to you to take care of, and then I will inform everyone to leave here immediately, including the residents of Magnolia, as far as possible to evacuate, and then, this place will turn into a battlefield. Yi Chen's tone was urgent at the moment. He couldn't control his killing intent now. After all, Frieza was not a good guy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a tyrant standing on a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Yi Chen, be careful yourself. For the four girls who Yi Chen knew very well, he didn't say much, just took the unconscious Ultir from Yi Chen's hand, and then watched Yi Chen turn and leave reluctantly. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, since you haven't done anything to harm my partner, then I kindly remind you to leave here immediately, otherwise with your strength, you will easily be accidentally injured in the next battle. Yi Chen also remembered who Brandish was now, but having reached his current height, he no longer paid attention to Brandish, a powerhouse who was 2 levels lower than himself. The gap in strength is astonishingly large, not to mention that Brandish is at least 2 levels away from himself. 0. Brandish didn't say much, and still looked at Yi Chen with apprehension, without saying a word, but the magic power became more berserk, and he felt as if he would strike at any time. Forget it, if you don't listen to good people, you will suffer loss before your eyes. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you die later. After finishing speaking, Yi Chen didn't even look at Brandish, and flew directly in the direction she came from. A huge sonic boom rang right next to Brandish's ears, almost knocking her unconscious. This guy is too strong. Will the Emperor be his opponent? Brandish shook his dizzy head from the sound explosion, and his tone was heavy. Only after facing Yi Chen did he know how terrifying Yi Chen really is. Yi Chen, who was flying towards Zareth, naturally didn't know what Brandish was thinking. At this moment, his heart was full of killing intent, because the template of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, was too powerful. It would be fine if Frieza's template was just powerful, but Frieza is still an extremely cruel, evil and cold guy. Of evil. So Yi Chen doesn't intend to suppress the most evil heart of Frieza's template anymore. He is going to vent it to his heart's content once. Maybe after releasing the evil in his heart, there will be unexpected gains. This is what Yi Chen intuitively told him. 3. Chapter 246 Empire Double Wall. Chapter 246 Empire Double Wall. Boom. Yi Chen's speed was raised again and again, and the terrifying sound of sonic booms almost became one piece, resounding throughout the battlefield. Even the three Golden Dragon Augusto and the Black Dragon Agnologia who were fighting in full swing couldn't help but look at him. Seeing Yi Chen, who was flying by in the low air, fear filled his eyes. Coming. August had already sensed Yi Chen approaching rapidly, and at this moment he directly entered the state of his own fighting. Possessed by evil thoughts, August's body instantly turned red, and white stripes appeared, and his hair stood on end. The magic power soared to the point where it even reached and surpassed Yi Kang's. 5-5. This terrifying magical power, is it worthy to be called the head of the 12 shields of the saints? Irene, who was ruffled by August's escaping magic power, said to August with a smile. It's time to get serious. August didn't reply to Irene directly, but just spoke to Zareth. Your Majesty, I will leave this place to me. You can fuse the fairy heart first. August stood in front of Zareth at this moment, looked up at Yi Chen, who came in front of the three of them almost instantly, and waved the magic wand in his hand. 11 magic protections with astonishing defensive power will hide the three of them in the cage. Advertisement. It's up to you. Yi Chen has given up controlling the evil in his heart at this moment. Yi Chen's eyes are red at this moment. The originally pure black pupils emit a strange red light, and then a powerful energy wave is emitted from Yi Chen's hands. Boom. Yi Chen's terrifying energy wave is not inferior to the 3-in-1 dragon breath of the 3 golden dragons. A violent explosion occurred, and a mushroom cloud as high as a kilometer rose up. The terrifying shockwave even swept across the entire Ishgar continent. The dazzling white light, even in the dark night, it also illuminates the night. But such a terrifying attack was actually blocked by August's magic barrier, but at this moment, August is having a hard time. Even the Magic King, who has the most magic power in the entire fairy tale world, did not expect Yi Chen's attack to be so powerful, directly squeezed out his magic power. You know, August's magic shield has amazing defensive power. In theory, as long as August's magic power is not exhausted, the shield cannot be broken. The shield was torn apart. In order to maintain the protective shield, August desperately poured a large amount of magic power into the protective shield. Only then did he barely take Yi Chen's attack, and the price was that he was directly drained of his heinous magic power. What a terrifying attack, even you can barely resist it. At this moment, Irene is no longer as casual as before. She is called the Crimson Despair, and she is also one of the twin Jades of the Empire. Her strength is not inferior to August, but August actually resisted Yi Chen's blow, and she became like this. I don't think I can block Yi Chen. Huh, August is worthy of being the king of magic. Even though he has just squandered a lot of magic power, the magic power he retains is still second only to Irene, and even longer than Brandish. Be careful, the opponent's magic is very strange. I can't copy the opponent instantly, and even the defense is almost instantly defeated because of the opponent's special magic power. August didn't hang on, he took a step back and gave the battlefield to Irene. He knew he was being careless. If he hadn't resisted hard, he would never have lost his combat power with just one blow, so now he can only rely on Irene resisted Yi Chen. Advertisement. August directly regarded Yi Chen's energy wave as a special magic, and his chi was regarded as a special magic power by him, but he never expected that what Yi Chen used was not magic at all, and it could block the 2% loading speed Frieza's attack, even in the first form. August is proud enough. Is that so? I see. Irene immediately understood what August meant. Doesn't that mean that Yi Chen cannot be treated with common sense? If so, then she should show her strongest posture and defeat Yi Chen. Dragon transformation. Roar. In the next moment, Irene directly turned into a crimson dragon. The terrifying power of the dragon swept across the audience in an instant, and the powerful aura even made countless people tremble. At this moment, Ellie had no time to sigh her own strength, and directly faced the dragon who was about to land. Yi Chen launched the attack. Dragon transformation. Roar of the holy dragon. The fiery flame ignited the air, and its temperature even surpassed Natsu's emotional flame when it was at its hottest. The surrounding earth and rocks melted into dark red magma, braving green flames. Get in the way. But at this moment Yi Chen doesn't care at all. He just wants to vent out the evil in his heart heartily, so even in the face of such a terrifying dragon's breath, 1.3 Yi Chen just doesn't dodge, just floats in place, the whole body's energy instantly raised to the highest. Drink. Facing the incoming dragon's breath, Yi Chen yelled loudly, and at the same time his whole body erupted in momentum. Unexpectedly, just relying on his momentum, he shattered Irene's full-strength dragon's breath. What? How is this possible? August said. Today is a ghost. Someone can shatter Ellie's dragon breath who has exerted most of her strength just by virtue of her aura. You must know that this is Irene, the mother of Dragonslayer, 400 years old. In front of me is the strongest Dragonslayers, Irene Belselian. Chapter 247-3 Meteorites. Chapter 247-3 Meteorites. It's not over yet. Extreme additional magic god star collapse. With a roar, Irene released her most powerful magic directly. This is her unique move, a magic that surpasses the power of nature. A perfect combination of additional magic. Meteorite? Is it the same trick as Tianyi Zhengxing? Chen looked up at the sky and saw a huge meteorite falling rapidly. Before it even got close to the land, the unparalleled wind pressure had already made the air on the ground thick, making it hard to breathe. Wait, it's not an ordinary meteorite, there are some other things, but forget it. 31 Chen was only a little surprised at the beginning. After all, this move is not very similar to Uchiha Madara's Tianyi Zhengxing. The only difference between Irene's God Star Collapse and Uchiha Madara's Tianyi Zhengxing is that there seems to be some other things in it that greatly enhance the power of this meteorite. If this meteorite falls to the ground, it is even enough to make this meteorite the plates of the continent of Ishgar are changing. But that's it, you know, the template loaded by Chen at this moment is Frieza. Even if it is only 2%, it is extremely powerful. It is definitely beyond the imagination of Irene at this moment. Advertisement. Hee ha 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 ha, let me show you what it means to be desperate. Chen burst into laughter suddenly, and then a ball of light appeared between his fingers. In just a second, this energy bomb, which was originally only the size of a marble, began to expand continuously, and soon expanded to a diameter close to 10-meter level. Go. Death can shoot. Roar. What? No way. After becoming a dragon, Irene's perception is even stronger, and a huge meteorite is slowly falling from the clouds in the reflection of the dragon's eyes. Potential, slowly pressed. Ellie is worthy of being the mother of the dragon slayer who has lived for 400 years, and she can see Chen's 6 ways at a glance. The meteorite summoned by Tianyi Zhengxing is only huge in size, and it is not like her own God Star Collapse. The power, after all, my own limit additional magic is not ordinary magic. Since you play meteorites, try our school's daily recruits. 6 paths, sky obstacle earthquake. It's just an ordinary meteorite, do you think this trick will work for me? Advertisement. Irene took a deep breath, and added her own limit, adding magic to her dragon's breath. The already extremely hot dragon's breath exuded a temperature comparable to the sun at this moment, and directly sent Chen's 6 paths. The entire breakdown, and then endless cracks appeared on Ludao. Tianyi Zhengxing. Chen smiled evilly, and directly switched the Frieza template to Uchiha Madara's enhanced template, and then his eyes instantly changed to reincarnation eyes. Chen looked up, and saw that the first meteorite directly turned into countless fragments of different sizes, scattered and splashed towards the Ishgar continent, revealing the ghost hidden behind the first meteorite. Then Chen's hair turned white, and the white windbreaker of the Sage of the 6 Paths appeared on his body. 9 seeking jades floated in a circle around Chen's back, his arms and legs also turned black, and he held the Zen staff of the 6 Paths in his left hand. At this moment, the second meteorite was also pierced by Irene's ultimate additional magic, ultimate strengthening, and the roar of the Holy Dragon, but this meteorite is nearly 20 kilometers in diameter, which is really too huge. The meteorite, however, did not cause a devastating attack, and still slowly fell towards the ground. Afterwards, the death energy bomb exploded in midair, and the God Star, which had already been smashed into countless fragments, collapsed and completely turned into countless dust. It was impossible to find even a meteorite fragment the size of a fist. It's very powerful, and even penetrated the second meteorite. Chen didn't need the link seal at the moment, he put his hands together in front of his body, and then a huge genuine shot up into the sky, and in the next second, a sense of deja vu appeared in the hearts of the Imperial twins who were present. Extreme additional magic ultimate enhancement roar of the Holy Dragon 607. Chen waved his finger at the attacking God Star Bang, and the huge death energy bomb flew towards the God Star Bang at a high speed. Then, under Ellie's and August's unbelievable gazes, the death energy bomb was destructive, completely destroyed Irene's unique move, the ultimate additional magic God Star Collapse, which condensed most of her magic power. The second meteorite was several times larger. Chapter 248 Death Will. Chapter 248 Death Will. The falling meteorites one after another made the 3 extremely fierce Golden Dragon Augusto and the Black Dragon Agnologia very angry. Although the target of this meteorite was not my own 2 dragons. My own 2 dragons were the first to bear the brunt. What? The Divine Light of Destruction, X3, the roar of the Black Dragon. Therefore, the most peculiar scene happened. The 3 Golden Dragon Augusto and the Black Dragon Agnologia, who were still fighting to death, stopped in tacit understanding, and at the same time, they sprayed their respective volleys towards the second meteorite that Chen had summoned. Dragon Breath. Boom, even a huge meteorite with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers, under the repeated attacks of Irene Bell, the mother of the Dragon Slayer, Agnologia, the Final Feather, and Augusto, the 3 golden dragons, could no longer hold on, directly collapsed and turned into countless gravels, scattered and splashed. Roar, humans. Don't disturb my battle. Seeing that the meteorite was wiped out, the 3 golden dragon Augusto roared at Chen, and once again got entangled with the Black Dragon Agnologia. You bite and claw, and you punch and kick. The dragon scales splashed, and the dragon blood splashed, so tragic. I'm sorry, I can't hold it back for a while. Chen laughed loudly, without any sense of shame, and then melted the Taoist jade behind him and the 6 Paths tin staff in his hand. White Mage. Zarif, with this next move, don't try to hide behind others. Advertisement. Yi Chen looked at Zareth, who was still sitting cross-legged in the void, constantly fusing the heart of a goblin, and Irene and August, who stood in front of Zareth, whose magic power had been raised to the limit, and sneered. This move, even if it is as strong as Irene and August, absolutely unstoppable. After all, this move once damaged Agnologia, the feather of demise. HMPH, did you mess up something? I haven't lost yet. Irene knows that she is not Yi Chen's opponent, but she has no intention of backing down. After all, Zareth is not only her friend, but also a benefactor who rescued herself from the curse of dragon transformation. At worst, she will fight to the death. It's all about death for gratitude. If you want to hurt His Majesty the Emperor, you must first step over my corpse. August released most of the recovered magic power, forming a protective shield, which protected Zareth, who was still closing his eyes and trying his best to fuse the goblin's heart. And after releasing the shield, even August couldn't stand firm. He knelt on the ground with one knee and used the magic circle in his hand to prevent himself from falling down. Since you are all eager to die, how can you be worthy of your hard work if you are dissatisfied? Take this trick of mine. The 6 paths Eternal Spearginger, which severely damaged the Black Dragon Agnologia in the Battle of Sirius Island, was cast by Yi Chen again. That time, it was even more terrifying. If the 6 paths Eternal Spearginger, which severely damaged the Black Dragon Agnologia in the Sirius Island War, is just a superficial appearance, then this time the 6 paths Eternal Gunginger has spread from the inside to the outside. Unleashing the power of a real artifact, this terrifying power is even enough to kill gods. August and Irene Bell Syrian looked at each other, and they both saw the will to die in each other's eyes. With their strength and insight at the top of the world, they could tell at a glance that Yi Chen's next blow was absolutely earth-shattering. Hit. 6 paths Eternal Gunginger. Following Yi Chen's angry shout, the 6 paths Eternal Spearginger, exuding endless divine light, lit up the entire battlefield like a shooting star, even at the end of the battle with the 3 golden dragon August. Feather Agnologia, a trace of fear flashed in the huge dragon eyes. Advertisement, are you afraid? Agnologia, the majestic final feather, is also afraid? The 3 golden dragons, August, have lived for an extremely long time, and they can see the fear of the final feather Agnologia at a glance, and can't help but sneer. Roar, dragon, who do you think you are, but the final feather? How could Agnologia be afraid? Agnologia, the final feather, is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The whole dragon's fur exploded. With a roar, and with a flick of the dragon's tail, the huge force actually sent the 3 golden dragon August, who was caught off guard, flying hundreds of times. Meter. However, August, the 3 golden dragons, was not the one to suffer. He spread out his dragon wings to stabilize his figure, and then the 3 dragon heads inhaled at the same time, and in the next instant, he sprayed himself at Agnologia, the final feather that was rushing towards him. The unique dragon's breath goes. The divine light of destruction 3 in 1 dragon's breath. Boom. Hello Nuo Li. Go. 6 paths Eternal Gunginger. Accompanied by the attack of the 3 golden dragon August on the final feather Agnologia, Yi Chen released the 6-way Eternal Gunginger with lightning speed, as if crossing the space, and instantly smashed August's protective cover. Afterwards, it didn't weaken at all, and pierced through the dragon body of Irene Bell Syrian, which has been added with extreme magic and hardness, and has been transformed into a dragon. The huge body of the holy dragon was directly pierced back and forth, and the dragon's blood spewed out like it was free. In the wide-eyed eyes of the 2, 6 paths, Eternal Spear, Gingner is only 1 meter away from Zareth, who is still merging the heart of the goblin. His Majesty the Emperor, Chapter 249 Pluto ends. Chapter 249 Pluto ends just when Yi Chen's 6 paths Eternal Gunginger was about to hit Zareth. A figure stood in front of him. It was the culprit who triggered this all-out war, Mard. Gear, who claimed to be the king of Hades. At this moment, Mard. Gear has been completely demonized, ready to fight Yi Chen's 6 paths Eternal Spearginger with his demonic body. Sorry, Master Zareth, Mard Gear is here to say goodbye to you. Mard. Gear glanced at Zareth, who was still merging the fairy heart at this moment, and then looked resolutely at the 6 paths Eternal Spearginger, who was already close at hand. Let Mard. Gear do one last thing for you. Boom. 6 paths Eternal Gunginger directly penetrated Mard. Gear, but it was difficult to save it, because Mard Gear actually burned everything in himself, whether it was life or memory, whether it was body or soul. He would everything that can be ignited is turned into firewood, and the 6 paths Eternal Gunginger is firmly resisted. Mard Gear kept roaring, and he deviated from the original track, the 6 paths, the Spear of Eternity, Gingner, which had penetrated his demon body, and shot it towards Zareth's head to an endless distance. Boom. Seeing the 6 paths gun of Eternity Gingner dissipating into countless light spots, Mard Gear knelt down on his knees, and then his whole body fell down, his head turned towards Zareth, whose eyes were still closed, with tears in his eyes looking at Zareth reluctantly. Master Zareth. Before Mard Gear finished speaking, he began to dissipate, and then turned into a book of demons, and then began to burn spontaneously, and soon turned to ashes. Since then, he has dedicated, DBEC, everything to the ruler of Tartaros in Zareth, Mard Gear, known as Hades, has completely come to an end. Advertisement, I can't imagine that Mard Gear is so loyal to Zareth. Yi Chen couldn't help sighing at this moment, Mard Gear's loyalty, but this did not prevent him from killing Zareth. Having read the original plot, he knew exactly what the so-called goblin's heart was. So Yi Chen didn't intend to let Zareth go, Although he was blocked with a six-paths eternal speargingner, this wasn't the only way he could do it. Immortal Law. Lan Dun Guangya. The magic ray like a laser streaked across the ground and attacked Zareth. At this moment, August and Irene Belsirian, who had already turned into a human form due to serious injuries, had no power to resist at all. They could only watch Yi Chen's attack. The attack hit Jerry Doctor. If there is no accident, what follows is the bloody scene of Zareth being cut in half by the magic ray of Yi Chen's fairy magic, Landon Guangya. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Chen's celestial technique, the magic ray of Landon Guangya, crossed Zareth's figure, and it only caused a burst of ripples. Hit the ground, but failed to cause half damage to Zareth suspended in midair. Huh? Phantom? No, Yi Chen stared. At this moment, he has opened the eyes of reincarnation. It is impossible to have illusions that can deceive his eyes of reincarnation. Since it's not a phantom, then, what an astonishing power. It is indeed the power of God that you call beyond time and space. You shouldn't forget how I abused you before. Let's relive it. I never thought of it that way. Is it space magic? Advertisement. Seeing that the two were walking away, Zareth looked at Yi Chen and spoke slowly. As expected of Zareth, he still has such skills, but you don't think you can sit back and relax just because of this. At some point, Zareth appeared behind Yi Chen, and the magic bullet he swung casually had an astonishing power, directly blasting Yi Chen into the ground. Yi Chen frowned slightly. This is a bit troublesome. Uchiha Madara's template is not good at space skills. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zareth smiled slightly and ignored them, but shook his hands at the stunned August and Irene who were looking down, signaling them to leave here quickly. Zareth, you don't think this is my strongest power. But you don't think that you can defeat me with just this. Yi Chen slowly floated out from the ground. At this moment, his body has fully recovered, except for some damage to his clothes. There are almost no injuries. Terrifying power from the Emperor of Evil. Ha 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 ha. Defeat you? No, not to defeat you, but to torture and kill you. When Yi Chen heard Zareth's words, he burst out laughing straight away, leaning forward and backward. Tears were about to flow down, but Zareth didn't stop him. In his heart, Yi Chen was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, so let Yi Chen in the last moments of life laugh heartily. Yi Chen was direct blasted into the ground at an unknown depth by Zareth's attack. Even with the body of the six paths, he was damaged at the moment. With just one blow, Yi Chen was severely injured. If it weren't for the characteristics of Uchiha Madara's six paths mode, Life Body allowed Yi Chen to recover within a few breaths, and I'm afraid he would lose his combat effectiveness immediately if he changed another person. Boom. Chapter 250. Chapter 250. System. Switch Frieza template. Yi Chen is very clear. Judging from the attack he received just now, the enhanced version of the 6 Dao Madara template will definitely not be the opponent of Zareth, who has become a white mage at this moment, or the new god Zareth, so now Yi Chen can only Frieza templates can now be switched. After all, judging from the current situation, only the Frieza template can stabilize Zareth at this moment. Boom. A violent and evil aura emanates from Yi Chen's body, as if Yi Chen at this moment is the concept of evil itself. Pure power is beyond me, who has the power of a god that transcends time and space. In my opinion, the threat you pose to me now is not as good as before. Seeing the explosive power of Yi Chen's Frieza template once again, Zareth was amazed, but he didn't pay attention to Yi Chen at this moment, because only the heart of the fairy has truly merged and obtained the transcendence. The power of God above time and space will understand how powerful the power of God is. So the power that Yi Chen erupted now, even Zareth can only say that this level is unique, but there is a qualitative gap with the power of God, so Zareth has completely ignored Yi Chen at this moment. On the contrary, the power of the enhanced version of Lu Dao Madara made him pay more attention to it. He can see that that power has been contaminated with divinity, even the power of God, but it is not as good as his own. Really? Then you can taste my pure power? Boom. Yi Chen rushed towards Zareth. Just the reaction force caused the ground to sink deeply, which shows how strong Yi Chen's strength is at this moment. Advertisement. Boom. Zareth's right hand is covered with black and purple magic power, trying to block Yi Chen's attack with his bare hands. In his opinion, he who controls the power of God beyond time and space can definitely block Yi Chen with ease. Air, punching a sonic boom. But unfortunately, Zareth overestimated himself. Although he blocked the punch, his whole body was also repelled by this huge force. When the power disappeared, Zareth had already been repelled by 100 meters above. The ground has been plowed out of 2 deep marks. This is impossible. Zareth looked at the trembling right hand wrapped in purple-black magic power. He couldn't believe it. He never thought that he could block Yi Chen's punch so hard, but he is the white mage Zareth who has mastered the power of God. Nothing is impossible. There is a saying that one force breaks all laws. Yi Chen still maintains his punching posture at this moment, slowly raised his head and smiled evilly. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to underestimate Frieza, the Emperor of Evil, they will definitely die ugly. You know, the Dragon Ball world also has gods, and almost every star of life has its own god. But even if there is such a planet with a god whose personality is higher than Frieza, who can stop it? Can you survive Frieza's invasion? Even the king of the realm who is far above God is terrified in the face of Frieza, which shows how powerful Frieza is. HMPH, even so what, you are only in the category of human. Zareth clenched his fist hard, and the enormous power of God instantly condensed in his palm, forming an extremely holy sphere, emitting a dazzling white light. Go to hell. Before August could finish sighing, he saw Yi Chen blocking Zareth's all-powerful blow with one foot, and Irene was so shocked that she almost couldn't even hold the magic wand in her hand. His Majesty. Did he fall into an illusion? No, it's impossible. There is no illusion that can confuse him, the white mage Zareth. Advertisement. I didn't expect that one day I could just sit on the sidelines and be powerless. How is it possible? Zareth threw the sphere emitting dazzling white light directly towards Yi Chen. The moment he threw it, the sphere, which was originally only the size of a basketball, began to expand continuously. When it was 20 meters away from Yi Chen, the light sphere had already swelled to a diameter of almost 50 meters. HMPH. A little trick. No one knows better than Zareth how powerful the attack he unleashes, but Yi Chen can resist such a terrifying blow with one foot. Didn't he already fuse the heart of the fairy, and obtain the power of God yet? Asking for flowers. It seems that His Majesty the Emperor is not the opponent of this monster. If Dragon Ball fans saw this scene, they would definitely think that just this one blow would completely shatter Vegeta's fighting spirit by Frieza, and it was Frieza who just kicked Vegeta to the ground. The scene where I attacked with all my strength and was kicked away. Irene frowned, her tone extremely serious. On the hillside in the distance, seeing Yi Chen, who was loaded with the Frieza template, beating Zareth all the way, August and Irene Bell could not help worrying about Zareth. After all, Zareth is special in their hearts, one is the father and the other is the benefactor. Not to mention Irene. At this moment Zareth was so startled that his jaw almost fell to the ground. Yi Chen shouted angrily, directly attacked Zareth with all his strength, and kicked him away. With Yi Chen's state at the moment, it would be easy to dodge this attack, but he didn't plan to dodge. If he dodged, how would he let Zareth know the gap between the two at the moment? It's impossible. So Yi Chen just sneered, and then rushed towards the light ball thrown by Zareth, and then Yi Chen directly stretched out his right foot. With all his strength, he directly touched the light ball of Zareth's divine power. The Magic King August, who was called the Master of Magic Power that cannot be compared with the other 12 shields, by Makarlov, has never been so frustrated as he is today, and his own strength can't help Zareth in the slightest. Chapter 251 One hit. Chapter 251 One hit. Boom. The entire sky was completely illuminated, and all the people on the entire Ishgar continent looked at the sun like flash in the sky. Zareth was completely speechless at the moment, and even subconsciously took a step back when Yi Chen cast his gaze over. After all, even though Zareth possesses infinite divine power, the divine power consumed by the attack just now has already recovered. However, after seeing Yi Chen's operation of kicking his own attack away with one kick just now, it is also difficult for Zareth to maintain his previous confidence. Are you really still a human? Looking at the unharmed Yi Chen, Fu couldn't help asking questions that even he himself knew the answer to. Certainly, Yi Chen came to Zareth's body in an instant, and punched Zareth hard in the abdomen at Zareth, who hadn't reacted at all, and the terrifying vigor directly penetrated Zareth. It left a deep mark on the ground. Vomit. Being hit head-on by Yi Chen's terrifying blow, even Zareth at this moment couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, Zareth's eyes were fierce, his right hand was clenched tightly, and the endless power of God was instantly condensed in his fist. The top punched Yi Chen hard in the face. Go to hell. Zareth believes that with such a close distance and such a punch from him head-on, Yi Chen will definitely lose the battle even if he does not die. Boom. Advertisement. An explosion like a nuclear bomb erupted in the center of the battle between the two, but this punch that condensed all Zareth's hopes, Yi Chen directly blocked it with one hand with his right hand, even though there was black smoke on his right hand at the moment, but it did literally unscathed. Is this your full strength? White Mage Zareth, if it's only this level, then you will be dead in the future. Yi Chen's right hand began to emit a purple-red light, and a terrifying aura lingered in it. Unexpectedly, I would die in your hands. You are probably the child of luck in the novel. Zareth felt the breath of death from Yi Chen's right hand. He was slightly taken aback, and then he was relieved that death was also his pursuit. Boom. The explosion that shook the entire fairy tale world happened in such an inconspicuous place as Magnolia. The earth shifted and the sea boiled. Even the people of Albaris Empire, who were far away on another continent, could feel the tremor of the world. When the endless smoke and dust dissipated, Yi Chen's whole body was burning with purple-red flames, and he slowly floated up into the air. Feather Acnologia and the three golden dragon August Ren. Next is you, Black Dragon Acnologia, thank you for taking care of Sirius Island. Yi Chen's cold words made even Acnologia, who is called the last feather, tremble all over, but even if his heart is full of fear at this moment, Acnologia will not sit still. Roar, you want to kill me? I am the last feather Acnologia who destroyed the entire dragon clan by myself. Dragon Slayer. Profound truth ending darkness. The endless darkness gathered in Acnologia's right claw, just like the darkness and sin of the whole fairy tale were gathered in his right claw. Even the sky seemed to be blackened by this darkness. The original clear sky could still see a little bit of stars, but now it is still dark except for the darkness. Advertisement. Just obediently die under my trick. Yi Chen stretched out his right hand clenched into a fist, and then a purple light radiated from the center of the fist, and then Yi Chen opened his hand. 10 balls of basketball-sized purple dazzling air floated in Yi Chen's palm. Go to hell. Punishment Blaster. Following Yi Chen's furious shout, the ball of air the size of a basketball swelled instantly, and then under Yi Chen's control, a terrifying attack filled with endless destructive power rushed towards Acnologia, and the entire space followed the blow. and shattered, extremely dangerous space cracks appeared densely in the place where this move passed. Roar, under the bombardment of Yi Chen's punishing shockwave, Agnologia's Dragon Slayer profound truth the final darkness was completely destroyed without even being able to block it for a moment, and Agnologia, also in endless unwillingness, was completely destroyed by Yi Chen's attack destroyed. And the dragon roar just now was the last voice of Agnologia, the last feather of fairy tale world for 400 years. As for you, Tugu. As if he couldn't finish it, Yi Chen looked at the trembling three golden dragons Augusto, which directly made the huge dragon body of the three golden dragons tremble. After all, Yi Chen just killed the black dragon Akuno 0.1 Logia, who was comparable to him, with one blow. Doesn't that mean that as long as Yi Chen wants to, he can solve himself with one move? To be honest, the three golden dragon Augusto is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to die so aggrieved. Wait. Humans, we're allies. Thinking of this, the three golden dragon Augusto quickly opened his mouth, trying to let Yi Chen let him go. Don't worry, I know we are allies, and I didn't intend to kill you at first, but our covenant needs to be changed. You and I are no longer equals, but I am the main one. You are including the entire dragon clan, that is to say, the dragons in the dragon world are also the objects of the covenant, right? Otherwise, there is no need for the dragon race to exist in the world. Chapter 252, are you here? Chapter 252, are you here? Okay, I will persuade the other three-headed dragon gods to re-sign the contract. The situation is stronger than people. At this moment, Yi Chen has obviously surpassed the limit of this world. Even among the ancient gods, there are only a few top existences who can wrestle with Yi Chen. But now, the gods have already fallen. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. You must know that the reason why Zareth and Agnologia were easily resolved just now is because not long ago, when Yi Chen switched to the Frieza template again, he didn't know what it was. It's not a matter of constant fighting, the loading rate of Frieza's template has increased to 3%. But what Yi Chen didn't expect was that although the evil heart of Frieza's template would still affect him, it was not as strong as before. Yi Chen could barely control the evil in his heart, and he performed well. In this way, everything has come to an end, and the next thing is Ansel Rammel, who doesn't know if he really exists. Yi Chen looked at the starry sky, as if a stalwart existence outside the starry sky was watching him. Zareth, for the sake of the first president, you can do it yourself. Yi Chen did not kill Zareth. Just when Yi Chen was about to kill Zareth, the first generation Mavis suddenly appeared in front of Zareth, hugged Zareth, obviously ready to die together. It was precisely because of the appearance of Mavis that Yi Chen missed the attack directly. Although the two were seriously injured, with the power of the curse of contradiction on the two of them, it would not take long for them to recover. Thanks. Advertisement Zareth also knew that it was because of Mavis that he was lucky enough to escape, so he thanked Yi Chen. By the way, Zareth, with your current ability, you can already lift the curse of contradiction. Yes, I have a hunch that it only takes a little time to lift the curse of contradiction. Zareth did not deny it. After all, now he has obtained the infinite magic power of Fairy Heart, and became a white mage, just like what the three golden dragons Augusto said. It is already in the endless years since the gods fell, the first new god born, lifting the curse, that is not easy. Then remember to tell me when you release it. Of course, if you want to fight against God Ansel Rammel alone, you don't have to notify me. Fight against the god Ansel Rammel? What do you mean? Zareth frowned, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. It's very simple. Since you have a curse on you, the caster must still be alive. This is an unchanging iron rule, so the god Ansel Rammel must still be alive somewhere. Maybe our battle just now was seen by him. 17 Advertisement. It has to be said that Yi Chen's speculation awakened Zareth. As a character who was cursed 400 years ago, Zareth naturally knows what the power of Ansel Rammel is, but he has subconsciously avoided this guess before. Don't worry, when I lift the curse of contradiction, I will definitely inform you. Thank you in advance. I'm not for you, I'm for the first president, Mavis. Yi Chen shook his head, turned and left. 3 months later, Magnolia, which was originally in ruins due to the aftermath of the previous war, has been re-established with the efforts of everyone, and the 12 shields of the Alba Reese Empire also returned to the ruins under the order of Zareth. To the Alba Reese Empire. It can be said that this was a massive battle that swept all the top powerhouses in the world, and the only loser was Agnologia, the final feather. What, you said that Tartaros also lost? Tartaros' purpose is to return to Zareth's command, and finally kill Zareth to fulfill Zareth's long-cherished wish. It seems to have fulfilled Tartaros' long-cherished wish. Since the battle 3 months ago, the entire Ishgar continent has known the power of the fairy tale, and they have repelled the surprise attack of the 12 shields of the Alba Reese Empire with their own power, and killed all the creatures hanging above their heads. The sword of Damocles, Agnologia, the last feather. The current fairy tale is already the uncrowned king of the entire Ishgar continent, famously surpassing Wang Quan. Even the council is turning a blind eye to fairy tale at this moment. After all, fairy tale is too strong, so powerful that no existence can restrict fairy tale. The fairy tale, which has been rebuilt, is full of laughter at the moment. Yi Chen hugs left and right at the moment. Mira Jane Lasana, 2 sisters. Urza Scarlet. Urza, Nedrika, Ultier, Lucy. 7 people sat at a table talking and laughing, very happy. Suddenly Yi Chen frowned and stopped laughing. Come yet? Chapter 253 Lifting the Curse of Contradiction? Chapter 253 Lifting the Curse of Contradiction. Who's here? Seeing Yi Chen's suddenly serious face, Mirajane asked curiously. Who else could be? Of course the former black mage, now the white mage, Geldragnil. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. Now he has completely surpassed Zareth. Zareth was not taken seriously by Yi Chen at all. What really made him pay attention was the meaning of Zareth's arrival. The curse of contradiction is about to be lifted. Wonder if the legendary deity, Anxel Rammel, will show up as the contradictory curse is lifted. You wait here obediently for me to come back. Zareth and I are going to a place and will be back soon. Before the 6 girls could answer, Yi Chen left the guild in a flash and came to Zareth, who was waiting for him at the door. At this moment, Zareth is holding hands with Mavis, smiling so happily that people can only sigh. What a pair of golden boys and girls. Let's go, I've already found the place. There, even if the god Anker Rammel really shows up, even if the world is turned upside down, it won't affect the present world. Seeing Yi Chen coming out, Zareth greeted Yi Chen, and then, under Yi Chen's nod, activated the teleportation magic and came to a strange place. Here, the power of time and the power of space even begin to materialize, and the entire space presents a distorted and strange state. This is the gap where time and space collide and distort. Theoretically, everything that touches it will be sucked into a different space, but I have opened up a relatively stable space here, and it is here that the curse of contradiction is lifted. Curse. Bar. Advertisement. Yi Chen glanced at this strange space, nodded, and said, let's get started. Next, we'll see if the god Anxel Rammel will really appear. Then, everything is up to you. I can't fight when the curse is lifted. Well, even if the god Anxel Rammel appears in front of me, I will kill the god. Yi Chen had already switched to Frieza's template at this moment, and a terrifying aura spread from his body, filling the gap of time mightily. It's stronger than before, what a monster. Feeling Yi Chen's strength at the moment, Zareth murmured in his heart, but then he was relieved. Losing to such a monster was not wronged. So, Mavis, let's get started. Well, just like the drill before, let's start. Afterwards, Mavis and Zareth sat facing each other, their hands intertwined, and a strange force began to spread through their bodies. Seeing that Mavis and Zareth had already immersed Shendu in lifting the curse of contradiction, Yi Chen also calmed down his breath so as not to affect the two of them. And in order to prevent accidents, Yi Chen also used Frieza's extremely powerful superpower to wrap and protect the two of them, just in case, and it turned out that Yi Chen's actions were still effective. As the two began to lift the curse of contradiction, the endless curse power began to emanate from the two of them. This terrifying curse power directly caused the entire gap in time to riot, and time storms and space cracks were constantly generated. Then it disappeared, looking beautiful and dangerous. Yi Chen is also constantly releasing attacks at this moment, crushing the time storms and space cracks that appeared nearby one after another. If Yi Chen hadn't increased the loading rate of Frieza's first form template in the past 3 months, the level of 5% may not be as easy as it is now. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took. The power of the curse escaping from the two people began to gradually decrease, and the time storm and space crack also became rare because of the weakening of the power of the curse. Yi Chen finally felt a lot more relaxed. After a few more minutes, the power of the curse finally ceased to radiate from the two of them. Afterwards, the two of them opened their eyes, and the joy in their eyes could not be concealed. Great, the curse of contradiction is finally lifted. Mavis was as happy as a child at the moment, hugged Zareth and kissed him, making the shy Zareth blush. How do you feel? When the two finally calmed down, Yi Chen asked with a smile. Easier than ever. Feeling the curse of the contradiction that completely dissipated, Zareth was as relaxed as he said, unprecedentedly relaxed, even because he let go of his knots. He stepped up to a higher level and became even stronger. Well, and I feel like my body can grow again, winners. The unspeakable joy in Mavis's eyes can be said to be her long-standing resentment that her body is not growing up, and now finally, she can grow up again. Did Anxel Rammel not come? Zareth looked to the left and looked again, and found that there was no figure other than the three of them appearing in the crack of time at this moment, and asked a little strangely. It came a long time ago, but it's just that you haven't taken any action. At that time, you were at the critical moment of lifting the curse, so since he didn't do anything, then I didn't take the lead in launching the attack. Yi Chen pouted his lips towards the tops of the three of them, signaling Zareth to look up. Zareth and Mavis raised their heads subconsciously, and then saw a terrifying picture. Chapter 254 The Way to Kill God. Chapter 254 The Way to Kill God. This. The god Anxel Rammel? As far as the two of them could see, they were filled with a huge stalwart body. The whole body exuded divine light, making people unable to see clearly whether it was a man or a woman and what it looked like, but it gave people a feeling. He is the embodiment of life and death. It is precisely because it is too huge, so before Zareth thought it was just a normal change in the gap of time, but he did not expect that it was actually the body of the god Anxel Rammel. Ants, you are trying to steal God's authority, and you will be punished by God. The existence of Da Duyan suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, speaking a language that the three of them had never heard before, but his meaning was clearly transmitted to the minds of the three of them. Probably because the contradictory curse was completely lifted, so the god Anxel Rammel, who was motionless, spoke judgment to the three of them, and then pressed down on the three of them with a giant hand that covered the sky. To be exact, it's Zareth and Mavis. As for Yi Chen, it's just incidental. In the eyes of god Anxel Rammel, the masters are all humble ants. 290, that's all. This is the gap of time, that is to say, you can hit whatever you want, so I have to release all my strength. Yi Chen looked at the giant hand that was slowly pressing down like a mountain, and sneered. In the next second, the terrifying and evil aura belonging to Frieza erupted directly. Even in a strange place like the gap of time, it was still shaking. Punishment shockwave. The purple-red shockwave directly pushed the giant hand back, and pierced the giant hand halfway. Under the blessing of Yi Chen's continuous input, there was no tendency to weaken at all, and it directly blasted on the head of God Anxur Ramel. It directly destroyed half of the head of God Anxur Ramel. Ant, you are provoking God. However, God Anxur Ramel was worthy of being a god. He recovered in just a split second and spoke again, this time with an obviously angry tone. It was obvious that God Anxur Ramel had been irritated by Yi Chen's attack. Advertisement, it's not dead. Yi Chen originally thought that half of his head was crushed, so Anxur Ramel should be almost dead, but he didn't expect to recover in just an instant. Normal, blurring the line between life and death. As a new god reborn after the twilight of the gods, Zeref saw the operation of the god Anxur Ramel, and the god Anxur Ramel directly blurred the boundary between his own life and death, so that he avoided death. That is to say, the god Anxur Ramel at this moment can be said to be alive, but he is dead, and he is said to be dead, but he is indeed alive. As expected of a god, there is such an operation, and it is probably because of this operation that he was able to avoid falling in the legendary Ragnarok and survive to this era. Yi Chen was also shocked at this moment. He never expected that there would be such an operation. Should it be said that it is the authority of God? It can even blur the boundary between life and death. Yeah, I didn't expect that Anxur Ramel would survive in this form until now, but the current Anxur Ramel is at best a walking dead. As long as the boundaries of his life and death are redefined, then he will truly fall. Zeref looked solemnly at Anxur Ramel, who was about to strike again, his whole body shining brightly, and said slowly. Then what can you do? Yi Chen turned his head and asked curiously, and then Jizertian shook his head. No, not as much as you said. Advertisement Yi Chen is also full of black lines. There is no way to redefine the boundary between the life and death of Anxur Ramel. No matter how much you say, it is also nonsense. Then you have a solution? Zeref asked directly, and instantly stopped Yi Chen from asking. Ha 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 ha, it seems like I don't either. Yi Chen scratched his head and said in embarrassment, but he quickly asked the system for help in his heart. System, is there a way to kill Anxur Ramel? Ding. Just completely destroy the support of the existence of Anxur Ramel. The cold voice of the system made Yi Chen's eyes light up, completely destroying the support of the existence of Anxur Ramel? This seems to be possible, as long as the system finds the support of the so-called Anxur Ramel's existence. Have you figured out a way? Seeing the joyful expression on Yi Chen's face, Zeref, who just cooperated with Mavis to block the attack of Anxur Ramel God with all his strength, his eyes lit up, and he asked Yi Chen quickly. That's right, according to my estimation, as long as the support of the god Anxur Ramel is completely destroyed, then the god Anxur Ramel will naturally fall, but I don't know what the support of the existence of the god Anxur Ramel is. Yi Chen unceremoniously took what the system said as his own speculation. Anyway, what the system said was his own. The support for the existence of Anxur Ramel. Hearing Yi Chen's words, both Zeref and Mavis frowned. Although they have found a practical solution, what is the so-called support for their existence? Chapter 255 Caught Blind. Chapter 255 Caught Blind. Boom. Yi Chen once again used the energy wave to destroy an arm of god Anxur Ramel, but in just one breath, god Anxur Ramel fully recovered, as if the scene just now hadn't happened at all. It's really difficult. Seeing Anxur Ramel, who had recovered to his original state and was attacking the three of them with his whole body glowing again, Yi Chen's heart trembled. It's nothing right now, but if this stalemate continues, even if it's based on Frieza's template powerful, but not infinite physical strength after all. After such a short period of time, Yi Chen has already exhausted a lot of physical strength. If this continues, it may not be good. Hey, Zeref, what is the basis for the existence of the god Anxur Ramel? Yi Chen continued to gather his strength, and at the same time turned his head to Zeref and asked. Don't rush, I'll think of it right away. Zeref is constantly thinking at this moment, what is the basis for the existence of Anxur Ramel? The current Anxur Ramel relies on the power of life and death under his control, and is in a state of neither life nor death, life and death. What is the basis for the existence of Anxur Ramel? Wait, power? A flash of inspiration flashed in Zeref's mind. Now he, because of the fusion of the infinite magic power of Fairy's heart, has already stepped into the realm of gods, and he is also learning about the so-called gods in the process of exploring. The terrifying power of the gods comes from their godheads, and the current god Anxur Ramel is relying on the power of life and death under his control to survive until now. That is to say, as long as his godhead is destroyed, the god Anxur Ramel will naturally itself defeating. Advertisement, Yi Chen, there must be a core somewhere in the divine body of god Anxur Ramel, the godhead. As long as the godhead is broken, the power of life and death of god Anxur Ramel will be broken, and naturally it will be impossible to maintain the current state of life and death. As long as the life and death boundaries of Anxur Ramel are redefined, then it will be the time for Anxur Mother to fall. Zeref immediately yelled at Yi Chen, as if Zeref had found his weakness. Anxur Ramel, who was originally unhurried, moved a little faster, and the power of his shots was even stronger, with a kind of eagerness become the feeling of killing three people. It looks like you hit the spot, but with such a huge body, finding a godhead is not an easy task. Yi Chen looked at the somewhat impatient Anxur Ramel. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, but then he smiled and said to Zeref, although he said so, but Yi Chen's movements were not slow, and two red spots appeared on Yi Chen's hands instantly. an energy ball with traces of lightning. Flame. Yi Chen opened his bow left and right, continuously throwing flame-throwing bombs towards Angel Rammel, and the astonishingly powerful flame-throwing bombs exploded continuously after touching Angel Rammel, smashing Angel Rammel to pieces. However, Angel Rammel, who has blurred the boundary between life and death, is really amazing in terms of resilience. 1 second, half of his body was blown off, and the next second, he has fully recovered. However, Yi Chen completely ignored the recovery power of Angel Rammel, and just kept throwing flame-throwing bombs at him. In less than a minute, Yi Chen threw hundreds of flames at Angel Rammel. The spray bomb almost destroyed Angel Rammel from head to toe. Why? Why didn't you find the place of Godhead at all? Yi Chen frowned. He wondered if Zarif guessed wrong. Maybe the Godhead anchors Rammel really used the Godhead as the proof of his blurring the boundary between life and death. But the Godhead is not in the Godhead anchors a Rammel? Asking for flowers. Advertisement. No, according to what Zarif said, the Godhead is the core of a god, the crystallization of the power of the gods. How could it not be on him? But just now I have destroyed the god Angser Rammel from head to toe, but because Angser Rammel's recovery was really too fast, so he was not smashed into pieces. But in the process of Angel Rammel's continuous recovery, there was no such thing as a godhead at all, and it can even be said that he didn't even find anything similar to the core. Ants. How dare you hurt the great body of Angel Rammel? Accept God's judgment. Probably destroyed from head to toe by Yi Chen, the wrath of God Angel Rammel has broken through the sky, and he stretched out his hands forward, a powerful god force that condensed the power of life and death condensed in his hands. Divine art wrath of God, can I trouble you to die obediently? Punishment shockwave. Yi Chen directly condensed the energy and blocked the divine art of God Angser Rammel, God's wrath, but because of the continuous high-intensity release of energy, Yi Chen was already a little out of breath at the moment, and for a while, he and the God Angser Rammel the divine art wrath of God is evenly divided. Damn it, Zarif, quickly think of a way to find the godhead of Angel Rammel. I have already consumed half of my energy. If this continues, we will lose. Yi Chen also became a little anxious at the moment and couldn't help urging Zarif. Damn, where the hell? At this moment, Zarif's eyes are shining with white light, and he is constantly looking at the god body of Angel Rammel, because the other party is a god. To something mouth. Chapter 256. This is unscientific. Chapter 256. This is unscientific. By the way, Zarif, do you know the magic of destroying gods? When Yi Chen was resisting the divine art of God Angel Rammel, God's wrath, for some reason, he suddenly remembered that Oluga, the magician who killed the god of thunder with the sword biting the tiger, gave him with that slight sense of danger. I guessed at that time that the magic of destroying gods should be effective against gods. Moreover, in the original plot, Yi Chen remembered that Sherry of Lamia Scale's Wind Destroyer magic really had an effect on Demaria Yesta, who possessed one of the 12 shields of the guardian saints of Kronos, the soul of God, although it was difficult, but it was true that the opponent was defeated when there was a huge gap between the 970 of the two sides. So Yi Chen couldn't help asking Zarif. After all, Zarif, as an old monster who has lived for 400 years, knows an unimaginable amount of magic. He probably knows how to destroy god magic. Why not try it? Anyway, if it really works, then everyone will be happy. If it doesn't work, then it's just back to the original point. God destroying magic. Of course. Why do you ask this? You don't think that God destroying magic really exists for gods, do you? Zarif was also consumed too much at the moment, a little out of breath, and was taken aback when he heard the words, and then asked. Of course he knows the magic of destroying gods, and even some of the magic of destroying gods was created by himself. It's good to know. Try it. Maybe the magic of destroying gods is really effective. Okay. But let me state in advance that the so-called God Slayer magic is just a special magic that is more powerful than the general destruction type magic, and it is similar to Dragon Slayer magic, so don't have too much hope. Whatever nonsense you say, use it as soon as you want. What time is it now? Advertisement. When Yi Chen heard Zarif's words, he cursed directly. He didn't feel it before, but now he feels that Zarif is moaning like a B***ch. Zarif looked at Yi Chen speechlessly, and then began to cast the magic of destroying gods. Fire God extinguishing magic, flame God's wrath. Zarif took a deep breath, and then spewed out a large amount of black flames from his mouth like a roar. After this black flame was infected by God Angser Rammel, it spread directly, and in an instant, God Angel Rammel's whole body moved. After a pause, the whole body released divine light, extinguishing the black flames. Thunder God extinguishing magic, Thunder God's wrath. Bright lightning instantly filled the entire gap of time, and the black thunder filled with the characteristics of destroying gods instantly destroyed half of Angser Rammel's god body. Even if it was as strong as Angser Rammel, it would be hit directly difficult to keep steady, was directly knocked into the air by the whole. So after creating the god of fire magic, Zarif discarded it casually, never thinking that this magic could actually hurt God. Successful. Maybe it's really like what you said, the world borrowed my hands to create magic that can kill gods. If that's the case, how can I live up to its mission? Zarif looked in disbelief at the scorched blackness on Angel Rammel's body at this moment, which was left by the fire-killing god magic, and there was almost no sign of recovery. Zarif's eyes were empty, expressing disbelief. Why do you care so much? Maybe the world borrowed your hands to make the magic of destroying gods come into being. Advertisement. Damn it, it really works. Didn't I create this god-killing magic? 4.7 Boom. Different from the fire-killing magic just now, I didn't expect that the fire-killing magic could actually cause damage to the god Angkor Rammel, So Zareth didn't use much magic power, but this time Zareth did his best to release it. Thunder God extinguishing magic. Although Zareth once again launched an attack on Anxel, but it is still hard to believe that the fire magic that he created 400 years ago can actually cause damage to God. This is unscientific. I created the fire god extinguishing magic. How come I don't remember that the fire god extinguishing magic can really cause damage to gods? With the passage of time, most of Yi Chen's physical strength and energy have been consumed, and Anxel seems to have unlimited divine power, and his attack power is getting stronger and stronger. Under the ebb and flow, Yi Chen at this moment, I can't stand it any longer. What kind of playing are you doing? Don't continue. You must know that it was just a coincidence that the fire destruction magic was created at that time, but at that time, it just felt that its power was stronger than the same type of fire type destruction type magic. Dragon Slayer's magic is stronger, but as long as the power of the dragon is awakened, it will be far inferior. Yi Chen doesn't care about the characteristics of God extinguishing magic at all. Anyway, it's effective now, so just use it directly. Why bother so much, as long as it's effective, right? Because Zareth's fire killing god magic really caused irrecoverable damage to Anxel. So Anxel's offensive is more powerful, and each blow is stronger than the previous one, so the pressure on Yi Chen also getting bigger and bigger. So when I saw Zareth's dazed look, I yelled at him directly, "What time is this? Are you still in a daze?" Advertisement Chapter 257 Killing God. Chapter 257 Killing God. Yi Chen can finally take a breath at this moment. The power of Anxel is not beyond his imagination, but the degree of difficulty is far beyond imagination, but fortunately, he can really hurt him now. In this way, it's almost over. Isn't there a saying that goes, God will show you as long as you have blood bars? Before, no matter how you hit the opponent, the blood bars would not show up, so even Yi Chen felt powerless, but now it's different, the form has changed, it's reversed. Zareth, continue until the godhead is revealed. As soon as the godhead appears, I will destroy it immediately. Don't worry. Look at me next, Ice God extinguishing magic, Ice God eternity. Zareth's hands instantly condensed 2 streams of extremely cold ice destroying god magic power, and then his hands were facing forward, and a black cold current instantly frozen the god Anxel. There is a moving luminous spot on the left abdomen, it should be the godhead. Zareth's eyes are very sharp. After temporarily freezing Anxel, he soon found a fist-sized luminous spot emitting a faint light that gradually moved on Anxel's left abdomen. I didn't expect the godhead to be able to move, no wonder I haven't found it before. Next, it's up to me. Death beam. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, and his index finger directly released a red light beam, which instantly hit the luminous spot, but the luminous spot only paused, and then began to move again. It doesn't work. So what? Advertisement, multiple death beams. Yi Chen's index finger continuously released one after another red light beams, precisely hitting this luminous point. With Yi Chen's continuous attacks, this luminous point began to continuously move towards the body of the god Anxel trembling, and Anxel, who was originally frozen by the magic of Ice Destroyer God, also started to move at this moment. One last time. Boom. Yi Chen focused his eyes, and then bet all his energy on this final blow. The death beam, which was far more powerful in an instant, hit this luminous spot, and directly knocked it out of Anxel. It was shot out of the body. This is the godhead, it's really perfect and brilliant. Yi Chen couldn't help sighing as he looked at the godhead that had been knocked out. I saw that Anxel's godhead was a cuboid crystal, exuding an unusually bright light, but under the attack of Yi Chen's death ray that condensed all the energy, this perfect cuboid godhead began to appear soon cracked. Kacha kacha kacha. Boom. Under Yi Chen's continuous output, even the incomparably hard godhead began to appear cracks, and finally shattered, turning into countless bright lights and dissipating in the world. Ants. The god. With the dissipation of the godhead, the boundary between life and death that was originally blurred by the god Anxel became clear again in an instant, and the god Anxel directly stepped into death, and before he could finish his unwilling words, he completely dissipated and fell. But, brother-in-law, if you leave this world, you don't know when you will meet again. 6 beauties with different personalities stared at Yi Chen 353, it was more like 3 trials than 3 trials. Advertisement, don't worry, I told you, even if I go to another world, as long as conditions permit, I will call you there. Yi Chen lied here, he can't say that he has a system, right? The system is his biggest secret, and he must never tell any secrets. Stare. X6 Lasana looked at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes, and the evil man said. Yi Chen's body is empty at this moment, and his physical strength is completely exhausted. He can maintain a standing posture at this moment because of his strong willpower, and Zareth is not much worse at this moment. The last 2 magic spells exhausted him directly. Known as the infinite power of God. Not long ago, the system notified Yi Chen that the system's boundary breaking function has been activated, and Yi Chen can leave Fairy Tale to go to other worlds. Don't worry, the flow rate of time is different from world to world. I discovered not long ago that the time flow rate of that world and our time here is 330 to 1, that is to say, 30 days have passed over there, only 1 day has passed here. Yes, it's all over, all misfortunes begin with the god Anxel and end with the god Anxel. Half a year later, in the Fairy Tale Guild, Yi Chen looked at the 6 beauties who had intimate contact with him and said helplessly. Jelal sighed, and then laughed wildly. From now on, the mountain that weighed on his heart will disappear completely. From now on, he will truly grasp happiness. It's finally over. Ha ha ha. At that time, Yi Chen was both worried and happy. The worry was that he couldn't let go of his confidant and fairy tales family, but the joy was that he could go to a new world. Really, I won't lie to you, my current strength has reached the pinnacle of this world. If I want to improve again, I have to go to other worlds and learn the strengths of hundreds of schools in order to break through. Mira Jane Strauss, Lasana Strauss, Ultir Milkovich, Urza, Scarlet, Urza, Netwoka, Lucy Hartfilia. Chapter 258 New World Chapter 258 New World After communicating with the system, Yi Chen learned that the world he will go to next is random. According to the system, although he has enough energy to activate the cracking function, it is unpredictable which world he will reach. However, although it is unpredictable which world to go to, the system tells Yi Chen that the system can challenge the time flow rate of Fairy Tale's world and the time flow rate of the next world to 130, which also allows Yi Chen one of the reasons why Chen made up his mind to go to the new world. But after I told my confidant about my going to the new world, I was unanimously opposed by them. First of all, I was reluctant to leave Yi Chen. Secondly, this kind of thing is really unprecedented. It's not that I don't believe that Yi Chen can go to the new world. After all, Yi Chen's magic is to receive the power and knowledge of the other world strong, so everyone knows about the existence of the other world, but going to the other world is really too much. It's unbelievable, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be mistakes. Don't worry, as long as I arrive in the new world, I will find a way to summon everyone there as soon as possible. You know, my magic. Through communication with the system, Yi Chen learned that the specified fairy tale can be summoned with the template extracted by consumption. Of course, the prerequisite for the specified is to have negative contact or random selection by luck. This is also the second reason why Yi Chen intends to go to the new world. Of course, the third reason is that according to the system, Yi Chen wants to return to Fairy Tale. As long as he consumes a certain amount of energy, he can return to the world of Fairy Tale and reunite with everyone. But, okay, Lasana, stop talking. Lasana wanted to say something more. Mira Jane interrupted what Lasana wanted to say. Mira Jane looked at Yi Chen with a smile and said, "Honey, you go, as your woman, you shouldn't stop your progress for your own selfishness." I have to say that Mira Jane, who has had a close relationship with Yi Chen since she was a child, sees it more thoroughly. She knows very well that Yi Chen is a real dragon, and he should not be bound in a small pond, let alone immersed in a gentle land. King. Mira. Advertisement, don't worry, honey, we won't be the women who hold you back. Mira Jane smiled slightly. Yi Chen was moved for a while, then looked at the others, and saw everyone smiled. It was obvious, no one has any intention of hindering Yi Kang's progress. Don't worry, as long as I gain a firm foothold in the new world, I will definitely summon you there as soon as possible. Now, let's do some of the most primitive things between men and women. Hate. A month passed shamelessly like this. On this day, Yi Chen bid farewell to his 6 lovers and came to the outskirts of Magnolia alone. System. Let's go. Go to the new world. Ding. Received. Start consuming 1 million energy points. Start breaking the boundary now. Successful in breaking the boundary. Start to cross. After Yi Chen felt a sense of weightlessness, he passed out, but the system faithfully performed its duties and brought Yi Chen to a new world. Which world is this? The cold voice of the system rang in Yi Chen's ears. Then how long has it been since I came to this world? Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for coming to the new world. I hope the host can make further progress in the new world. Ding. This is to prevent the host from suffering time-space turbulence during time travel, and the system spontaneously forms a protective cover, and after coming to this world, it will still exist for about 3 days, preventing the host from receiving a lunchbox as soon as they enter the new world. According to the time in this world, 3 days and 2 nights have passed. After a period of time, the protective cover will be lifted automatically. Yi Chen nodded, looked through the protective cover, and saw the sea in front of him, the deep forest behind him. The sky was almost the same as the world of Fairy Tale, the same blue sky, dazzling sun. Really do not know this, which world is it? It is rare for the system to congratulate Yi Chen, which makes Yi Chen almost think that the system has been compromised by someone. In his heart, the system is mechanical, cold, and has no human touch, but now Yi Chen feels a touch of humanity in his congratulations. What is this layer of light film? Ludaoban, level A, loading complete. I don't know how long he passed out, but Yi Chen finally woke up. At this moment, Yi Chen was wrapped in a thin spherical light film, and Yi Chen was curious when he saw it. That's it. Template. 4th True Ancestor, Grade B, loaded. Frieza, First Form, S, 5%, host. Yi Chen, what is this? Yi Chen shook his head and directly judged the feeling just now as an illusion. He didn't believe that the system would have a human touch. On the contrary, it was this layer of light film in front of him that aroused Yi Chen's curiosity. The light film is neither pure energy nor magic, but it gives people a feeling that nothing can be destroyed. Sure enough, the human touch just now is fake. This is my own system. Energy value. 169,521 points. Chapter 259 One Piece World. Chapter 259 One Piece World. The time passed while Yi Chen was bored counting the grains of sand flowing on the ground. Finally, the protective cover provided by the system turned into a burst of light and dissipated. Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The taste of freedom is so sweet. Although the protective cover provided by the system prevents the outside world from seeing Yi Chen and can't hurt Yi Chen, but that was when Yi Chen was in a coma. When Yi Chen woke up, the protective cover became Yi Chen's exploration of the new world. The obstruction made Yi Chen feel like a prisoner in captivity, with no freedom at all. Now that the time has come and the shield dissipates, Yi Chen naturally feels very free. According to the urine nature of the system, it is impossible to send me to a desolate world where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs, and there must be a world with humans, otherwise how can I improve? So the most urgent thing is to find human beings first and find out which world this is. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, found a direction at random, and flew in that direction. What is the state of the world? Yi Chen frowned, and his tone was a bit dignified. At this moment, Yi Chen is switching to the enhanced version of 6,400 spots. His perception is very amazing, but he has been flying for a long time, but he has not felt the breath of human beings. On the contrary, he is very powerful. The breath of life is not lacking. Because of the breath of powerful creatures that he felt along the way, Yi Chen felt a little bad in his heart. Maybe the human beings in this world have been wiped out by these powerful creatures. If so, it would be difficult for him. System, the world you sent, shouldn't it be a world without people? After flying for a few more hours, Yi Chen was suspended in midair, looking at the endless sea. He couldn't help asking the system. Advertisement, ding. Back to the host, the system will not go wrong, there are definitely humans in this world. Well, since you said so, let's look for it again. Yi Chen thought about it, the system has always been reliable, and it should not lose the chain in this respect. Yi Chen reselected a direction, and then flew in that direction. After half a day, Yi Chen burst into tears, DBBG, because he finally saw a human building. It was a huge island, and there was a small town on the island, but everyone in the small town had a fierce aura, like pirates who would draw their swords at each other if they disagreed. Wait, pirate? Could it be that you have come to the world of One Piece? Yi Chen was floating in midair, looking at the two pirates below who were desperately fighting, and the pirates in a circle around them who were constantly laughing and facing the field. He instantly thought of an absolutely classic hot-blooded manga from his previous life. One Piece. No matter how you look at these people, they all look like pirates who do all kinds of evil in the world of One Piece. If it is really the world of One Piece, then Yi Chen will not be polite. To be honest, in his previous life, Yi Chen was also touched by the friendship and passion of Luffy and the others. Since he is lucky enough to come to One Piece in this life, it's a pity that I don't know the world, and I don't personally participate in the events. I don't know if it is the world of One Piece, and I don't know where the timeline is. Yi Chen murmured to himself, and then he gave up thinking about it. Why do you think so much? Just ask the people below if he doesn't mind. Boom, Yi Chen directly cancelled the floating, and landed in the form of a free landing. The moment he landed, he made a pit on the ground, which attracted the attention of all the pirates present. Little boy, who are you? Report your name. Advertisement. Mobu Town is now the site of our lone wolf pirates. If you don't want to die, get out. Among the many pirates present, a tall and burly pirate with a mace came towards Yi Chen. While walking, he waved a mace and pointed at Yi Chen ferociously. Magic Valley Town? Looks like it really is the world of One Piece. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He didn't expect that before he opened his mouth, the other party had already told him all the information he wanted. As expected of a pirate in the world of One Piece, he really has strong limbs and a simple mind. Little boy, what are you laughing at? You, Mr. Dole, are also the ones you can laugh at. The pirate named Dole saw Yi Chen smiling at him, and instantly became furious. He was originally upset because Yi Chen was handsome, but he was just a rough guy after all. Now Yi Chen still laughs at him, which is unbearable. What can't be tolerated? Thinking of this, Dole directly waved the mace in his hand, and slammed it down towards Yi Chen. The strong sound of breaking through the air was enough to prove that the strength of the pirate named Dole in front of him was really astonishing. But all of this is nothing to Yi Chen at the moment. You must know that what he is loading now is the enhanced version of Konoha Dance King Uchiha Madara's final form. It's okay to be offended. Although you call me little boy, it's very vivid, but I hate it when people call me that. So, go to hell and repent for calling me that. Come into the world. Beast number 5, Lion. Roar, Yi Chen is not going to let these pirates go at all. Having watched One Piece, he knows very well that few pirates are good, and most of them are murderous and full of evil. Thieves, it is not correct to say that they are pirates, it should be said that they are adventurers. Therefore, Yi Chen has no sense of guilt for killing these pirates. He only kills by mistake, and there is no wrongful killing. Killing one pirate is saving 10 civilians. People. Chapter 260 Peach Rabbit. Chapter 260 Peach Rabbit. In less than 10 minutes, the pirates in the entire Demon Valley town were slaughtered by Yi Chen. Surprisingly, there is not a single person in the entire Demon Valley town who is not a pirate, and everyone's hands are full of blood. As expected of the pirate gathering place in the first half of the Great Channel in One Piece, Magic Valley Town, the whole town is actually full of pirates. Yi Chen looked at the charred corpses all over the place, and was speechless for a while. In the massacre just now, Yi Chen originally only planned to kill the pirates, and did not intend to do anything to the civilians, but he never expected that there would be one there are no civilians, all F************** G pirates. Moreover, after Yi Chen slaughtered all the pirates, he discovered that the civilians in this small town had been killed by these vicious pirates long ago, and the corpses were piled up in a church, which made Yi Chen feel the power of One Piece. The world has a deeper understanding. It can be said that the world of One Piece and the world of Fairy Tail are completely different worlds. In Fairy Tail, the strong respect the strong and the weak obey the strong. But after all, because of the existence of councils and royal families of various countries, civilians are rarely involved in the war between mages battle. But the world of One Piece is even more naked, the strong are respected, and the weak are like grass, they can be slaughtered and discarded at will. This world is so simple. There was a gloomy look in Yi Chen's eyes. After all, the good education in his previous life made him unable to accept such a barbaric and bloody world, even if he was once moved by the protagonist of this world. From the mouth of the pirate just now, I learned that not long ago, there was a big battle that almost destroyed the whole town. One of them was the rookie pirate, Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, Lammy. Advertisement. It seems that the timeline is before the war on the top, but I don't know how long it is before the war on the top, and I don't know where the Straw Hat Boy is here. Yi Chen tossed the permanent pointer he got by chance, and smiled. This permanent pointer is said to point to the Chambord Islands. Anyway, no matter where the Straw Hat Boy is sailing now, he will definitely go to the Chambord Islands in the end. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, Straw Hat Pirates. Yi Chen quickly matched the name of this navy with the image in his memory. She is the top figure in the navy. Although she only has the title of Lieutenant General, she has the strength of a general, and she seems to be the #1 sword in the navy. It is said that he has a swordsmanship comparable to that of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. And Teodu, who was standing at the bow of the ship, also frowned tightly, looking at Yi Chen floating in midair. Her first reaction was that the golden lion was dead, and Yi Chen got his fluttering fruit. At this moment, Yi Chen also felt Teodu's killing intent, and his face was full of confusion. It was the first time he and Teodu had met, and he had just come to this world, and he had never done anything outrageous. Such a great opinion. Yi Chen let go of his thoughts directly, but Dao Tutu was very unhappy by doing so. The fluttering fruit of the golden lion? Peach rabbit? 0. Advertisement. Yi Chen then flew in the direction of eye pointed by the permanent pointer. Half an hour later, a warship sailing on the sea caught his attention. To be exact, one of the navy caught Yi Chen's attention. It is impossible for Teodu to dream of himself in a dream, and he has always abandoned her. The world government naturally attaches great importance to the Piao Piao fruit. After all, this is the ability of the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiji. With this ability, he formed the Flying Pirates, which has caused headaches for the world government. I saw a man with a beautiful face and a tall figure standing on the bow of the warship, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt, a navy coat, and a pair of hot pants on his lower body. His long snow-white legs were exposed to the air. There is a spider tattoo on his right leg, a long knife is tied around his waist, and the most eye-catching thing is a beauty mole under the corner of his mouth. Thinking of this, Teodu subconsciously put his hands on the famous sword Jinpaluo in his hand, and once Yi Chen behaved badly, he would directly chop Yi Chen under the sword with the force of thunder. At this moment, this stunning beauty was looking at Yi Chen flying in midair in surprise, and his eyes were directly intertwined with Yi Chen's. Asking for flowers. The peach rabbit below is quite strong. Seeing Yi Chen looking at her with gradually obscene eyes, she frowned directly, and snorted coldly, and her powerful sword intent pressed towards Yi Chen with her cold snort. Pirate, put away your obscene gaze. Of course, Yi Chen guessed that the second half was either fancied by netizens in his previous life, or deliberately promoted by the world government. He doesn't believe that Teodu's cultivation can reach the level of eagle eyes. If it is really so strong, after the top war, there is no need for world conscription. Now the Piao Piao fruit of the Golden Lion is not obtained by the world government, but by other people. This is not good news for the world government and the navy. I'm afraid he will become the second Golden Lion Shiji. Chapter 261 Fairy Pirates. Chapter 261 Fairy Pirates. A pirate? Still nasty? Yi Chen was stunned when he heard Teodu's words. His face turned cold. Let me tell you, you're pretty good looking, you don't have a brain at all, and your eyes can tell that I'm a pirate. Still obscene. Where am I obscene? Am I molesting you or XXOing you? Yi Chen is a person who eats soft but not hard. Since the other party doesn't give him a good face, then Yi Chen will not greet him with a smile, and directly output a meal to make Teodu very angry. Teodu was very angry at Yi Chen's words. Her chest was heaving constantly, making people unable to move their eyes away. Although she had seduced pirates with her beauty, it was just a means. She herself is not the kind of 987 woman. The sailors on the same ship glared at Yi Chen. After all, Teodu was a goddess in their minds. Damn, it's pirates, they don't want to be rude because of people. Master Teodu, kill him. Yes, kill him, he is a pirate, he deserves to die. Yi Chen frowned at the voices of the sailors on board. He never expected that the navy would treat himself as a pirate so indiscriminately. I said, I'm not a pirate. HMPH, how do you prove that you are not a pirate? A colonel on the warship said with a sneer to Yi Chen that he had already pulled out his samurai sword slightly at this moment. As long as Yi Chen admitted that he was a pirate, he was ready to face Yi Chen. Interesting, let me tell you, how do you prove that I am a pirate, and how do you prove that you are a navy, not a pirate pretending to be? Advertisement. Yi Chen was directly annoyed. What does the captain of the navy mean, and you have to prove that your father is your father? Pirate. Don't try to quibble. The navy colonel had a violent temper. Hearing Yi Chen's words, he drew his sword and used the moon step to slash at Yi Chen in midair. Seeing the navy colonel approaching him stepping on moon steps, Yi Chen could tell that this group of navy had already regarded themselves as pirates, and no matter how he explained it, it would probably be a waste of saliva. Since you say I'm a pirate, then I'm a pirate. Remember, I am the captain of the fairy pirates, Yi Chen. Yi Chen spoke coldly, and then caught the saber that the Admiral Colonel had brought down with one hand. Shenluo Tianzheng. Yi Chen backhanded a Shenluo Tianzheng, and directly bounced this unknown naval captain towards the sea. Cut. Seeing Yi Chen make a move, the peach rabbit below also jumped up immediately, jumped to the midair level with Yi Chen in an instant, and then slashed fiercely towards Yi Chen. A cold slash followed by Jinpira slashed down and attacked Yi Chen. It's really embarrassing, Shenluo Tianzheng. Seeing Teodu's attack, Yi Chen didn't dare to push it as hard as before. Among other things, the power of this slash alone may have reached the power of the 4 kings of Ishgar in the fairy tale world. In addition, the attack power of the slash is already very strong. If he tries to block it with one hand, the 9 layers and 9 palms will be cut off. So Yi Chen directly bounced off Teodu's slash with Shenluo Tianzheng, and then gathering the magic power in his mouth, he sprayed a magic ray towards Teodu. What? Momodu felt bad when his slash was blocked by Yi Chen's Shenluo Tianzheng. Seeing that Yi Chen could actually spit out rays from his mouth, he directly held Jinpira across his chest, trying to block Yi Chen's attack. Advertisement. Yi Chen looked at Teodu, who came not far in front of him in a few moon steps, and spread his hands helplessly. He said that he was really a scholar who met a soldier, and he couldn't explain why. The person who came was the candidate for the Navy Award, Teodu. At this moment, she was all wet, and her slender figure could be seen at a glance, but her fierce eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, and the famous sword Jinpira in her hand seemed to feel. Seeing her anger, she shone slightly. Teodu snorted coldly. Now she also believes that Yi Chen is not a pirate anymore. After all, which pirate would show mercy to the Navy's subordinates? Besides, if Yi Chen's blow just now pushed herself towards the warship, I am afraid that apart from myself, the entire navy of the warship will have to be a lonely ghost. Just when Yi Chen was about to leave because he was in a good mood, a slash almost cut through the sea, blocking Yi Chen's way. As for why Yi Chen was asked to go back to the Navy headquarters with her, the main reason is that the Piao Piao fruit is too important. If Yi Chen is really a pirate, then take it directly. She can't believe that there are 3 generals, admirals, and naval heroes guarding the Navy. In this department, we still can't win a mere Yi Chen. The power of Yi Chen's magic ray is not weak. It directly shot down Teodu into the sea, causing a big explosion. The splash waves were as high as 100 meters, and almost overturned the warship. If Yi Chen is not a pirate, that's even better. Just invite him to join the Navy, as long as Yi Chen agrees. In Momodu's judgment, a major general can't escape. Boom. After all, if there is no warship, you will not be able to swim to the nearest naval branch. You must know that even the nearest naval branch is nearly 100 nautical miles away. HMPH, this is a lesson for you. Don't label people casually. It's a pity that Teodu's abacus was cracking, but Yi Chen didn't accept it. Yi Chen was in a good mood when he saw the distressed navy below. Although this navy was a little too arrogant, but the other side was a righteous person anyway. He couldn't have a massacre with the sea sample who did all kinds of evil. But Teodu forgot that this place is in the middle of the sky. There is no force point at all, and the whole person is pushed away by this magic ray. I've said it all. I'm not a pirate. Why don't you listen? HMPH, are you a pirate? Just follow me back to the Navy headquarters and find out. Don't try to run, pirate. After all, Yi Chen is a black household. Even if the human qualities in the world of One Piece are very strong, every officer in the Navy can be called a little Superman, but few of them can swim more than 100 nautical miles. Chapter 262 Neptune Class. Chapter 262 Neptune Class. Sorry, I don't plan to go to the Navy headquarters. I'm still busy. The clean will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. Time will tell everything. Yi Chen was clear in his heart. He was a gangster. How could he find out anything? So he resolutely refused, and then prepared to leave here. Don't go. Teodu swung the Jinpira again, and another slash that could cut through the sea was aimed at Yi Chen. I said you, there is no end, Susano, being blocked again and again. Yi Chen was also angry, and directly summoned the perfect body Susano. The huge perfect body Susano held a giant sword, and slashed at Teodu. Instantly 2 strikes were enough. The slash that split the mountain and split the sea came towards Teodu. Damn it. It's so strong. As the strongest female swordsman in the Navy, Momodu has far more knowledge than ordinary people, and she can see at a glance that Yi Chen's 2 slashes of 31 blows are simply ridiculously strong, enough to compete with Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman. The power of slashing rivals, but I'm not weak either. Momodu held Jinpira tightly in his hand, and the powerful armed color domineering instantly covered Jinpira. The next moment, Momodu kept swinging the Kinpira, and a series of powerful slashes that condensed Momodu's amazing armed look and arrogance were swung by her. Down, continuously weakening, and eventually being cancelled out. Advertisement. After neutralizing Yi Chen's slash, Teodu realized that Yi Chen had long since disappeared, and she stomped her feet angrily. But Yi Chen, the captain of my fairy pirates, don't let me see you again. Landing on the warship, Teodu's face was terribly cold. Her silver teeth were about to be crushed by her. She had never been so aggrieved like today. Master Momodu, shall we go to Magic Valley Town on Gaia Island next? It was the same Navy colonel who was thrown into the water by Yi Chen just now, but thanks to Yi Chen's mercy, he was slightly injured and swam back to the warship by himself. Idiot. Why go to Magic Valley Town? Turn the steering wheel, head, go back to the Navy headquarters. Teodu looked at the naval colonel with eyes full of murderous intent and trembled. Finally, when the naval colonel was about to have a nervous breakdown, Teodu finally spoke, even though he was scolded by Teodu. But he was relieved, and hurried to command the warship to turn around and return to the Navy headquarters. On the other side, Yi Chen had already flown far away, and at this moment he couldn't help but sneezed and rubbed his nose. Yi Chen muttered, and he no longer cared about Teodu. In his opinion, he and Teodu the encounter with Tutu was nothing at all, and it never occurred to me that I would leave a deep impression on Teodu. Yi Chen also smiled wryly. This is the endless sea, and the sea in the world of One Piece is far beyond the sea in the world of Blue Star and Fairy Tail in the previous life. Templates don't starve. But it will definitely be disheartened. Fairy pirates, Captain Yi Chen, huh, it even went so deep that Teodu wanted to hang Yi Chen up and whip him with a small whip. Hey, who is afraid of whom? Advertisement. After making up his mind, Yi Chen directly accelerated 400 and moved towards the place pointed by the pointer. Wherever he passed, he even broke the sound barrier and formed a sonic boom, causing countless sea kings under the sea to jump out of the sea to face Yi Chen launched the attack. Even in the world of One Piece, there are major general-level existences, pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, and this kind of monsters are only the bottom-level small and medium-sized sea kings here, and more are huge, powerful large super monsters. Large Neptunes. And Poseidon, the king of the sea, is the king of all sea kings, can command all sea kings in the world, one of the 3 ancient weapons, worthy of the name. Yi Chen looked at the permanent pointer still pointing forward in his hand with a complicated expression. The more he looked, the more he felt that this was not the permanent pointer to the Chambord Islands. No matter how dangerous the Great Channel was, there were no such dense Neptunes. Relying on Uchiha Madara's body skills, Yi Chen easily knocked away a certain huge sea king that was attacking, and looked at the gathering of more and more sea kings with serious eyes. Forget it, now I can't tell the difference between southeast and north, so I can only go in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. Let's talk about it when we reach the destination. The permanent pointer will never point to a deserted island, that would be embarrassing. Could it be that this is not the permanent pointer to the Chambord Islands? It is not inferior to the S-rank monsters in the world of Fairy Tail. Yi Chen is also in trouble at this moment. Looking at the huge monster jumping out of the sea below, isn't this a sea king? But the sea kings in the Chambord Islands, the dividing point of the Great Waterway, are not so dense. He knows why Poseidon, the Sea King, is one of the 3 ancient weapons known as the world-destroying weapon. Among other things, the Sea King just now gave Yi Chen the feeling. Achoo, it must be Teodu, an unreasonable little girl, who is talking about me. It's not that there are no Sea Kings in the Chambord Islands, but it's not like it is now. At a glance, there are dozens of Sea Kings, and each one is ridiculously big. The smallest is 1 kilometer in size, the largest visually exceeds 5 kilometers. And this scene, no matter how you look at it, seems to have strayed into the windless belt with countless Neptune layers. Chapter 263 Misunderstanding into Daughter Island. Chapter 263 Misunderstanding into Daughter Island. A few days later, Yi Chen stared dumbfounded at the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. It was a huge island. In Yi Chen's perception, there were many human auras on the island, and none of them were weak. Especially powerful, not inferior to the previous Admiral candidate Momodu. And the most conspicuous ones are the 2 large characters on the peak in the middle of the island, 9 snakes. Unexpectedly, the island pointed by this permanent pointer is actually 9 Snake Island. How did these pirates get the permanent pointer of 9 Snake Island? Yi Chen couldn't figure it out. How could the lowly ones of the Lone Wolf Pirates have the permanent pointer of 9 Snake Island? You know, 9 Snake Island is located in a windless belt, almost isolated from the world, and the permanent pointer this thing needs to store full magnetic power to point to the island. Forget it, I don't want to think about it, let's go and meet Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world of the legendary One Piece, the Pirate Empress. Thinking of Boa Hancock, Yi Chen is also a burst of excitement. This is the most beautiful woman in the world. Boa Hancock's popularity is not low in Blue Star in her previous life. People who like her are like crucian carp in a river, and Yi Chen is also the king of them all. Yi Chen immediately hid his breath, and landed towards the 9 Snake Island below. After observing carefully for a while, he randomly grabbed a 9 Snake Island national defender, knocked him unconscious, and transformed into her appearance with the transformation technique, swaggering head towards the Amazon. Lily Kingdom. Stop. What Yi Chen didn't expect was that just as he walked to the gate of the city, he was stopped by another national defender, who had already drawn out the long sword in his hand, with arrogance wrapped in it, ready to attack Yi Chen at any time. Attack. Is there something wrong? Yi Chen is also a bold person with high skills. He doesn't believe that his transformation technique will be seen through by the other party. After all, the current template is Konoha Dance King Uchiha Madara. A mere transformation technique is in the hands of Uchiha Madara, isn't it? How could it be possible to be seen through by a small character who didn't even show his face in the original plot? So Yi Chen crossed his arms directly, intending to see what the other party had to say. Who the hell are you? Advertisement. It's just that the other party's next sentence directly caused Yi Chen to break his defense, and was discovered? What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not Cosmos, the name of the national defender who was knocked out by Yi Chen? HMPH. You can fool other people's eyes, but you can't fool our partners. The soldier who came to protect the country pointed to the big red snake on her shoulder. At this moment, the big red snake kept spitting out messages at Yi Chen, looking like it might attack at any time. Yi Chen didn't expect that his transformation technique would be defeated by an animal. Since that's the case, there's nothing he can do about it. Anyway, Boya Hancock, he's determined. As I said, even Jesus can't stop it. Boom. Now that he has been discovered, there is no point in pretending to be anymore. Yi Chen directly undoes the transformation technique and appears in front of the first protector of the nation. Man. It's a man. How did he get here? Isn't it Cosmos just now? Why did it suddenly become a man? Master Shiji, you can see her whenever you want. Come here, put him in the prison, and after Master Shiji returns to the country, Master Shiji will decide. Well, I don't have any malicious intentions, I just want to meet the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Advertisement. The leader of the National Defense Warrior opened his mouth directly, and motioned to the 9 Snake Island female warriors to tie Yi Chen up. In her, Zhao's, cognition, Yi Chen would not dare to disobey. After all, the 9 Snake Island warriors here, one is very powerful, and each is the elite of the fighting nation 9 Snakes. The female warriors of 9 Snake Island, who were already around, were discussing a lot at the moment, but they were not slow in their hands while discussing. They directly turned the big snake entrenched on their bodies into a hard bow, and picked up the bow and arrow in the quiver on their backs. He pointed at Yi Chen, as if he would shoot Yi Chen to death as long as Yi Chen dared to move. As for the national defender who was replaced by me, it's under the tree over there. Kill him. Just when Yi Chen was about to leave, an arrow shot at Yi Chen's feet, directly blasting a crater. Catch him. Boom. When you think of 9 snakes, you can come and go whenever you want. Yi Chen spread his hands, indicating that he did not mean any harm. Didn't I say that? I don't have any malice towards you, I just want to see Empress Boa Hancock. Master Cosmos just passed out, and it's not a serious problem. A certain 9 Snake Island female warrior on the side gave a meal to the National Defense Warrior, checked, and finally expressed her own conclusion. 7. Yi Chen casually pointed at a certain big tree in the direction he came from, and then one of the 9 Snake Island female warriors surrounding Yi Chen quickly ran over. Soon, the guard who was knocked unconscious by Yi Kong the Huxia soldiers were brought back. Yi Chen frowned slightly. He had forgotten that Boa Hancock, the Queen of the Pirates, one of the 7 Martial Seas, is also the current emperor of the pirate country Amazon Lily Kingdom and the current leader of the 9 Snake Pirates. Captain, you need to go to sea to plunder to maintain the country's economy. The Empress is not here, forget it, I will look for her again when the Empress comes back. Chapter 264 Yi Chen's Careful Thoughts. Chapter 264 Yi Chen's Careful Thoughts. I saw a national protector who came layered to take the lead, embodying the 9 Snakes' domineering spirit unique to the 9 Snakes of the fighting nation, just an arrow shot casually, already quite powerful. Even Yi Chen didn't expect that the domineering power of the 9 Snakes would be so powerful. It is worthy of the 9 Snakes of the fighting nation. Even if it is only the strength of a soldier protecting the country, in Yi Chen's opinion, it is no less inferior to the colonel of the navy, up. Although it's very powerful, it's too much thinking to block me based on this. Yi Chen's murderous aura was released directly. As Konoha King Uchiha Madara, countless people died in his hands. The murderous aura condensed directly made all the national defenders at the scene cold, as if they were falling. Like falling into an abyss. This is. How many people have you killed? It's like seeing a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. How could such a monster appear here? All the 9 Snake female warriors surrounding Yi Chen had this idea in their minds. Cut. However, each of these female warriors of 9 Snakes is a generation who has experienced many battles. Among the 157 national defenders, they're the elite among the elite. They quickly got rid of Yi Chen's murderous aura. One of them had directly launched a slash towards Yi Chen, condensing the domineering slash of the 9 Snakes, directly tearing the ground, and slashed towards Yi Chen. Not bad, you can actually get rid of my murderous aura. Yi Chen's physical body has already become extremely strong under the baptism of endless magic power, and Yi Chen directly stretched out his palm and crushed this amazingly powerful slash. Boom. Attack formation. Advertisement. Yi Chen crushed this slash, but it didn't deter the female warriors of 9 Snakes Island. Following the leading warrior who defended the country, the remaining female warriors also directly filled their bows and arrows. Shooting arrows at Yi Chen continuously, Susanoo. Yi Chen frowned, and the instant sequence eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The scarlet Sharingan made people feel chills, and then a blue skeleton emerged from Yi Chen's body, blocking it. The female warriors of 9 Snake Island are full of 9 snake domineering arrows and protect Yi Chen in them. It's amazingly powerful. Yi Chen looked at the cracked Susanoo. Even if it was just the most basic Susanoo, its defense power was extremely amazing, but it was cracked after being beaten by a few 9 Snake female warriors? Since the pirate queen Boa Hancock is not here, I won't play with you. Fire escape extinguished the great fire. Yi Chen took a deep breath, and then a terrifying flame burst out from Yi Chen's mouth instantly, and the blazing high temperature instantly incinerated the second wave of arrow rain. Can it breathe fire? The leader of the national defense fighters frowned. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. Kill. As a fighting nation, 9 Snakes are not afraid of fighting, and they rushed towards Yi Chen one after another. But, damn it, after a while, only Yi Chen was left standing alone in the arena. The rest of the 9 Snake female warriors had all been defeated by Yi Chen, but Yi Chen didn't kill them. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't say that he, DBAB, is the beauty of Boa Hancock. But, damn it, advertisement. One of the only national defenders who remained awake fell to the ground, looked at Yi Chen unwillingly, tried to grab the takedown not far away with his trembling right hand, and continued to fight. Snake, Master Snake, I won't let you go. Oh, if you say that, then I'm interested. Yi Chen was about to turn around and leave, but when he heard what the other party said, he stopped and said playfully. When Boya Hancock comes back, you can let her come to me for revenge. My name is Yi Chen. Of course, if you want revenge, he can come anyway. I'll be waiting for you at the edge of the island. Yi Chen laughed and left here. On the shore, Yi Chen sat cross-legged directly facing the sea, and he was waiting here for the people from the 9 snakes to come to take revenge. He didn't believe that some of the 9 snakes would not come to take revenge. In fact, Yi Chen said that on purpose just now. He is still very interested in the domineering of the pirate world. Just now he fought against the warriors of 9 snakes, relying on the insight and copying ability of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. He has already had a good understanding of the domineering. There is some awareness, but not enough. That's why the other party can come to him for revenge at any time. He has a feeling that as long as he observes it a few more times, he can easily learn how to be armed and domineering. Armed color domineering plus full body Susanoo plus true ancestor magic power equals? The more he thinks about it, the more curious Yi Chen is. The complete body of Susanoo plus true ancestral magic power equals the magic power version of Susanoo's ultimate form. Then if the armed color domineering covers Susanoo's ultimate form, how strong can it be? And Yi Chen is also curious about knowledge color domineering, especially the advanced version of knowledge color domineering, which can even predict the future, and even reach the point of listening to the voice of all things. This ability, no matter how you think about it, is also a very powerful ability. As for the domineering aura, Yi Chen remembers that it seems to be born. It is not something that can be learned. You can only have it when you get a template with a domineering aura.